Chapter 1, Kidnapped just after returning to the country? The hot noon. An airplane flying from the United States to Jiangchun landed steadily on the runway in the night. A large number of passengers poured out of the exit. Among the many men, women, young and old, a young man with disheveled hair and wearing sunglasses was particularly eye-catching. His 1.8-meter height and exposed muscular arms made the girls next to him fall in love with him. After walking out of the airport exit, Zhang Feng took off his sunglasses and looked at the city in the distance. Jiangchang, he is back again. Across the street, a fat man waved at him excitedly. Brother Feng, here. Zhang Feng walked over with his suitcase and hugged this brother whom he hadn't seen for many years. He looked at the car next to him and said with a smile. Sure, impotence, only graduated 5 years ago and now I can even drive a Mercedes. My name is Yang Wei, not impotence. Yang Wei corrected indignantly, helping to put the suitcase into the trunk, and said. Brother Feng, you had the best grades in our class. If you hadn't dropped out of school in your last year and suddenly went abroad, you would definitely be doing better than me now. If you hadn't contacted me 2 days ago, I would have thought you were dead. Let's talk about these things later. I'm tired. Let me have a good rest first. Before getting in the car, Zhang Feng glanced unexpectedly at the luxury car parked 50 meters away. If he remembered correctly, it was a Ferrari limited edition sold worldwide, with a price of about 40 million yuan. It was rare even abroad. He didn't expect to see one as soon as he landed in Jiangcheng. After a brief surprise, Zhang Feng withdrew his gaze and got into the Mercedes-Benz. Little did he know that just as he looked at Ferrari, another pair of eyes were also looking at him. Inside the red Ferrari not far away. Sitting in the driver's seat was a woman so beautiful that it made one subconsciously hold her breath. Her tall figure and off-shoulder black dress made her look impeccable. With her snow-white neck and cool skin, whenever she appears in public, she is the center of the whole place. Shen Xingyue stared coldly at the young man who got into the car not far away, and her hands gripping the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. After 6 years, this guy finally showed up. This time, you won't be able to escape again. Half an hour passed. After leaving the airport, Yang Wei drove straight to a barbecue restaurant near Jiangchun University. Although he has eaten a lot of delicious food after entering society, he still thinks the barbecue restaurant tastes the best. There were no customers in the store at this time. The boss was lying comfortably in a chair watching the female anchor dance, with the corners of his mouth unable to stop smiling. As soon as he got off the car, Yang Wei shouted to the boss lying in the store. Uncle, hurry up and get some skewers and cold beer, and some ergwa too. Don't forget the little boy's 3-piece suit, give me 2. Okay, you guys go find a seat first. The two found a seat near the fan. Yang Wei finally couldn't help but asked curiously. Brother Feng, what on earth have you been doing abroad for the past 6 years? There was no news from you at all. My sister-in-law was asking around for news about you like crazy. She still calls me sister-in-law, but I have already broken up with her. Zhang Feng lowered his eyes, recalling the past. His university life was similar to that of most people. At that time, he had aspirations and expectations for the future, had excellent grades, and even had a girlfriend who was a campus beauty, and had a romantic love affair. But 6 years ago, due to some family matters, he had to go abroad, and he was away for 6 years. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you first. Zhang Feng looked at him, raised his eyebrows and said. I remember that you went to school with a loan, and your grades were average. Your monthly salary after graduation was at most 10,000 yuan, and you had to support your family. How did you get this luxury car worth more than 300,000 yuan? You're not going to sell your ass, are you? Go away, you're the one selling your ass. Yang Wei glared and retorted, then said proudly. After you left, I worked very hard and was hired by a listed company before I even graduated. Eventually, with my unremitting efforts, I became a department manager. What do you think, Brother Feng? You just returned to China and you don't have a college degree yet, so you must be in need of a job. As long as you ask, I can still find you a job with a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. Hee, look how proud you are. Zhang Feng shook his head and laughed. Although this barbecue restaurant is small, it is able to survive near the university. The ingredients may not be so fresh, but the taste is definitely outstanding. It wasn't long before a spicy aroma wafted out of the store. Barbecue is coming. The shirtless boss came out with a smile, holding a large plate of barbecue and a little boy set. After putting them on the table, he went back to the store and brought back a box of cold beer and erguotu. Zhang Feng and Yang Wei ate and talked about the past. There was less and less barbecue on the table, and more skewers and empty wine bottles at the feet. It didn't take long for the box of beer to be finished. The boss was amazed by this scene. These were two wine gods. Not only beer, they also drank a glass of erguotu. He hurried back to the store and got another box of beer. 2.5 hours passed like this, and in the end Yang Wei and Zhang Feng were both drunk and lying on the table, unconscious. Seeing this, the boss scratched his head. I finally got drunk. If I had continued drinking, something bad would have happened. But, you haven't paid me yet. What should I do now? Zhang Feng was fine, but he couldn't help the fat man. At this moment, 2 black Bentleys drove up and stopped in front of the barbecue restaurant. The car doors opened and several strong men in black walked out. The leader took out 10 red bills and handed them to the boss. This is the meal money. As for them, we'll take them away first. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come again next time. 2 strong men in black easily carried Zhang Feng and Yang Wei and got them into the car on the side of the road. The 2 Bentleys came and went quickly, roaring towards the end of the intersection and soon disappeared. The night silently permeated the entire city. In a quiet and dark abandoned factory in Jiangchang, dazzling lights were lit up. A basin of cold water was poured over them, waking them up. What's going on? Where is this? Is the clock coming? After taking 2 deep breaths, Zhang Feng realized that he was tied to a chair, and the same was true for Yang Wei beside him. Faced with this unfamiliar environment, the two were confused. There was a person sitting in front of the 2 men, with strong men in black waiting on his left and right. After seeing the man's face clearly, Zhang Feng was stunned. His mouth moved slightly. Even though he had rehearsed it in his mind countless times, when the time came, he couldn't utter a single word. Yang Wei, who was standing by, said with a bitter face. Oh my God. Sister Qingyue, what's the matter with you? Why are you tying us up? Every wrong has its perpetrator. It was Brother Feng who deceived your feelings. If you want revenge, you should go find him. You can't implicate the innocent. I have never been on base in my life. That's right. If you let me go, how about I help you deal with him? Zhang Feng. You sold out your brother in just 3 seconds. You're amazing. Chapter 2. The ex-girlfriend comes to the ex-boyfriend's house for a meal. Is this normal? Sister Qingyue, I am innocent. Shin Qingyue, who could no longer bear it, ordered the bodyguard behind her. Shut this guy up, he's making so much noise. Yes. A rag was quickly stuffed into Yang Wei's mouth and he stared. It was not until then that Zhang Feng mustered up the courage to speak, with a complicated look in his eyes. How did you know I was returning home today? Shin Qingyue crossed her legs and replied expressionlessly. Find out the situation clearly for me. I have the initiative now. You have no right to ask questions. The bodyguard behind him looked at Zhang Feng with pity. Although I don't know how this kid offended the young lady, I can be sure that he will not have a good time today. Zhang Feng spoke again. Untie the rope, I won't run away. Untie him. Yes, huh? The bodyguard almost thought he had heard it wrong, but he still untied the hemp rope that tied Zhang Feng in time and returned to his position. Ignoring someone's call, Shin Qingyue just stared at Zhang Feng, her indifferent eyes hiding a hint of tenderness. Please explain why you left suddenly 6 years ago. A little housework. Then why did you break up with me without even an explanation? I forgot. When you were abroad, did you ever think of me, even for a moment? You guess. Shin Qingyue's brows were deeply furrowed, and her eyes contained coldness and anger, which frightened Yang Wei so much that he trembled, fearing that she would do something impulsive. Fortunately, Shin Qingyue suppressed her anger. She knew that something must have happened that she didn't know about, and this matter couldn't be rushed. Thinking of this, Shin Qingyue stood up, threw Zhang Feng's phone back to him, turned around and said, My current cell phone number has been recorded. If you dare to put me on the blacklist, next time I won't just be showered with cold water, dog. After saying that, she left with her bodyguards without looking back. Zhang Feng hasn't heard the nickname Guzzi for many years. Then he untied the rope on Yang Wei. After all, he didn't know where the rented house was, and he had to ask this jerk to take him there. After resting for a while, the two of them left. A hint of paleness gradually rose in the sky. Although it is summer, the morning wind in Zhangchang is still refreshing. As soon as the sky gets light, you can see electric vehicles passing by on the road, rushing to various places in the city. In a community called Happiness near the city center. This is a standard Riverview apartment, fully equipped with all kinds of living facilities, and the monthly rent is only 2,000 yuan. Due to years of professional habits, Zhang Feng got up from bed before 7 o'clock, started washing his face and rinsing his mouth, and after changing his clothes, he went out to buy groceries. He worked as a chef abroad and was used to cooking for himself every day. There is a fresh food supermarket at the entrance of the community, and many elderly people who get up early are already picking out the freshly delivered vegetables inside. About half an hour later, Zhang Feng returned home carrying a bag of vegetables. After putting on his apron, he walked straight into the kitchen. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables rang out. He turned on the gas to the maximum and threw the processed meat into the hot pan to stir fry. Soon a strong aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. There is one dish and one soup in total: tomato, pork and cabbage and tofu soup. By the time the vegetables are done, the rice is almost cooked. Zhang Feng put a bowl of rice and the dishes on the table. Just as he was about to sit down and start eating, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Who's knocking on the door at this hour? Zhang Feng walked forward to open the door in confusion. When he saw Shen Qingyue standing at the door, he froze in place. Why are you here? I'm passing by here on the way to the company, looking for someone to have breakfast with. After saying that, she walked in familiarly and began to look around the apartment. Zhang Feng, who was standing at the door, could not help but say speechlessly, "Miss, trespassing into a private residence is against the law. This community was developed by my family." With just one sentence, Shen Qingyue blocked Zhang Feng's mouth and was more surprised. You should know that this community was developed by a large real estate developer. When this woman was dating him, she said she came from an ordinary family. It seems she was lying to him. Wait. Zhang Feng suddenly reacted. Whether Shen Qingyue knew that he had returned to China yesterday, or knew that he lived in this community, wasn't it too quick for her to know the news? The only one who knows these two things. Did the fat guy with kidney deficiency tell you that I live here? And the same goes for my flight back home yesterday. After taking a look at Shen Qingyue, she sat down at the dinner table without hiding anything. Although I don't know where you went abroad 6 years ago, you will definitely contact Yang Wei as long as you return to China, so I arranged for him to work in my company, and he will get news from you sooner or later. No, didn't he get the job based on his own abilities? Do you think a guy who is about to graduate and still flirting with female classmates during class can work in a listed company, or even get promoted to management? Shen Qingyue folded her hands and held her chin, sneering and saying to Zhang Feng, if I hadn't manipulated him behind the scenes, he wouldn't even have passed the graduation thesis. After hearing this, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. That fat guy really dared to make up such a story. Shen Qingyue noticed the steaming food on the table, reached out for the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth to taste. After a moment, she said with surprise, "It tastes good." After saying that, she picked up the bowl on the table and started eating, taking a mouthful of rice and some vegetables. Zhang Feng. Seeing him like this, Shen Qingyue picked up her phone and sent a message. In less than 10 minutes, a bodyguard came in carrying a wooden box, put the box on the table before leaving. Shen Qingyue glanced at Zhang Feng. What are you doing standing there? There's my breakfast in the box. You'll win big if I exchange it with you. Then thank you. Zhang Feng opened the lid of the wooden box with dissatisfaction, and there was indeed a hearty breakfast inside, which was steak, eggs, and milk. As for why there are 2 copies, it goes without saying. He picked up the steak with a knife and fork and took a bite, commenting expressionlessly. It was fried a little too long, so the surface was a little burnt. Also, because I didn't eat it right away, it tasted very old. What a shame to waste such a good steak. Hearing this, Shen Qingyue snorted coldly. It seems that you haven't been fooling around in the past few years abroad. After she had eaten her fill, she stood up and walked out the door. If you don't like it, just throw it away. I'll pick up the box tomorrow. As soon as the words were spoken, the door closed heavily. The apartment, which had just been a little lively, became quiet again. Zhang Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down. Not long after, Shen Qingyue appeared downstairs and walked straight out of the community. He murmured in a low voice. You weren't like this before. Are you taking revenge on me? outside the Xingfu community. After seeing his young lady get in the car, the driver started the car and drove towards Zhengcheng Commercial Center. In the back seat of the car, Shen Xingyue took out a photo from her bag. The photo was of her and Jiang Feng 6 years ago. The background was the beach. Both of them were smiling wildly, as if nothing in the world could bring them down. The Jiang Feng she knew had changed. The sunshine and confidence are gone, replaced by maturity and stability, which is evidence of being tempered by time and society. I just don't know if that love has been erased. Chapter 3: Buying a car. Taking advantage of having nothing to do in the morning, Jiang Feng cleaned up his apartment and added some decorations. After all, he might live here for some time to come. About 2 hours later, Jiang Feng looked at the brand new apartment, nodded with satisfaction, and then he murmured, thinking of something. Why don't you buy a car? You can't always take taxis. Just do it. He turned and walked out of the apartment, took out his mobile phone navigation, and found that there was a BMW 4S store nearby, and it would only take about 10 minutes to get there by taxi. At the same time, inside one of the buildings in Zhengcheng Commercial Center. This is the headquarters of Finghua Group, which ranks among the top 10 in the province in terms of financial resources. Both its benefits and salaries are top-notch in the industry. The employees who can enter here are all outstanding. Of course, there are occasional exceptions. In one of the simply decorated offices, after finishing her work, Shen Xingyue leaned back in her chair and took a rest. Then she took out her cell phone and called the driver. Where is he now? The driver replied truthfully. Miss, Mr. Jiang just went out. According to the surveillance video, his navigation seems to be going to the 4S store to look at cars. The entire residential complex was developed by Finghua Group, so adjusting surveillance cameras was a piece of cake for Shen Xingyue. When she heard that Jiang Feng was going to look at the car, her eyes flickered and she immediately said, Follow him, I'll be there soon. Yes. After hanging up the phone, she stood up, picked up the bag and coat hanging beside her, and walked out of the office. On the other side, Jiang Feng had already taken a taxi to the BMW 4S dealership. The showroom is filled with rows of brand new BMWs, all of which are the latest models from various series. The price tags are also very clear, ranging from 200,000 to over 1 million. People looking at cars were scattered around the showroom, and the salesmen nearby were enthusiastically introducing the performance and configuration of the cars. When sensing someone approaching, the glass door automatically opens to both sides. Several salesmen who were chatting nearby took a look at Jiang Feng's attire and immediately understood what was going on. They continued chatting among themselves and no one paid any attention to them. Every day there are people who want to join in the fun and come to see the cars, but in reality they have no money in their pockets. Over time they just don't bother to care. Jiang Feng didn't care and walked straight to a BMW 4 Series to look at it. A couple was also looking at the car. After seeing Jiang Feng's outfit, the man couldn't help but smile and said to his girlfriend, Look, this guy is wearing all kinds of brands and dares to look at cars. The girlfriend rolled her eyes. Why do you care about other people's things? If you can't afford it, why don't you let them take a look? Jiang Feng, who was observing the layout of the car, paused. He glanced at the two men's attire and said in a calm tone, It's better to wear all non-brand products than all knockoffs. If I'm not mistaken, this short-sleeved shirt of yours is a handmade short-sleeved shirt from BC, and the official price is 4,300 yuan. The rest of the fake shirt you're wearing is indeed okay, except for the collar. The collar of the original is made of the same pure cotton fabric as the body, but yours is made of high elastic and high density threads, and it's made of low quality fabric. I guess someone paid a few $100s to make a high quality imitation. Am I right? The man's girlfriend was stunned when she heard this. She didn't understand these things, but when she saw her boyfriend's ugly and gloomy face, she immediately understood that what he said was probably true. That designer bag this guy gave her. Seeing that his girlfriend was about to doubt him, the man thought quickly and yelled at the salesperson not far away. That guy. Salesman Chen. This guy is affecting my car viewing. He can't afford to buy a car but still wants to enjoy the sight of it. Get rid of him immediately. This attracted a lot of people's attention. Salesman Chen, who was still chatting, saw that something was wrong and quickly stood up and ran over. This was a customer he had just won over, and he was about to get the car, so he couldn't allow any more trouble to happen. He came in front of Jiang Feng, looked him over and immediately revealed an unfriendly expression. Sir, if you are here to look at the car, you are always welcome in our store. But if you are here to cause trouble, please leave now and don't affect our customers. Zhang Feng was speechless at this cliched development. The service attitude of this 4S store in China is far worse than that in foreign countries. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing just after returning. I originally had a good impression of your brand, but I didn't expect your store's service attitude to be so poor. They kicked me out without even asking the reason. It seems that only car buyers are your gods. When you come to see cars, I guess you want to see one as soon as you can. After all, just looking at them without buying is a waste of your time. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the exhibition hall. When those who were looking at the car heard this, their good mood disappeared, their brows slightly frowned, and they got involved. At this moment, regardless of whether Zhang Feng was right or wrong, these people all felt a little dissatisfied with this store. Especially the salesperson who was accompanying the client. He cursed the salesperson Chen in his heart. You dare to say anything? Don't you see there are so many people here? You don't want customers, but we still do. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Zhang Feng smiled contemptuously at the three people, then walked out of the store, ready to go to another store to have a look. But I found that there was a figure at the door of the 4S shop. The two looked into each other's eyes from a distance of more than 10 meters. Shen Xingyue just looked at him, obviously witnessing the whole process of Zhang Feng being bullied. She knew that this guy was not so easy to bully, so she just watched the show from the side. The manager who heard the noise came down from the second floor. But when he saw the person standing at the door, he immediately quickened his pace, walked quickly to Shen Xingyue's side, and said with a smile, Miss Shen, are you here to look at the car today? Obviously, this manager knew Shen Xingyue's identity. After all, there were only a handful of prominent people in Jiangchang. There was no expression on Shen Xingyue's face, but it was precisely because of this that the manager felt extremely oppressed. She only said calmly, I originally came here to look at cars, but now it seems that your store's service attitude needs to be improved. I am only allowed to buy a car but not to view it. It seems that I am not very welcome here. The manager's face changed slightly, realizing something, and said, Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. After that, he walked to the rest area and asked about the situation. After learning what had just happened, he glanced at the eyes cast at him from all around him, and immediately walked up to salesman Chen with a stern face. The next second, he slapped him without saying a word. Bang! The crisp sound of applause echoed throughout the exhibition hall. The manager cursed with disgust. What do I usually teach you? Put customers first in everything. Without them, there would be no you. Customers are God. You actually want to drive away our respected customers? I now officially declare that you are fired. In addition, since your behavior just now has a serious impact on the reputation of our store, I will report it to the head office and take legal measures against you. When Chen the salesman heard this, he panicked. He didn't expect that just one sentence would cost him his job. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid no 4S store in the whole Jiangcheng will hire him. Manager who, I. What do you mean by I? Right now. Pack your things and get out. Chapter 4 She has a fiancé. In the end, salesman Chen and the couple who were looking at the car were both kicked out by manager Chen. The dissatisfaction in the eyes of the customers in the exhibition hall finally disappeared, which was regarded as an acknowledgement of manager Chen's decisive behavior, and they continued to look at cars under the guidance of the salesperson. Seeing this, manager Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked back to Shen Xingyue carefully and said, Miss Shen, are you satisfied with the result? It's okay. Shen Xingyue remained calm and continued, which is the best car in your store? Take me to see it. Okay, this way please. Manager Chen went straight to the luxurious and high-end BMW M7 in the center of the exhibition hall. When Shen Xingyue passed by Zhang Feng, she opened her red lips slightly and said something that left no room for doubt. Come over. Zhang Feng shrugged and followed her. Manager Chen looked at him in surprise, and then introduced. Miss Shen, this BMW M7 just arrived last week. It is top-notch in terms of accessories and driving experience. It is most suitable for daily transportation. As for the price, how long will it take to complete the formalities? Shen Xingyue interrupted directly. Manager Chen, 10 minutes at the fastest. Hearing this, Shen Xingyue took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to the manager, then pointed at Zhang Feng who was standing next to her. I want the best configuration, swiped the card, and put it under his name. Zhang Feng was stunned. What did this woman want to do by offering him a luxury car worth millions? Manager Chen said respectfully to Jiang Feng. Sir, could you please provide me your ID card? Jiang Feng was about to say something, but Shen Xingyue, who had guessed his thoughts, said casually. It's okay if you don't want it. I have several sports cars worth tens of millions in my garage. You can choose this or the sports car. Obviously, there is no room for negotiation at all. Jiang Feng had no choice but to hand his ID card to the manager. At worst, he would just transfer the money to her later. The manager took the ID card and left quickly to handle the formalities. Jiang Feng then asked. We have nothing to do with each other anymore, what do you mean? What else could it mean? Shen Xingyue's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. I've played with you for 3 years, this is your breakup fee. The manager was very efficient. He quickly got the temporary license plate and insurance done without any problems, and handed the car keys and ID card to Jiang Feng. The couple outside the 4S store had not left yet and were swearing on the phone. At this moment, an M7 drove past them. When they saw the person sitting in the driver's seat, they were stunned, staring in amazement as the car drove further and further away. Inside the car, Jiang Feng glanced at her sitting in the passenger seat. Where are you going? Let's find a place. I, your ex-girlfriend, will treat you to a breakup meal. Can I refuse? If you're not afraid of being tied up, you can refuse and try. On the other side is the Finghua Group. In the general manager's office, a woman with elegant temperament checked the time and instructed the secretary. Go ask Xiaoye to get ready. She will come with me to meet an important partner later. The secretary hesitated and reported truthfully. Boss Shen has left early these past 2 days. Today, he even left the company before noon. Hearing this, Su Wan looked surprised. This girl is usually the first to come and the last to leave. She works very hard. Has she suddenly come to her senses now? No, that's not right. Based on her understanding of her daughter over the years, there must be a reason for this and there must be some hidden story. Go check where she's been recently and who she's been meeting. Oh, don't let her know. Yes. The secretary walked out of the office. The woman began to organize the documents on the desk. When she was almost done, the secretary came back after completing the investigation. With the driver reporting the situation and Shen Xingyue not deliberately hiding her whereabouts, these things were easy to investigate. Upon learning that her daughter was doing this for her ex-boyfriend, Su Wan looked at her with interest. She knew about the boy named Jiang Feng, and she acquiesced to their relationship in college. After all, it was her daughter's own choice. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would return to my country. That's interesting. Put aside what you are doing and find out what this young man has been doing abroad for several years. Then find a way to let. Around 1 p.m. After having lunch at a Western restaurant, Shen Xingyue dragged Jiang Feng straight to the nearest movie theater and, like before, chose a newly released horror movie. The theater was dimly lit, with only Shen Xingyue and Jiang Feng sitting in the center. Although they were clearly in the center, they seemed out of tune with the surroundings. Jiang Feng couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere, so he wanted to get up and made up an excuse to change the environment. I'm going to the bathroom. Sit down. I don't eat people. What are you afraid of? Shen Xingyue looked ahead and asked softly. During the 6 years you've been abroad, you must have had a lot of girlfriends, right? Who can be interested in me? You. Jiang Feng's eyes were complicated. With your conditions, you must have countless suitors. Are you married already? Shen Xingyue's eyes flickered. My family has arranged a date for me. If you had come back 2 years later, maybe it would have turned out to be what you thought. Although he had anticipated this answer, when he really said it, Jiang Feng couldn't help but be shocked physically and mentally. He didn't dare to say come with me to Shen Xingyue because he was afraid of the guilt that had accumulated over the years. I dare not even say I returned to my country because of you. Although the two were sitting side by side, it seemed as if there was a layer of unclear fog that separated them and made it impossible for them to see each other clearly. Just when the two didn't know how to start, the door of the theater was suddenly pushed open. A young man in a white shirt walked in, wearing an expensive watch and clothes. Xingyue, I finally found you. Our two families are going to have dinner together today to discuss the engagement. Auntie asked me to pick you up. Shen Xingyue frowned subconsciously as her time alone with Jiang Feng was interrupted. She turned her head and whispered to Jiang Feng. I have to leave now for something. I'll come back to see you later. Be careful on the road. Shin Xingyue stood up and walked towards the door of the theater. When she reached the young man, her voice became much colder. Li Jinan, I don't remember allowing you to call me that. My relationship with you is not that good yet. After saying that, she walked away. Li Jinan's face completely fell. He didn't dare to lose his temper with Shin Xingyue. He could only say viciously to Jiang Feng, who was walking towards him. Boy, I know you are Qing Yue's ex-boyfriend, but she is my fiancée now, so stay away from her if you are smart. A loser should have the consciousness of a loser. If I find out that you contact Qing Yue again, I promise you will die an ugly death. Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't indulge him, he sneered and said. Are you so angry because you're afraid that your fiancée will be snatched away by someone else? What does this mean? That means she doesn't like you at all, so you're worried that she'll be snatched away. Instead of threatening me, why don't you think about how to make a girl happy? You. Li Jinan had no way to refute this, so he glared at Jiang Feng and hurriedly left the cinema. After he left, Jiang Feng suddenly collapsed to the ground. He covered his chest in pain. The pain from his heart almost tore him apart alive. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes and dripping onto the floor. Come to think of it, these 6 years are the most important 6 years in her life. No one would be stupid enough to spend the 6 most youthful years waiting for an impossible result. Chapter 5. Are you Jiang Feng's brother's ex-girlfriend? After leaving the cinema, Jiang Feng found a barbecue stall to drink alone, one bottle after another. He himself didn't even know how much he drank, he only remembered that there were so many empty bottles that he couldn't count them. When he woke up, he was already lying on the bed in the apartment. The phone next to my pillow kept vibrating. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Feng picked up the phone and answered it, then patted his confused head and said, "Hello, who is this?" A strange female voice came from the other end. "Brother Jiang Feng, come and pick me up quickly." Jiang Feng recognized the voice and said helplessly, "Shui, have you forgotten that I have returned to China?" "Yeah, that's why I asked you to pick me up." Hearing this, Jiang Feng's mind suddenly became much clearer, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. More than half an hour later, we arrived at Zhengcheng Airport. The buzzing sound of airplanes kept ringing in my ears, mixed with the shouts of taxi drivers and the calls on the radio, creating an extremely chaotic atmosphere. A latest model BMW M7 was parked quietly on the side of the road. Not long after, a girl in a white dress walked out of the airport, pulling a large pink suitcase. Her fair skin and outstanding looks amazed the people around her. After looking around, the girl quickly locked her sights on the BMW not far away, or to be more precise, the person standing next to the BMW. He was a tall young man with a somewhat melancholy look in his eyes. The girl quickly ran over with her suitcase and was about to give the young man a big hug. "Brother Jiang Feng." Before she could succeed, a hand was firmly pressed against her fair forehead. Looking at her, Jiang Feng said helplessly, "Why did you come to China? Does master know about this?" The girl raised her head with some pride. "I begged my dad for a long time before he let me travel to China. Anyway, my food, drink, accommodation and transportation for the next half-month are all dependent on you. If you try to be sneaky, I will tell daddy about it." Jiang Feng curled his lips. He couldn't refuse no matter what the reason was. He could only take the suitcase from her and put it in the trunk. The girl's name is He Shui. She is the daughter of his restaurant owner in the United States. The restaurant owner is his master, who is also from China. Therefore, although He Shui has never been to China, she speaks fluent Chinese. If his master had not taken him in and taught him how to be a good chef, he would probably have starved to death on the streets of the United States. "Come on, I'll take you to dinner first." "Well, I want to eat Chinese snacks." "Okay." He Shui got into the car with Jiang Feng like a little fangirl. After fastening her seatbelt, she asked curiously, "By the way, brother Jiang Feng, what exactly are you doing back in China? Dad was almost helping you get a US green card, but you had to come back at this time. Children should not ask about adult matters. You are the child." "I am already 22 years old this year." "No. Although I am still very young, I will grow up in the future." Hearing this, Jiang Feng, who was driving, was very upset. In the future, don't listen to Ah He and his friends telling dirty jokes. They will corrupt people. Oh. The thing that is most abundant near the airport is a variety of snacks. Almost everything you can think of is available here. Of course, the prices are generally high, which is a ripoff for foreigners. Zhang Feng took Yishui to a snack street near the university and let her have a big meal. He didn't take her back to the apartment until she couldn't eat anymore. If you want to live there, you can only see if there are any houses for rent in this community. If this innocent girl were allowed to live alone outside and something happened to her, the master would definitely fly back to China with a kitchen knife and chop her to pieces. At 5 p.m. in the evening, 2 black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Xingfu community. The car door opened, and a pair of long white legs stepped down onto the ground. Shen Qingyue turned around and ordered. "You guys go back first and come pick me up later." "Yes, miss." After instructing the driver, Shen Qingyue walked towards the apartment building in the community. When the patrolling security guard saw her, he bowed and said, "Good evening, miss." Shen Qingyue responded softly and continued walking inside. Soon she arrived at the floor where Zhang Feng lived with ease. The sound of a girl humming a song could be heard from the half-open door. Shen Qingyue immediately became alert when she heard the noise. "It hasn't been long since we last met, and that stinky man dares to bring a woman home?" When she pushed open the door, she saw a girl lying barefoot on Zhang Feng's bed, playing games on TV with a controller. "Who are you? Where is Zhang Feng? Look for brother Zhang Feng. He's out buying groceries. I guess we'll have to wait a while." Before Yishui could finish her words, she caught a glimpse of the face at the door out of the corner of her eye. She was immediately startled and sat up from the bed. She threw away the handle and ran off the bed barefoot. You. Yishui took out a photo from her cell phone album, compared it to make sure she was right, and immediately pointed at Shen Qingyue with a look of surprise on her face. "You are brother Jiang Feng's ex-girlfriend. So what? Who are you to him?" Shen Qingyue frowned. Yishui rolled her eyes, crossed her arms and hummed softly. "I say you have no sense of judgment at all. You deserve to be dumped by brother Zhang Feng. This is a single man and a single woman with only one bed. Of course I am his current girlfriend. We are already engaged and will get married at the end of the year. I will ask brother Zhang Feng to send you a wedding invitation later." When Yishui finished saying this, Shen Qingyue's face had turned completely cold, and her eyes were so sharp that it seemed as if she wanted to kill someone. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard behind him. The two women looked at the same time. "Hey, brother Zhang Feng, you're back." At this time, Zhang Feng stood at the elevator entrance with an expressionless face, and the food in his hand fell to the ground. When he noticed Shen Qingyue's long-lost and familiar look, he swallowed subconsciously. Next second, Zhang Feng fled back to the elevator without hesitation, pressed a floor at random, and pressed the door closing button frantically. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up, death door!" Just as the elevator door was about to close, a white arm suddenly stretched out. The door that was about to close opened again. Zhang Feng retreated to the corner in fear, looking at Shen Qingyue who was getting closer and closer, his voice trembling as he spoke. What are you going to do? We have no relationship now. If you do something, it will be considered intentional injury and you will be arrested and sent to jail." Yishui, who had put on her shoes and rushed over, waved her fist when she heard this. "Brother Zhang Feng, don't be afraid of her. I won't let her bully you as long as I'm here. Let this old aunt know who you like more today." Zhang Feng covered his face with his hands, feeling hopeless. "Auntie, please stop talking. You want this woman to skin me alive. Stop talking nonsense. You stinky dog, take my punch." Chapter 6, Visiting the University Town, specializing in tricking outsiders. The fight lasted for a full hour. At the beginning, Yishui could still help to hold back some of the fight, but later on, it was completely Shen Qingyue who crushed Zhang Feng unilaterally. It was approaching 7 o'clock and the sky was already dark. Inside the apartment, Yishui picked up a band-aid with a distressed look and put it on the wound on Zhang Feng's forehead, causing the latter to grimace in pain. This was not caused by Shen Qingyue hitting him, but by Zhang Feng accidentally falling while running. If it weren't for this fall, he would probably still be being chased and beaten. Shen Qingyue, who was sitting beside the bed, curled her lips. "So she is your master's daughter, and you are just helping to take care of her. She is not your girlfriend, so why didn't you say it just now?" "I told you." "I didn't hear you." "Who told you to speak softly?" "You deserve it." Okay, if you didn't hear it, that's the same as if you didn't say it." This style is very feminine. After resting for a while, Jiang Feng walked into the kitchen with the dishes. Even though he fell, he still had to prepare dinner. After all, he was the only one present who could cook. As for these two women, although Yishua's family runs a restaurant, she doesn't like being a chef, so she knows nothing about cooking. As for Shen Qingyue, Jiang Feng ate the food she cooked once in college, and then he was hospitalized for the first time in his life. Just when the two women were getting a little sleepy, the aroma of food finally wafted from the kitchen. Considering the two guys' appetite, Jiang Feng only cooked 2 dishes and a soup. Yishua couldn't wait to sit down at the table, picked up the chopsticks and started eating, her eyes filled with a satisfied smile, obviously a foodie. Shen Qingyue was much calmer and ate very elegantly. After washing his hands, Jiang Feng sat between the two women. By the way, brother Jiang Feng, where are you taking me tomorrow? How about we go climb Mount Huangshan? I heard it's very famous in China. No. With your small body, I don't want to carry you to the top of the mountain. The meal didn't take long. While Yishuo was washing the dishes, Jiang Feng sent Shen Qingyue downstairs of the apartment building. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. The cold evening breeze blew her hair and the familiar and fascinating fragrance in front of her forehead. Jiang Feng looked dazed. When he was with Shen Qingyue, he didn't feel any gap between ex-girlfriend and ex-boyfriend at all. Only when they were about to separate did he feel this cruel reality. His gaze lingered on Shen Qingyue's face for a moment, then he looked away and asked. That guy in the afternoon is not worthy of you. I suggest you reconsider it. After all, this is a matter concerning your whole life. He doesn't deserve it, but you, who suddenly dumped your girlfriend and went abroad, do you deserve it? These words left Jiang Feng speechless and unable to refute. After all, this is the fact, no matter how he explains it, it is pale and powerless. It is still 100 meters away from the entrance of the community. Seeing the door getting closer, Jiang Feng took a deep breath and spoke again calmly. So when are you going to get married? I want to see if I can make it in time to attend. Shen Qingyue clenched her hands a little, then loosened them. Although I don't know when I will get married, you will definitely not be in the audience seats on my wedding day. It's late, you should go back and rest. After saying that, she quickened her pace and walked towards the car parked on the roadside outside the community. Jiang Feng just kept looking at her back as she walked further and further away. He wanted to dissuade her, wanted to make amends, but he couldn't think of what position to start from. He sighed and headed back to his apartment. After he turned around, Shen Qingyue, who had already walked to the gate of the community, suddenly turned around and looked at him, and said in a low voice. Stupid dog, it was so obvious that you didn't hear it. If you can't be a witness to the wedding, there is another option besides not coming, right? On the upper floor of the apartment building, a pair of eyes were watching the two of them from beginning to end. Seeing Jiang Feng walk into the apartment, Yishuo withdrew her gaze and casually drew the curtains, not knowing what she was thinking. A peaceful night passed like this. Early the next morning, Jiang Feng, who originally wanted to take a rest, was forcibly dragged out by Yishuo. Brother Jiang Feng, let's go shopping. I can't do it, but if you pull harder, my clothes will be torn to pieces. It's fine if you want to tear it up. People have bought you so many brand name clothes, why don't you like to wear them? You'll know why when you go shopping on the street later. After washing up, the two left the community. If you want to find a place that is both fun and lively, it must be the university town. Many tourists will even make a special trip there to check in. It was a time of severe traffic jam in the morning, with the road packed with cars of all sizes, forming a torrent of steel that moved slowly. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was very familiar with the nearby routes, and by taking the small road, he arrived at the university town area in less than half an hour. When the two arrived, there were already many people on the street, mostly couples. Baked sweet potatoes, come and eat freshly baked sweet potatoes. If they don't taste good, you don't have to pay. You are applying to Tsinghua University, he is applying to Peking University, and I am applying to sausages. Sausages are only 2 yuan a piece, 5 yuan for 2 pieces. It's a clearance sale, thanks to Jack Ma, everyone is selling out, except the boss lady. The most delicious sugar cane is sweet at first and then stale, just like a man. Yishuo was stunned by the various shouts. She had been abroad for so long, but she had never seen anything so attractive to customers. China is such a magical country. Jiang Feng, who was used to seeing this, was much calmer. After all, during these 2 days off, many college students come out to set up stalls and start their own businesses, so they naturally have unique ideas when it comes to attracting customers. He Shui walked to a stall curiously. The stall was filled with all kinds of bracelets, some made of sandalwood and some made of golden nanmu. Although they were not real, they were definitely fake enough. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He looked He Shui up and down and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Little girl, are you looking at the bracelets? These are all handmade and can bring good luck and fortune. The elderly at home can also buy one. Wearing them is good for the body. The prices are the same, but since you're so pretty, I'll give you a cheaper price. The original price is 999, but I'll give you a discount of 499 yuan. You can buy a bunch for only 500 yuan. Really? Thank you, uncle, you are a good man." He Shui was immediately surprised like a little child and started to choose from a pile of bracelets. It's not that there are no bracelets abroad, but the prices are generally several times more expensive than in China. Therefore, for He Shui, the price of a few $100s is really a great bargain. She quickly selected 5 sandalwood bracelets. Just as she was about to pay, Zhang Feng stopped her and said speechlessly, "I told you that you are stupid and rich, but you still don't believe me." He turned his head to look at the boss, raised his eyebrows and said, "Boss, you can save your tricks to cheat foreigners. We want these 5 skewers. I'll give you $10 a skewers at most. Do you want to sell them?" "Hey, this, young man, are you here to cause trouble? These are all handmade. It took me a lot of effort. 15 yuan a string, that's my bottom line. Sold. Welcome to come again next time." Chapter 7 Being Followed and Attacked. Although the university town is quite large, there are only a few streets with heavy traffic, so there is almost nothing left to visit after you finish your visit, but it is enough to kill some time. It was almost noon when Zhang Feng and He Shui finished their shopping. A roadside hot pot restaurant is doing brisk business. You can smell the spicy aroma from a long distance away. Customers are constantly coming in and out, and there are waiters at the door soliciting customers. Zhang Feng didn't have much impression of this hot pot restaurant. He thought it should have been opened in the past 2 years. A sharp-eyed ant noticed his gaze and shouted with a smile, "Handsome guy, beautiful girl, it's almost noon, come in and have a hot pot. There are still seats available now, but they may not be available later." He Shui, who was eating a string of candied haws, moved her ears, pulled the corner of Zhang Feng's clothes, and said with a silly smile, "Brother Zhang Feng, she just called me a beautiful girl. Then, this beautiful lady who never stops talking, do you want to eat hot pot?" "Eat. You must eat." The waiter immediately welcomed the two into the store with a smile, arranged a seat by the window at the door, poured each of them a cup of hot tea, and said with a smile, "There is a QR code on the table, you two can order whatever you want. Call me if you need anything." After saying that, she went back to her work. Zhang Feng took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the corner of the table. He didn't order too many dishes. After all, he had eaten a lot of snacks in the morning, and it would be a waste to order too much. This hot pot restaurant is quite efficient. The hot pot base and ingredients were served within a few minutes. He Shui was still thinking about the breakup, and she was still muttering, "This one is mine, this one is Dad's, this one is for Antwin, this one is a bit ugly and is for Ahei." As she said this, she handed Zhang Feng one of the same sandalwood bracelets as hers. "Brother Zhang Feng, this is for you." Zhang Feng was about to take it, but He Shui said, "This is a token of love I gave you. If you accept it, you will be mine from now on." These words frightened Zhang Feng so much that his hand trembled and his outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Seeing this, He Shui smiled and said, "Oh, I was just kidding, take it." Even so, there was a flash of loss in her eyes. After eating hot pot, the two went straight to the cinema and watched 3 love movies in a row. When they walked out of the cinema, it was already dark outside. The night in Jiangcheng is very noisy, and there seem to be more people walking on the streets than during the day. Street lights lit up one by one, illuminating the city in the darkness. Because the car was parked at the entrance, the two had to walk some distance. The number of people around them began to decrease, and the intervals between street lights began to increase. Zhang Feng noticed the movement of people behind him and put his hand on He Shui's shoulder. "Someone is following us, and it must be with bad intentions." "Ah? Don't talk. I'll give you a signal. Just run straight ahead. You'll reach a crowded area in about 10 minutes. Give me a call when you get there. If I don't answer, call the police. This is Hishui's first time in China, and the other party's target can only be her. There is a gymnasium less than 1 kilometer ahead with many cameras. At the speed he is taking Hishui, they will definitely be caught up, so he can only attract attention and buy time. Hishui was a little panicked. Before she could prepare herself mentally, she heard Jiang Feng suddenly push her shoulder and shout, "Run!" Oh! Hishui obediently ran forward, while Jiang Feng ran towards the parking lot on the left. As expected, the people following behind cursed inwardly when they saw this. Chase! We can't let that kid get away. They no longer hid and quickened their speed to chase in the direction Jiang Feng fled, and soon their figures disappeared into the darkness. At this time, Jiang Feng had already left them 200 meters away. He glanced at the people chasing him not far behind and felt relieved, but at this moment, several figures suddenly emerged from the alley in front of him and blocked his way. Jiang Feng was forced to stop. The people behind quickly caught up, and the leader was exhausted and panting. Ma, you're quite a fast runner. Why aren't you running now?" Jiang Feng glanced at them and was secretly alert. There were 13 people in total. Judging from their clothes and the tattoos on their arms, they were most likely thugs from the neighborhood. They were all strangers and had weapons in their hands. His voice echoed in the silent alley, without any panic. "I don't think I've ever provoked you, have I?" The leader laughed sinisterly. "You didn't provoke us, but someone paid us to make you unable to stand up for the rest of your life. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. There were cameras on the way here, weren't you afraid? Oh, I advise you to put aside your thoughts. The cameras on this road have been turned off a long time ago." After that, he stopped talking nonsense and gave his younger brothers a wink. These people approached Jiang Feng with unfriendly eyes, surrounded him and did not give him any chance to escape. When the distance was less than 2 meters, Jiang Feng took the lead and became ruthless. He took 2 quick steps and jumped up, then gave a solid kick in the stomach to a younger brother holding a dagger, sending him flying. There was a gap in the encirclement, but it was filled the next second. "You're looking for death, you little brat." Several wooden sticks attacked Jiang Feng from behind. Although he responded in time, he couldn't dodge them all in such a limited space, and his head was hit hard by the sticks. Bang! The successful younger brother smiled smugly. But at this time Jiang Feng turned around and looked at him with a murderous look in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed his collar, pressed him to the ground and started punching him. During this time, he was hit on the back several times, but he still didn't care and continued to deal with the thugs under him. It was not until someone stabbed him with a dagger that he was forced to roll over and dodge. As for the gangster, he was already lying on the ground with blood all over his face. This brutal method frightened everyone. Although their words sounded harsh, most of them had never seen blood. Is this guy still human? He was beaten so hard by me and he acted like nothing happened. If it were me, I would have collapsed long ago. That bastard also said he was a gigolo. Who said a gigolo is so resistant to attack? Fuck you guys, come on. How about you go first? The lesson from the previous incident was lying on the ground, and for a moment no one dared to step forward. Finally, the leader of the gang couldn't stand it anymore and cursed. "Hurry up and come at me. Do you still want the 5 million? If you still want to live like before by stealing and cheating, you can get out now." These words touched the hearts of these thugs. The thought of retreating that had just arisen in their minds immediately disappeared, and they became determined again. Now that they have started, there is no way back. At the same time, the cell phone in Jiang Feng's pocket rang. He ignored them and looked at the people who were rushing over again. He used his foot to hook up the fallen wooden stick and took it in his hand. Chapter 8. Jiang Feng was injured and hospitalized, and the murderer was found. I don't know how long it had been, the wailing and groaning of pain almost spread throughout the entire street. Only a few people were still standing in the field, and the rest were lying on the ground covered with wounds. After Jiang Feng killed a man with one punch, he heard a sharp wind behind him. After a fight, he was unable to react at all. A sharp pain made him clear his mind a little. The source of the pain was the dagger stuck in his back, and blood was flowing down the wound. When the gang leader saw that Jiang Feng had not fallen down yet, he was so scared that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground, crawling backwards with his hands. "You, don't come over here." In response, a stick flew towards him and hit him on the forehead accurately, knocking him unconscious. Jiang Feng looked at the dagger stuck in his back. Maybe it was because of the surge of adrenaline, he didn't feel much pain, he just grimaced. Hiss, this is too much. A shrill siren sounded from a distance, a cluster of bright car lights appeared at the end of the road, and the siren sounded closer and closer. The night sky is shrouded in gray fog, and the bright moon is cunning. Outside a private hospital in Zhangchang, a Ferrari sports car was speeding towards the scene. The security guard did not dare to stop it and quickly raised the pole. The sports car was parked openly downstairs of the hospital. After getting off the car, Shen Xingyue hurriedly walked into the hospital without even taking out the car keys, and arrived at the inpatient department as quickly as possible. When she pushed open the door of the ward, the scene inside made her stand there in a daze. Zhang Feng was seen lying on the hospital bed with his upper body naked. The wound on his waist had been bandaged and he was enjoying being fed by He Shui. A piece of peeled apple was handed to him and he ate it happily. When he saw Shen Xingyue standing at the door, he stopped chewing, swallowed and said, "Good evening." Shen Xingyue walked in and looked at the wounds on his back. Not only the knife wound, but also other old wounds. There were more than a dozen on his back alone. These were not available before. What on earth had he been through in these 6 years? She was not a sentimental person, but at this moment, she couldn't help choking up in tears. She looked at He Shui who was sitting beside the bed. "Come out with me for a moment." "Oh." For some reason, seeing her like this, He Shui, who always argued with her about everything, subconsciously didn't dare to refuse. After putting the apple on the table, she followed her out obediently. The door of the ward closed and the footsteps in the corridor faded away. Shen Xingyue didn't stop until she reached the window at the end of the hospital corridor. The next second, she suddenly reached out and grabbed He Shui's wrist with a scary look in her eyes. "Tell me, why did he go abroad 6 years ago? What are those injuries?" She was not in a hurry to find out the truth. She just wanted to force Zhang Feng to admit that he still loved her. In that case, no matter how many things he had done to hurt her, she would choose to forgive him. Even if it means going to the ends of the earth, she will follow you without hesitation. But when she saw Zhang Feng covered in wounds, she could no longer sit still. She wanted to know what happened during these 6 years when she was away. And why did her phone become like this? Compared to her, He Shui looked surprised. "You didn't know? Know what?" Shen Xingyue frowned and asked. This didn't seem fake, and He Shui's hostility towards Shen Xingyue was reduced a little. If she didn't know about it, it would be understandable. But she didn't intend to tell everything to this tough rival. He just snorted and said, "It seems that you are not a competent ex-girlfriend at all. You have no idea of the pressure that brother Zhang Feng is under, let alone how much he has given up for you. With brother Zhang Feng's ability, even if he did nothing, he could still live a life of ease and comfort in the United States, but he gave up that kind of life. Although he didn't say it, I know he must have returned to China because of you. Since you want to know so much, go investigate it yourself." After saying that, He Shui shook off her hand, turned around and walked back to the ward. Shen Xingyue looked at her back with a deep gaze. At this moment, a bodyguard appeared at the stairs, trotted straight towards her, and whispered, "Miss, everything has been investigated clearly. Those thugs often hang around here. Yesterday, someone found the leader and offered him 5 million to break Mr. John's legs. He also arranged for a plane to take them abroad to hide." Shen Xingyue didn't care about these and said coldly, "Did you find out who ordered them to do it?" "Not yet." The bodyguard hesitated. "That person didn't come in person. There are several middlemen. One of them has already fled the country. It's a bit troublesome to continue the investigation. The murderer behind the scenes did everything perfectly and kept his tail clean. It may be a little difficult to find evidence, but it is not difficult to find the murderer. Zhang Feng had just returned to China, so he had offended very few people. Among them, there are even fewer people who can easily come up with 5 million. Shen Xingyue quickly found her target and walked quickly downstairs to the hospital. "Call everyone and follow me." "Yes." Soon, the sound of a sports car was heard downstairs in the hospital, like a roaring beast in the dark night, and soon there was no sound. In the ward where the lights were still on, Zhang Feng, who was lying on the hospital bed, looked at He Shui who had returned, raised his head and asked nervously, "Shui, you didn't tell her about my family affairs, did you?" "No, I won't tell such important information to my love rival." He Shui snorted, and then asked in confusion, "But since you like her so much, brother Zhang Feng, why do you keep it a secret from auntie?" Maybe she will get back together with you. Do you have a masochistic tendency?
Jiang Feng's face darkened, he sighed helplessly and explained.
Haven't you figured out how to explain this to her yet? Besides, she already has a fiancé, so it's not appropriate for me to say this. It might just make her hate me even more. I've made up my mind. After attending her wedding, we'll go back to the United States.
Okay. He Xuan nodded happily. The moon outside the window was very round, with a faint fluorescent light shining on the windowsill. The evening breeze blows the curtains, and the rustling of leaves is accompanied by my ears.
Not long after, the lights in the ward went out.
This night is beautiful for some people, but for some people, this night of unbearable pain has just begun.
Chapter 9: Ex-girlfriend comes to avenge her ex-boyfriend. A high-end villa community in Zhangcheng.
In one of the high-end villas, the lights were still on, and occasionally the sound of a woman's laughter could be heard. In the luxurious living room, Li Jinan was holding a third-tier star in his arms and playing a game of cat and mouse.
Mr. Li, you are so slow. Hey, don't worry, I'm here right now. I'll catch you, this charming little fairy.
The two were having fun when they suddenly heard a sudden sound of brakes outside the door, which was particularly prominent in the silent night. Li Jinan took off the black ribbon tied around his eyes in confusion. The next second, the half-closed door of the villa was kicked open, and 4 or 5 sturdy men in black rushed in with a strong sense of oppression and stood on both sides of the door.
Who are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you barge in?
This scene scared Li Jinan a lot. If the fact that he was playing with women was exposed, he would be in big trouble. For this reason, he came to this villa specially.
Even his parents didn't know about this place.
But the person he least wanted to see just walked in openly from outside. When Shin Xingyue saw the woman curl up on the sofa in revealing clothes, her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of my sight, otherwise I promise you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, the little star picked up his coat from the ground in fear and left the villa as quickly as possible, not even bothering to put on his shoes.
After she left, Li Jinan showed an awkward smile. Xingyue, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could pick you up?
Shin Xingyue stared at him coldly. Zhang Feng was beaten outside tonight.
It was you who arranged it, right? Zhang Feng? Are you talking about your ex-boyfriend? I don't know.
Li Jinan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand which link went wrong that allowed Shin Xingyue to find this place.
Don't tell? It doesn't matter. Even if it really wasn't you who did it, I've been wanting to give you a beating a long time ago. Now that I'm here, I can't make this trip in vain.
Shin Xingyue sneered and waved her hand, and the 2 bodyguards following behind her walked towards Li Jinan.
You are breaking the law. If your uncle and aunt knew about this, they would not let you off easily. What do you want to do? Stay away from me.
The door of the villa closed quietly.
Li Jinan's frightened eyes could be seen through the gap.
He was about to shout for help when a ball of socks was stuffed into his mouth. The dull howl spread throughout the villa, which was extremely creepy. The noise became quieter as time went on. After about half an hour, Li Jinan was lying half dead on the ground, with bruises all over his body.
These bodyguards will not show mercy just because of his identity. The strength was controlled very well, not making Li Jinan faint, but also causing him excruciating pain.
Seeing this, Shin Xingyue raised her hand to signal that they could stop. She looked down at Li Jinan, who looked like a dead dog, and spoke coldly without any emotion.
This is just a slight punishment.
If I find out that you are doing something behind Jiang Feng's back again, you'd better be blessed with 9 lives like a cat.
Unexpectedly, Li Jinan laughed when he heard this.
He endured the severe pain all over his body and looked up at her, with a hint of pride in his weak voice, as if he was the winner.
I just like your arrogant look. Even if you like that boy, so what? Even if you despise him, so what?
Our engagement was decided by our elders.
No matter how unwilling you are, you will be mine in the end.
Faced with these, Shin Xingyue didn't care at all, and a look of contempt flashed in her eyes.
Don't lump me in with a loser like you.
If you weren't still of some use, this marriage would have ended long ago.
Want to marry me? You're not worthy.
Soon Shin Xingyue took her people away, leaving Li Jinan lying on the ground with a look of resentment on his face.
He couldn't even get up to get his phone to call 120.
After staying in the hospital for 2 days, Jiang Feng was told that he could be discharged.
He immediately couldn't wait to ask He Shui to go and complete the discharge procedures.
After all, the smell of disinfectant in the hospital was too strong, which was a torture for him. At 9 a.m., the two returned to the apartment. Before Jiang Feng had laid down for long, the doorbell of the apartment rang. Before he Shui could open the door was pushed open from the outside. Shen Xingyue put away the key and walked in carrying a lunchbox, as naturally as if she had returned to her own home.
He Shui frowned. Auntie, why are you here again?
Brother Jiang Feng is under my care, so you don't have to worry about him.
Just go do what you need to do.
The ex-boyfriend is injured, and it's normal for the ex-girlfriend to bring him chicken soup. Shen Xingyue chuckled and walked past her.
This silenced He Shui, who thought to herself. Is this kind of thing very common in China?
Seeing Jiang Feng's nervous expression, Shen Xingyue found a stool to sit down, rolled her eyes and said,
Don't worry, I asked the chef at home to cook it.
Oh,
then I'm relieved, as long as you didn't do it yourself. If you think the injury is not severe enough, I can satisfy you.
Jiang Feng silently closed his mouth and said no more.
He couldn't move now.
If this woman wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't have the chance to resist. Seeing this, Shen Xingyue snorted softly.
Damn it, he actually dislikes her.
The smell of chicken soup soon filled the apartment. Of course, it was not Shen Xingyue who fed Jiang Feng the soup, but he was eating it himself with the bowl in his hand. Seeing that he was drinking happily, Shen Xingyue took something out of her bag and said calmly.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. My family is pressuring me.
I'm going to get married to that guy in half a month. After much thought, I decided to allow you to attend.
Here is the invitation.
After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the apartment became subtle. Jiang Feng paused while drinking the soup, and looking at the note with the word printed on it placed on the bed, he nodded.
I will go. Congratulations, old auntie.
I wish you and that guy a happy marriage and a lifetime of happiness. He Shui blessed happily. Shen Xingyue simply ignored her, stood up and prepared to leave. When she reached the door, she stopped and said softly.
To be honest, I still like you more than him.
I have missed you all these years. After saying that, she walked out with a slight smile on her lips. Since this guy won't reveal his cards, let her express her feelings first, and there's no need to worry that this guy won't take the bait.
Dog, oh dog, don't let me down.
As soon as we arrived at the apartment building, the driver came up to us.
Miss, Madam just called and asked you to come over. It seems to be about the Li family. Chapter 10 Jiang Feng prepares to leave.
10 a.m., in the office of the general manager of Fenghua Group. Su's mother was dealing with a pile of documents, and her daughter ran out to hang out, so the unfinished documents naturally fell on her. Just as she was working hard, the office door was pushed open from the outside.
Shen Xingyue walked in boldly. Mom, you look for me. Tell me what's going on.
Hearing this, Mother Su put down the documents in her hand, looked up at her daughter, and snorted.
How dare you ask me what's going on? Li Jinan's mother was making a scene here just now.
You guys have already made an engagement, but you beat her up like that.
Do you think that's appropriate?
Your Uncle Li was at least a classmate and friend of your father. How can your father face your Uncle Li if you do this? There was a series of questions right at the beginning, which was within Shen Xingyue's expectations.
She snorted coldly without showing any weakness. You know who Li Jinan is, don't think I don't know what you think.
You're afraid that I'll be wronged after marriage, so you specifically go to the Li family. This way, even if we get married, I'll still be in a dominant position at home.
But is there any point in doing this? It's not what I like. I'd rather not get married in this life.
Suwan naturally knew the character of her nominal future son-in-law. But not everyone can meet someone they like and fall in love with him or over time. Once they get married, she will naturally have plenty of ways to correct her son-in-law's behavior. Compared to looking for those rich young men who are of equal status. This kind of control makes her feel more at ease.
Okay, even if you don't want to marry him. Su's mother spoke again unhappily. Then why are you hanging out with that Jiang Feng every day?
If you like him, then quickly establish a relationship with him and then go back to the company and work hard. Why do you come in late and leave early every day to see your lover, and leave all the work to me?
Does your mom not need me to rest?
I don't even have time to take care of my skin now. Shen Xingyue finally understood why her mother called her here. Chun has too much work to do, so she wants to come back to work so that she can go out and have fun.
Mom, you are already old.
No matter how much you take care of your skin, it will be useless.
The office is more suitable for you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You can take your time.
Watching her daughter leaving, Sue's mother was almost angry to death.
Is this little girl indirectly calling her old? This is simply outrageous.
After a moment, she calmed down again, sat back in her chair, and began to think. She couldn't go on like this. If she let the kid from the Lee family continue to be a tool, she would have a hard time explaining herself later. It seems we need to add fuel to the fire for these two people.
Hee hee, you like to play, you naughty girl, don't you?
I'll teach you a lesson so you know what it means to be experienced.
Someone come.
On the other side, the United States is located across the ocean.
Dingfeng Chinese Restaurant is one of the most famous Chinese restaurants in Washington.
The waiters have already started cleaning up the restaurant, and the kitchen is busy preparing ingredients in preparation for the upcoming evening rush hour.
Behind the counter, a blond Chinese man was making an international call.
Listening to his daughter happily sharing what happened during her trip to China, He Fengyan's eyes were full of doting.
The call was disconnected after a moment. After cleaning, the woman walked to the counter.
She was the Antwan mentioned by He Shui, and also Jiang Feng's biological mother. She smiled kindly and said,
"You are laughing so happily, is it Xiao Shue calling?"
He Fengyan nodded, stroked his beard and smiled.
Didn't Feng go back to China to visit his ex-girlfriend? His ex-girlfriend is getting married to another man in half a month.
By then, no one will compete with this girl for her boyfriend.
She will be very unhappy. Antwan asked inexplicably, "What do you think of their relationship?" "Ah, it's hard to say." He Fengyan sighed, "I know Feng's character.
He dotes on Shui very much. He can give her everything he has, except the most sincere love in his heart."
Do you think Feng will agree with her? Ideal love is always beautiful.
If the ideal love is love between young men and women, then the reality is more about being in the same boat.
There is no answer as to which of the two is better, it depends on the person.
He believed that with Jiang Feng's ability, even without love as a support, he would be able to manage this relationship and would not treat his daughter unfairly. But the one who knows the child best must be the child's mother. Antwan smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking at the blue sky outside the window. Occasionally, a bird flew across the sky.
Everything was so beautiful.
But few people know that 6 years ago, this place was still hell for her.
It's a hell with no end in sight, but one must force oneself to survive. That kid is actually very stubborn.
He just needs some time to prepare himself mentally.
Just wait and see. At least he won't make a choice he'll regret.
Time passed day by day, and Jiang Feng felt more uncomfortable almost every day. A week later he was able to walk, and there were only 7 days left until the wedding date on the invitation. That day, the girl he had fantasized about countless times would marry and wear the most beautiful wedding dress in the world, welcoming the most important moment of her life. The only regret is that the wedding dress is not for him. He Shui didn't know how to persuade her.
Just then the doorbell rang. Ding ling ling.
After she opened the door, she found that it was Xinqing Yue's driver standing outside, who handed her an invitation. "This is what the young lady specifically asked me to send to you too. Please both of you, especially Mr. Jiang, be sure to attend the young lady's engagement party at 12 noon tomorrow."
The driver paused and continued.
"The lady also asked me to tell you that she is getting married. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, there is no need to contact you in the future.
She will delete all contact information about you."
After handing the invitation to Yi Shui, the driver left.
The apartment fell into a deathly silence.
In the end, He Shui was the first to break the silence and said angrily,
"Not only is she getting married, but she even invited you, brother Jiang Feng, to the engagement party. It's obvious that she did this on purpose. How is this any different from rubbing salt into a wound?
I thought she was a nice person, but I was wrong about her." Jiang Feng's mind flashed back to every detail of the past few days, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He first deliberately shortened the distance to make himself think he still had a chance, and then took advantage of the moment when he was immersed in it to deliver a fatal blow.
Do you really hate me so much for abandoning you? Don't be angry, Xiao Shue. I owe her this. Please book a flight.
I'll go to the wedding banquet tomorrow to take one last look at her, and then I'll go back to the United States.
Chapter 11. An unforgettable engagement party heading to the airport. Time came to the next day. The weather is very good today. The bright sunshine makes people feel extremely comfortable. There are a lot more people walking on the street. It is a good day. The entire second floor of Jiangcheng Hotel was booked. The entrance of the hotel was filled with luxury cars of different brands, and security guards patrolled from time to time to ensure that no danger would occur at today's engagement party. At about 11:40, a BMW M7 slowly drove over. After parking the car, Zhang Feng got out of the car alone. At this time, he had changed into neat clothes, had a mature hairstyle, and wore black leather shoes. Because he didn't want Yishui to see him in such a miserable state, he chose to come alone. The driver had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Zhang Feng coming, he bowed and smiled slightly. "Mr. Zhang, the engagement party is on the second floor." "Good." Watching Zhang Feng's back as he went upstairs, the butler took out the intercom, pressed the talk button and said to the other end, "Everyone is here, we can start." Receive. As the highest-end hotel in the entire Jiangcheng, it occupies the best geographical location. Even if you are only on the second floor, you can overlook most of the Jiangcheng scenery. The banquet hall on the second floor is decorated very festively, with wedding calligraphy everywhere. It is filled with all kinds of wine and food, and everyone walking in there is dressed in suits. After looking at the invitation information, the bodyguard pointed to the corner of the banquet hall farthest from the stage. "Mr. Jiang, your position is there." Zhang Feng nodded and walked towards the table in the corner, sitting down alone in the corner. At this moment, a woman in gorgeous clothes held a microphone on the stage and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to attend the engagement party of my daughter and her future son-in-law. I would like to thank you all for coming from afar, and thank you all for your sincere blessings." As the woman spoke, the sound of her high heels almost spread throughout the quiet banquet hall. I saw a person walking out from behind the stage. She walked up the stairs slowly in black high heels. Every click of her heels was impressive, and her snow-white skin glowed with a cold jade-like luster. There is no doubt that she was so dazzling at this moment that no one could ignore her, and she easily overshadowed everyone present. There was a cry of surprise from the audience. As the main character, Shen Xingyue glanced at the people below the stage with a puzzled look. She did not notice Zhang Feng in the corner. She came to her mother, frowned slightly and asked, "What on earth are you planning?" She came because her mother said yesterday that as long as she came to this dinner and mediated the relationship with the Li family, she would no longer force a marriage on her. That was why she came. But the current situation is clearly wrong. She hardly knew anyone in the audience, and the strange atmosphere made her secretly alert, but she couldn't find out what was wrong. Mother Su smiled slightly. "I will certainly do what I promised you. I, your mother, always keep my word. Your doubts will be answered soon. Mom has prepared a big surprise for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied." These words made Shen Xingyue even more confused. At this moment, in a corner of the banquet hall, the bodyguard walked over while avoiding sight. He said to Zhang Feng, "Mr. Jiang, the lady said you can leave. You are no longer needed here. Tell her for me, I wish her happiness." Zhang Feng was not surprised to be ordered to leave. He stood up and walked out of the banquet hall after leaving a word. Unexpectedly, he didn't feel much pain. Apart from chest tightness, he didn't feel anything else. Even he himself didn't know why. This feeling is exactly the same as he had 6 years ago. It's not the heart-wrenching pain of a storm, but the pain, loneliness and emptiness that accompanies a lifetime. Zhang Feng just walked out of the hotel. A drop of water slid down his face and felt cold. He thought it was raining, so he looked up at the sky, but the sky was still so sunny. Then he realized that these were tears. The banquet continued after Zhang Feng left. But after waiting for half an hour, it was almost 1 p.m. and the Li family had not shown up yet. On an occasion like this, being late is almost impossible. Just when Shen Xingyue was getting restless, Su's mother, who was sitting next to her, drank a sip of tea slowly and then said, "You like Zhang Feng, right? Because I want to know why he dumped you and went abroad 6 years ago. That's why I haven't reconciled with him yet. I want to put pressure on him little by little so that he can tell me." Shen Xingyue knew that she couldn't hide her thoughts from her mother, so she nodded. "So what? Let me make it clear first, even if you don't like him, I will still be with him. I have my own say in my marriage." This made Su's mother laugh, and she said meaningfully, "I don't care who you marry, as long as he has decent character, your father, and I can accept him." Li Jinan is just a catalyst chosen by your father and I to force you to get married quickly. But, can you really control Jiang, kid?
She might not be sure about other things, but Shen Xingyue snorted confidently about this question.
Of course. What if I say? I invited him to this engagement party in your name, and then drove him away after he arrived? Whoosh!
Shen Xingyue stood up from the chair reflexively and looked at her mother in disbelief. The smile on the latter's face seemed to silently tell her that every word she said was true. Given Jiang Feng's personality, the news of getting married was a big enough blow to him, and now he was even invited to the engagement party, which he mistakenly thought was a malicious humiliation.
So what will he do next?
After realizing this, Shen Xingyue's face suddenly changed and she hurriedly ran out of the banquet hall as fast as she could. She no longer had the attitude of being in control of everything as before. She probably never dreamed that she would be stabbed in the back by her own mother.
The butler appeared behind him at some point inside. Madam, if the young lady fails to win back Mr. Jiang, she will hate you to death. Oh no, everything is under my control. Su Wan waved her hand indifferently.
She dared to play like this, of course she had anticipated all possible situations.
Who told this girl to say I'm old?
I'll scare her to death. By the way, now that the matter has been settled, let these people pay and leave, and tell them what to say and what not to say. I don't want what happened here today to be known to outsiders.
Clear. At the same time at Jiangcheng Airport.
In the first-class waiting area, He Shuo looked at Jiang Feng with red eyes, her face full of heartache.
She wanted to comfort him but didn't know how.
From this moment on, she understood one thing clearly. Perhaps no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to compare to the position that woman held in brother Jiang Feng's heart.
Love itself is like this, no matter how many people come after you, first love will always be so unforgettable. Chapter 12, the son-in-law chosen by the mother-in-law will never run away. The sound of sudden brakes was heard downstairs of one of the apartment buildings in Xingfu community.
The M7 she gave me was parked quietly downstairs.
This calmed Shen Xingyue's anxious heart a little, and she then quickly ran into the building and got into the elevator.
But when she inserted the key and pushed open the door of the apartment, the scene before her made her stand there in a daze. I saw that the warm room was empty, the bedding was neatly folded in the corner of the bed, the closet was empty, everything was back to the way it was at the beginning, except for a pair of car keys on the coffee table. There was a note under the car keys. There were lines of beautiful small words on the white paper, which were secretly left by He Shuo.
They recorded the truth about why Jiang Feng left Shen Xingyue and went abroad alone.
Shen Xingyue stepped forward and picked up the note. When she finished reading the contents of the paper, an unprecedented sense of guilt enveloped her whole body, her eyes turned visibly red, and a tear flickered in the corner of her eye.
Next second,
she dropped the note, turned around and quickly went downstairs, got into her exclusive sports car, and sped towards the airport. This road leading to the airport was originally congested, but today there were very few cars on the road. The Ferrari flashed by with the accelerator roaring. At this moment, Mr. Shin, who was extremely smart in the workplace and had risen from the grassroots level to the deputy general manager of the group in just 6 years with his own abilities, was completely panicked. The reason why Jiang Feng left 6 years ago was because of his family reasons. Jiang Feng was not loved by his parents since he was a child, so he studied hard and endured pain that was not suitable for his age. But even though he was admitted to Jiangcheng University with the top 3 scores in the city, his parents never even looked at him. His younger brother, on the other hand, was the opposite. He had been loved since childhood, had whatever he wanted, and lived a life that made him envious.
So Jiang Feng couldn't understand why he was treated so harshly when he was also his son? It wasn't until he was 21 that he finally learned the truth. In the parking lot outside Jiangcheng Hotel, a Porsche started slowly and drove towards the commercial center. The driver drove the car and asked in confusion, "Madam, I still don't understand. Logically speaking, even if the young lady didn't reveal her family background when she was in school, would a normal person break up with her given her conditions?" Su Wan, who was resting with her eyes closed in the back seat, said without blinking, "Their affairs are not as complicated as you think. Jiang Feng's current mother is actually his stepmother, and his younger brother is the result of his stepmother's remarriage with his father. But do you know what's the strangest thing?" The woman slowly opened her eyes, with a wise look in them. "According to my investigation, Jiang Feng's father and stepmother have never worked since they got married, let alone saved any money. They only have about 1,500 yuan in insurance money every month. Then the question is,
How can they afford Jiang Feng's college tuition and give birth to another son and send him to a private school with just this little insurance money?
This question stumped the driver.
The cost of private schools is much higher than that of public schools, at least tens of thousands of dollars per year, which alone is beyond the affordability of Jiang Feng's parents. Not to mention the living expenses and tuition fees Jiang Feng needs to go to college.
Sue's mother stopped keeping the secret and sneered. The answer is very simple. The extra money was all paid by Jiang Feng's biological mother.
She worked illegally in the United States, and Jiang Feng's father asked Jiang Feng's biological mother for a sum of money every month on the pretext that Jiang Feng was studying. Only a very small amount of this money was used on Jiang Feng. It was not until 6 years ago when Jiang Feng's biological mother became seriously ill and could no longer make money that Jiang Feng, who accidentally learned the truth, chose to give up his studies and bright future and go abroad alone in order to save his biological mother. And in order not to implicate Qingyue, he proposed breaking up before leaving the country.
This is the truth of everything. Even elites who have been working in society for many years may not be able to endure such an experience.
However, Jiang Feng, who was only 21 years old at the time, delivered the most perfect answer.
Such a son-in-law, it's hard not to like him. I, Suan, will have this son-in-law. No one else can snatch it from me. That bitch wants to take it slow?
So she is still too young. In the end, I, as a mother, had to take action myself.
No, who the hell parked the car randomly?
And parked it on the zebra crossing.
Do you think you can park anywhere just because you have money? No matter how rich you are, you only have 12 points. Just wait for your driver's license to be revoked. I give up. The back is completely blocked.
On the main road outside Jiangcheng Airport, a Ferrari was parked conspicuously on the zebra crossing, causing passing vehicles and pedestrians to curse. At this time, Shen Xingyue had already arrived at the airport ticket gate. Passengers on Flight K, please take your luggage and go to the ticket check-in counter as soon as possible. Please take good care of your luggage and valuables to avoid loss. The scene was noisy with people coming and going all around, and the rows of seats were filled with passengers. Those who arrived late could only sit on the ground and wait, with their suitcases placed casually beside them. Shen Xingyue glanced at the text message her mother had just sent, and hurried to the information desk, asking very quickly.
Excuse me, what is the ticket gate number for flight K-1479?
The inquirer operated on the computer and quickly replied.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Flight K-1479 has just taken off early due to special reasons. If you need to change your flight. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyue stood there in a daze. As if she had lost her backbone in an instant, she slowly collapsed on the cold ground, tears welling up in her eyes again, sliding down the corners of her eyes, wetting her cheeks and black dress. In the end, she was still a step late. Regret continued to grow in her heart. If she had chosen to forgive Jiang Feng on the day he came back, if she had not pursued the so-called truth, perhaps everything would have been different. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world.
Everyone is responsible for the choices they make.
When the interrogator saw her like this, he didn't know what to do for a moment. At this moment, a gentle hand fell on Shen Xingyue's head.
A familiar tone and voice rang in my ears. You're still the same as before. You like to cry whenever something happens. If there is an award for crying, it would definitely belong to you.
Shen Xingyue turned around in disbelief and looked at Jiang Feng, who suddenly appeared behind her.
Her voice choked. Didn't you leave?
Hearing this, Jiang Feng shrugged helplessly.
He pointed at the two strong men in black standing in the corner inside.
I wanted to leave, but the plane was about to take off, and these two people forcibly carried me off the plane in front of so many people.
My reputation, which I have worked so hard to build, is going to be ruined in an instant. Chapter 13. The misunderstanding is resolved. You stinky Jiang Feng, you are dead.
Realizing her own ugly appearance, Shen Xingyue quickly reached out to wipe her face. Just as she was about to stand up from the ground, she felt a tingling sensation in her ankle. Fortunately, Jiang Feng supported her in time, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. I saw a circle of red marks on her ankle. Come to think of it, if it were an ordinary person, she would have been unable to bear the pain after running all the way in high heels.
Oh, I'm really impressed by you.
Jiang Feng squatted down in front of her, tilted his head and said.
I'll carry you, come on up. Oh. Shen Xingyue climbed up nimbly and wrapped her two snow-white arms around his neck.
The faint fragrance lingered in Jiang Feng's nose, and the soft touch on his back made his heart flutter. He easily carried her on his back and walked towards the airport exit under the curious gazes of everyone.
Shin Qingyue looked around and asked doubtfully. Where's your henchman? Are you talking about He Shui? She didn't get off the plane and went straight back to the United States. Aren't you attending the engagement party? Why are you here all of a sudden?
When Shin Qingyue was mentioned, she was filled with anger. She couldn't help but knock Zhang Feng on the head twice with her hand and snorted coldly.
How dare you say that?
You've been played around by others and made me worry. After knocking, she hugged Zhang Feng's neck again and whispered in his ear.
I will only marry a man I like. I have only loved one man in my life. Why didn't you tell me about your family earlier? Who knew you were a rich lady at that time? I didn't want to get you into trouble, so I left.
Although he already knew the answer, Zhang Feng still couldn't help asking.
Then do you still love me? That depends on your performance later. Is it that troublesome? Then I'd better book another ticket right away. There's another flight in the evening, so I should be able to catch up and have a midnight snack with Xiu Shui. You dare.
When Zhang Feng walked out of the airport carrying Shin Qingyue on his back, he immediately saw a Mercedes-Benz parked at the exit. The driver had been waiting for a long time.
Although I don't know who it is.
But it seems that this time he was really arranged clearly. Above the clouds, an airplane flew across the blue sky, its wings cutting through the floating white clouds, leaving a trail behind, and headed towards the other side of the ocean.
In front of one of the windows,
He Shui was sitting by the window, looking at the sea of clouds outside the plane window. There was only reluctance and calmness in her eyes. In the end, she couldn't bear to see brother Zhang Feng suffer. Those two people had been waiting for 6 years, and she couldn't interfere in the process. Only by watching brother Zhang Feng's journey could she truly appreciate how deep this love is and how selfless he is. Originally, her father had decided to hand over the entire restaurant to brother Zhang Feng.
Now it seems that we have to find a new heir. Zhangcheng Commercial Center, Honan Clothing Company. In the chairman's office,
He Jinru and her husband stared at the video playing on the computer with grim expressions. The content of the video is how their son moves on other women. There are more than 30 such video files, not counting the other photos.
Suwan, who was sitting opposite the two of them, sighed.
You too, although I also want Jinan to be my son-in-law, it seems that he still lacks some experience.
Fortunately, these videos are in my hands.
If others knew about them, it would be bad for the reputation of both our families. There's no need to rush the marriage of two children.
Why not? Now that things have come to this, what else can He Jinru do?
After all, it was his own son who made the mistake first, and it was already a great honor for them to sit here and discuss it. If anyone is to blame, it is only his own son's incompetence.
She sighed helplessly.
It's my boy who is not worthy of Qingyue.
Let's just pretend we never mentioned the previous incident.
I hope this incident won't affect the relationship between our two families.
That's what I thought. You guys go ahead and do your work. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Be careful on the road. Less than 10 minutes after Su's mother entered the office, the marriage between the Shin family and the Li family was completely invalidated. But the Li family had nothing to say and could only swallow their anger. After Su's mother left, Li Yunchuan finally couldn't sit still anymore.
He pointed at the computer on the table and yelled at his wife.
Take a good look at this, this is the good son you spoiled. Even though he already has a fiancée, he still dares to go out and do such a thing, he is so bold. How can I face old Shin in the future? Now, immediately, right now. Call that rebellious son and tell him to go back home and wait.
If he dares not to go back, he will never have to go back in his life.
Inside one of the apartments in Xingfu community,
Shin Qingyue took off her high heels and sat barefoot on the edge of the bed. Zhang Feng quickly found the first aid kit, opened it, and carefully took out iodine to disinfect her, saying,
So that Li Jinan is the one you used to oppress me, and the marriage is also fake? According to your plan, I will express my feelings to you on that day. Yes.
Shin Qingyue curled her lips.
I didn't expect to be tricked by the old woman at home. It's all your fault.
If you had confessed to me earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble.
Who knew your fiancé was fake? How can I tell you? I don't care. It's all your fault anyway.
Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly at this shameless guy and continued to apply medicine to her with his head down. Fortunately, it's not serious and I'll probably be able to walk again after resting for a while.
The medicine has been applied, you.
Before Jiang Feng could finish his words, a snow-white jade foot stepped on his face. The apartment suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a while, Jiang Feng asked with a dark face.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Shen Xingyue tilted her head. A reward for you.
Don't you men like this?
Especially when you were in college, you especially liked to wash my feet.
Aren't you happy when I step on you like this? Thank you.
Jiang Feng pulled her feet apart, packed up the first aid kit and put it back in place, picked up the car keys on the table, turned around and asked.
What do you want to eat?
I'll go to the supermarket to buy groceries.
You know my taste very well, go ahead, I'll wait for you to come back.
Hearing this, Jiang Feng shook his head and turned to walk out. After the door was closed, Shen Xingyue grabbed the quilt from the corner of the bed and covered herself with it.
She sniffed it and immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. It smells like dog.
Just at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Jiang Feng, who had just entered, happened to run into Shen Xingyue, who looked like a nymphomaniac. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was as awkward as it could be. Jiang Feng picked up the phone on the table, coughed twice, and walked out the door.
Then go on, I didn't see anything. Bang. The door closed again.
Jiang Feng's undisguised laughter was heard outside the door, and Shen Xingyue, who was lying in the room, felt like killing someone at this moment, and could only vent all her anger on the pillow. She raised her pink fists and punched down again and again.
Damn Jiang Feng, damn Jiang Feng. How dare you laugh at me? You'll be dead when you come back. Pillow, feed me peanuts. Chapter 14 Moving, Shen Xingyue's luxurious villa. After dinner that night, Shen Xingyue did not go home, but stayed overnight in Jiang Feng's apartment. After all, she had finally found her boyfriend, so she must spend more time with him. She slept soundly that night, the most restful sleep she had had in the past 6 years. The same is true for Jiang Feng. I slept until 9 o'clock the next morning.
The two people who were still snuggling in bed were awakened by the doorbell. When Jiang Feng yawned and went to open the door, he found a strange woman standing outside.
He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?"
The woman was holding a bag in her hand and lowered her head slightly as she explained.
I'm Miss Shen's housekeeper. I'm here to deliver some clothes to her. You can call me Housekeeper Sue. Excuse me, is she here?
After hearing this, Jiang Feng showed a look of realization, turned sideways and pointed at the bed. Look, he's still drooling in his bed.
The next second, a pillow hit his head accurately.
Shen Xingyue, who heard the noise, sat up from the bed and said unhappily, "You are the one drooling.
Hurry up and bring me clothes. I want to take a shower."
Yesterday she wore a long black skirt and high heels. Although it looks beautiful, it is not as comfortable to wear as ordinary clothes, and it is easy to attract the attention of passers-by when walking out. After taking the clothes, Shen Xingyue got out of bed and walked towards the shower room.
Jiang Feng laughed happily and said, "Do you want me to come in and help you wash?"
Your foot injury has just healed, so don't fall while taking a shower.
Get out of here, you pervert.
After saying that, the shower door was slammed shut. Jiang Feng touched his nose and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Although he and Shen Xingyue had been dating for several years, their relationship was still limited to the stage of holding hands and kissing, and there was still some distance to go before reaching the top. Butler Su came to Jiang Feng at this time.
"Mr. Jiang, do you have anything you need to pack? What's wrong? Didn't the young lady tell you? From today on, you have to move in with her. Once the young lady finishes her shower, we can set off." Could this be the cohabitation life he had been looking forward to for so long?
Jiang Feng touched his nose and said, "Don't bother me.
I only have one suitcase. I can take it down later." Butler Su didn't say much.
He just nodded and left the apartment. About half an hour later, Shen Xingyue, who had just finished taking a shower and changed her clothes, pushed open the shower door, and a stream of steam mixed with a faint fragrance rushed out. A white short-sleeved shirt and a knee-length skirt, paired with a pair of white sneakers.
Even this ordinary outfit looks great on her. Let's go.
He's my intern boyfriend after all.
I can't keep renting an apartment.
If others knew about this, they would think I, Shen Xingyue, was stingy.
Today, I will take you to move into the big villa. After what happened yesterday, Shen Xingyue's personality became noticeably more cheerful.
This is her true self. After picking up their suitcases, the two left the apartment. A moment later, the BMW downstairs started up, and after leaving the neighborhood, it drove towards the center of Zhengcheng. It took us half an hour to finally get close to our destination. The countless residential buildings outside the car window have been transformed into duplex villas of various styles, and there are also many more luxury cars on the road.
This area is called the rich area.
As the name suggests, only rich people can live here.
You may even meet the boss of a listed company while just taking a walk on the street. After further meetings, we finally arrived at our destination, Linjiang Villa. When the security guard saw the person sitting in the passenger seat, he quickly unlocked the door and let him in. Zhang Feng drove the car and looked curiously at the villas on both sides of the road. Xiao Yaya, the houses here must be quite expensive, right? Don't call me Xiao Yaya, it's so ugly.
Shen Xingyue gave him a slap on the head and snorted.
Not much.
The average ones cost just over 30 million yuan, and they are about 500 square meters.
The one I live in has the best location, and it's free. Hiss, so expensive? Why don't you live here for free? This entire villa complex was built by my family. Do you think I need to pay for it? Listening to Shen Xingyue's introduction, Zhang Feng smacked his lips. More than 30 million can only buy a villa here.
His savings of 6 years is just over 10 million, which is not enough in front of this young lady. Soon the car stopped outside the gate of a villa.
Finally, we're here.
Zhang Feng pulled out the suitcase from the trunk of the car, followed Shen Xingyue into the yard, and looked around. On the right side of the entrance is a lawn with swings and a gazebo, and on the left is a garden. You can smell the faint fragrance of flowers as soon as you enter. Shen Xingyue pushed open the door and walked into the living room, then went straight to the second floor.
There's usually not many people at home. My parents don't live with me. If you need anything, you can go find Butler Sue. She's in charge of all the affairs here.
There are not as many rooms on the second floor as on the first floor, but the space is much larger, and each room has an independent bathroom and dressing room.
Okay, this will be your room from now on.
Shen Xingyue pushed open the door of the master bedroom at the end of the corridor. There was a hint of anticipation in Zhang Feng's eyes, but when he saw the scene in the room, the anticipation gradually disappeared, leaving only calmness. There was a large Simmons bed in the pink-themed room, 2 desks in the corner, and even a computer.
It should have been a very comfortable room.
But at this moment, all kinds of clothes were thrown on the floor and on the bed, and socks were casually hung on the back of the single sofa. Zhang Feng was silent for a moment, then looked at her and asked,
"Why did you bring me to the doghouse? What about your dog? It likes pink."
Shen Xingyue's eyes gradually became unfriendly.
Soon, hurried footsteps and Zhang Feng's voice were heard from the second floor.
After knocking Zhang Feng to the ground, Shen Xingyue folded her hands and snorted coldly.
"I don't like others entering my room.
If you don't feel comfortable with it, clean it up yourself.
You'll have to sleep there anyway. Aren't there still so many empty rooms? It's all broken down and uninhabitable. This excuse is as bullshit as it can be."
At this moment, housekeeper Sue came up from the first floor. She had obviously heard the noise just now. She looked at Shen Xingyue in surprise and said respectfully,
"Miss, the lady just called. You and Mr. Jiang will go to her place for dinner tonight." Shen Xingyue raised her eyebrows, and immediately recalled the incident of being backstabbed, so she said, "Can I not go?"
Butler Sue replied calmly, "Madam said it doesn't matter whether you go or not, but Mr. Jiang must go." Shen Xingyue was so angry that she gritted her teeth.
It was so abominable.
That old woman was very good at finding her weaknesses.
If Zhang Feng went, how could she not follow him?
She really had her in her control. Chapter 15, The man who makes a woman cry is the worst man in the world.
Ha, finally done.
Looking at the tidy room in front of him, Zhang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with satisfaction. It is not easy to organize this doghouse.
Someone has too many clothes and it takes a lot of time to classify them. The cell phone in my pocket vibrated slightly.
After glancing at the notes, Zhang Feng just put the phone to his ear when a figure appeared behind him like a ghost and eavesdropped.
"Hello, Mom."
A gentle voice of a woman came from the other end.
"I heard from Xiaoxue that you won't be coming back. It seems that my daughter-in-law has been found? She didn't even think of sending me a photo."
"She's ugly, so you should wait until you return to China to interview her yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand twisted Zhang Feng's waist hard. He immediately grimaced in pain.
Mother Wen smiled and said, "Then I have to see it." But there are too many things to do in the restaurant right now. Your chef suddenly ran away. Your master alone can't handle it. Let's talk about it after this busy period is over. Okay, call me then and I'll pick you up at the airport. As soon as the words were spoken, the phone was hung up. Shin Xingyue then spoke, with a playful sneer on her face. Okay, you stinky dog, you actually told your mother that I'm ugly. Is being my boyfriend, Shin Xingyue, unfair to you? You're right. I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me when I'm sleeping. Asshole, watch the fight. The two of them quarreled for a while, and finally Butler Sue came upstairs to remind them that they could leave, and the farce ended. Evening. The sky was getting darker and darker, and dusk seemed to be driven away by the darkness and could only shrink into the corner of the sky. In a high-end villa area in Jiangqing City, Shin Xingyue brought Zhang Feng to a villa. The style of this villa is almost the same as that of the villa in Linjiang Villa. Both have gardens and pavilions. I think it was also built by Shin Xingyue's family. Just as they were about to reach the gate of the courtyard, Shin Xingyue reached out to stop Zhang Feng. She said expressionlessly, "Wait outside for a while. I need to go in and take care of something. You can come in after I'm done." Oh. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, seeing her serious look, Zhang Feng nodded. He sat down on the steps nearby with the gift in his hand. Soon, the sound of fighting and two women arguing were heard from the villa behind him. Zhang Feng swallowed. This tough girl wouldn't fight with her mother. Should he go in and help? However, who to help after entering is the problem. It seems that no matter which side he helps, it will not be good for him. I heard the sound of running. A middle-aged man in sportswear appeared in Zhang Feng's sight. His face was 30% similar to Shin Xingyue. He must have been a handsome guy when he was young. Shin Zhongtian looked at the young man squatting at the door of his house, and heard the noise coming from home, so he stopped and said with a smile, "You must be Xiao Jiang. Why are you sitting here instead of going in? There are a lot of mosquitoes outside in the summer." Zhang Feng quickly stood up. "Hello, uncle. Xiao Yeye asked me to wait for her here. She said she wanted to do something." Hearing this, Shin Zhongtian smiled even more. He walked forward, put his arm around his shoulders and walked towards the villa. "Don't wait. I don't think she will have the energy to come out and pick you up right now." These words made Zhang Feng look confused. It was not until he opened the door and saw the scene in the living room that he understood what these words meant. Shin Xingyue, who was full of energy just now, was now lying on the ground weakly, obviously having been knocked out. As for Sue's mother, she was sitting on the sofa, fixing her hair, safe and sound. Shen Zhongtian explained cheerfully. "Don't be surprised. I'm usually busy at the company, and your aunt is basically in charge of all the household affairs. She handles things a little extreme, and she has been quarreling with Xingyue since she was a child." The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. No wonder Shin Xingyue had such a bad personality. It turns out to be a family tradition. When Mother Su saw Zhang Feng's eyes light up, she quickly stood up and waved with a smile. "Xiao Feng is here, come and sit down. Old Shin, why don't you hurry up and cook? Don't let our son-in-law go hungry." After Zhang Feng helped Shin Xingyue sit down on the sofa, he walked to Sue's mother and sat down somewhat stiffly, and placed the gift on the coffee table. "Auntie, I don't know what you and uncle like, so I just bought some randomly. I hope you like it." "Hey! Why are you still calling me auntie?" Seeing Sue's mother's stern face, Zhang Feng reacted and quickly changed his words. Yes, I was a little rude, Mom." "Oh, that's right, that's the right name." Mother Su patted her son-in-law on the shoulder with satisfaction and picked up the documents on the table. "You can't call me Mom in vain. Here, this is the money your mom and dad prepared for you to change your name. Open it and see if you like it." Zhang Feng opened it curiously, took out the contract inside and took a look at it. This turned out to be a purchase contract for a riverside villa. It was written in his name, and even the property certificate was ready. "Linjiang number 1? Hearing these words, Shin Xingyue next to him frowned, snatched the contract from Zhang Feng's hand and started to read it. After a moment, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. "You gave him my house?" Sue's mother rolled her eyes and said, "If the house is in your name, then it's yours. I'm just letting you live in it." This bold move made Zhang Feng speechless. As expected of a real estate tycoon, he can give away villas worth tens of millions just like that. The next second, he placed his hand on Shin Qingyue's head and whispered to comfort her.
Don't worry, even if this house is mine now, I won't kick you out to sleep on the street. Sue's mother saw this scene and a smile appeared on her lips. She knew her daughter's character very well. If she didn't suppress her, her son-in-law would definitely suffer a lot. What's more, Zhang Feng's family was very sensitive, so she had to stand firmly by her son-in-law. Seeing that Shin Qingyue was about to get angry, Zhang Feng quickly found an excuse to go to the kitchen to help. At this time, Sue's mother asked her daughter,
"You've got your boyfriend, too. When are you going to go back to work?" "I don't have such plans for the time being." Shin Qingyue snorted. She had finally found the dog, so how could she possibly go back to work at the company? However, the position of deputy general manager cannot remain vacant forever. At least she should replace him with someone she can trust, which will be helpful for taking over the group in the future. Although I don't want to return to the company, I can recommend a suitable candidate to you. He may not be very capable, but with more experience, he can still be of use. Before she could elaborate, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. "It's time to eat. Wash your hands and come over to eat." "Here I come."
The whole family sits neatly at the dining table. The aroma of food and the lively atmosphere are what many people crave. The meal lasted a long time, and Zhang Feng was kept being forced to drink by Shin's father.
There were fewer and fewer dishes on the table.
Sue's mother and Shin Qingyue had already gone upstairs to rest. It was only at this time that Shin Zhongtian slowly put down his wineglass. He said with a flushed face and drunken expression, "You know, during the 2 years you were abroad, Qingyue cried to us more than once. I had never seen her like that before.
At that time, I just wanted to find someone to chop you up.
She has been the treasure of our entire Shin family since she was a child, and you actually made Qingyue cry like that.
Do you think you should chop her off?" Zhang Feng remained silent. He knew that Shin Qingyue would not do that easily given her personality.
She must have been on the verge of collapse and couldn't accept the reality, so she had to find someone to talk to. Shin Zhongtian stood up with his hands on the table. His originally drunken eyes regained some clarity, a sharp look flashed in them, and his voice became steady. "I'm telling you all this not because I want you to pamper Qingyue, flatter her and give in to her in everything. What she lacked the most since she was a child is love and care, but the love you give her is the most special. Whether you are bullying her or being bullied by her, I just hope you understand one thing. A man who makes a woman cry for him is definitely the worst man in the world.
Don't make her cry for you again." Chapter 16 Jiang Renjie. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Wei. Although this name doesn't really suit me, it can't conceal my extraordinary talents. Just today I received a promotion notice.
In just 6 years, I went from an ordinary employee to the deputy general manager of a listed group. Although luck played a role, the main reason was that my abilities were recognized.
I am the one destined by heaven. Mr. Yang, good morning.
Boss Yang, congratulations.
You are the fastest promoted person in the history of our group except for Boss Shin. Boss Yang, do you still remember me? We had lunch together yesterday.
On the corridor leading to the deputy general manager's office, people kept greeting Yang Wei respectfully, making the latter feel elated. As he looked at the deputy general manager's office getting closer and closer, his heart became more and more filled with anticipation and ambition. This will not be his end. His ultimate goal is to start a business and become a big boss. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a smiling face.
Zhang Feng, who was sitting on the sofa eating watermelon, greeted with a smile. Good morning, impotence. No, brother Feng, why are you here? And my sister-in-law is here too.
Yang Wei stood at the door in a daze, a little surprised. Shin Qingyue was still packing her personal belongings, so Zhang Feng explained.
It's normal that you didn't know this before when you were in the branch. The entire Fenghua group belongs to your sister-in-law. Your promotion is entirely due to her operation.
Yang Wei was shocked by these words. He felt that his dream of starting a business and becoming a boss was getting further and further away from him. It turns out that the reason he was promoted so quickly was not because of his outstanding abilities, but because he had connections behind him. This shocked Yang Wei so much that he even felt like crying. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said with disdain,
Why do you have that expression on your face? Aren't you happy about the promotion? No. I'm just a little too touched.
I didn't expect that you, Feng, would sell your body just to help me get a promotion.
You're so good to me.
As Yang Wei was about to rush forward for a big hug, he was kicked away by Jiang Feng with a gloomy face. Shen Xingyue had almost finished packing and handed the box full of things to Jiang Feng.
Let's go buy you some clothes. What clothes are you buying? I think what I'm wearing is quite comfortable.
Humph, if you are my man, Shen Xingyue, you are not allowed to dress casually like before.
You must wear the best for me. What's with this sudden domineering feeling? Should I call you queen? The two of them left the office.
As soon as they left, more than 10 men knocked on the door and walked into the office, each holding a stack of documents in their arms, and one of them even held a quilt. Looking at the badges on their chests, Yang Wei was stunned.
You are?
The leader introduced.
Hello, Mr. Yang.
Mr. Su is worried that you may not understand the project as you just took office, so he specially asked us to assist you in completing the work until you are qualified for the position of vice president. By the way, since Mr. Shen has hardly handled any official business in the past few days, a lot of matters have piled up. You'd better be prepared to work all night for the next few days.
This is the quilt and pillow the company gave you.
Looking at the piles of documents, Yang Wei felt his scalp tingling and suddenly felt that his previous job was actually quite good. Although his salary is not as high as that of the deputy general manager, he can still slack off every day. But the huge workload in front of him is enough to make him die suddenly in the office.
Sister-in-law, you cheated me.
In the descending elevator, Jiang Feng said with a sigh.
Do you think we're going a little too far?
Hearing this, Shen Xingyue rolled her eyes. I originally arranged 10 female secretaries for him, but I don't know who found out and got jealous, so they changed him to 10 male secretaries.
Now you look pitiful.
Hey, you can feel sorry for your brother's hardship, but you can't let your brother drive a Land Rover. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door opened and we arrived on the first floor. Jiang Feng held the box in one hand and held Shen Xingyue's hand with the other. The two of them walked out of the company in such an intimate manner, attracting the attention of many employees and starting to talk in low voices. Outside the public elevator, a group of interns waiting for interviews also looked on curiously. One of the young men was so shocked after seeing Jiang Feng that he stood there in a daze, staring at the extremely familiar face without blinking.
Zhang Renjie didn't look away until the two people disappeared from his sight. He couldn't help but ask the receptionist who took them to the interview. Sister, who were those two people just now? I see you all seem very surprised. The front desk clerk didn't want to pay attention to it at first.
After all, there are many people who come for interviews every year, and 99% of them will be rejected.
There is no need to be polite at all. But after seeing Zhang Renjie's handsome appearance, she still smiled and said, That's Mr. Shen from our group. She's the daughter of the chairman and general manager. She's the dream goddess of many male employees, but she's a little too cold. What about the one next to her? Of course he's Ms. Shen's boyfriend.
They came to the company with the chairman this morning, so he can basically be Mr. Shen's future husband.
As we were talking, the elevator arrived. The front desk let a group of people in. About an hour later, in the meeting room used for interviews. After the three interviewers discussed, one of them said to Zhang Renjie, who was sitting upright,
I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. According to the information we have learned, you don't match the recruitment requirements of our group planning department, but you can look elsewhere and maybe you can find a suitable one.
Thanks.
Zhang Renjie didn't expect to be rejected so quickly, and walked out of the meeting room with his carefully prepared resume.
The interviewer's voice in the conference room reached his ears. It's really hilarious.
A third-tier university student actually dared to apply for a job in our group.
He is so overconfident. Does he really think our group is a junk collector? I guess the people in the review department were lazy and actually allowed this kind of person to participate in the interview. Isn't this a waste of our time? Let's go to the next one quickly. There are still more than a dozen people behind us. Not only Zhang Renjie heard this, but the people waiting for the interview outside also heard it.
They all had mocking expressions on their faces, and they were almost blatantly mocking him.
If they have a second-tier degree, they wouldn't do this. But where is Fenghua Group?
Even graduates from top universities may not be hired, let alone those with a cheap third-tier degree. This alone shows that this person's cognitive ability is extremely poor.
Zhang Renjie hurried to the bathroom with a red face. He slammed his fist on the toilet door, making a loud bang. Damn it! Isn't it just a higher degree? What's so great about that? In this world, academic qualifications don't represent everything.
At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
No, I still have a chance.
If he could rely on his family to put pressure on Jiang Feng, he would definitely be able to get him into Finghua Group, and maybe even get him a management position. After all, he is still his nominal younger brother. The first thing he will do at that time is to fire all three short-sighted guys.
Chapter 17, Raising Wife Like a Pig. Inside a high-end men's clothing store in Jiangcheng.
When Jiang Feng walked out of the dressing room wearing a custom-made suit, both the salesperson waiting at the door and Shen Xingyue stood there in surprise. When he was in college, Jiang Feng was the school idol.
There was definitely no problem with his appearance.
In addition, he exercised regularly, so his body was impeccable. It's just that the clothes I wear usually are too lame, so I look a bit ordinary. This suit was custom made for Jiang Feng by Shen Xingyue on the day he returned to China. Shen Xingyue took advantage of him being drunk and had someone measure his size. Whether it is comfort or appearance, it is the best. But Jiang Feng looked uncomfortable at this time.
After all, it was still summer, and even though the air conditioner was on in the store, it was still a bit stuffy.
Shen Xingyue snapped her fingers and said to the salesperson,
"Just the style of this set, order 2 more for him.
Also, pack up the clothes you just saw. I'll have the butler come and pick them up later."
"Okay, Miss Shen."
Jiang Feng then said with a bitter face, "Now I can change my clothes back, I'm so suffocated."
"Whatever you want."
Shen Xingyue said in a dissatisfied tone, "I bought clothes for you, but you look more uncomfortable than if you had eaten shit.
Hurry up and change them back, and then go to the next store." "No, aren't all these clothes enough?" "It's far from enough.
I want to make up for all the clothes I didn't buy for you over the years."
"Auntie, please forgive me."
Seeing that Jiang Feng actually turned around and tried to escape, Shen Xingyue, who had anticipated this, grabbed his neck with her arm and forcibly dragged him to the next store. Judging from the situation, he won't stop until he has visited every store on this street. On the other side, in the office of the chairman of Finghua Group, Suwan walked into the office without knocking, ready to inform her husband to go to the meeting, but found Shen Zhongtian sitting on the sofa, looking at the documents in his hand seriously.
"What are you looking at? You even forgot the meeting time. I found something interesting. Come and see for yourself."
Shen Zhongtian casually handed a copy of the document he had already read to his wife and explained.
"Our son-in-law is not a simple person. I thought he was the chef of a big restaurant abroad, but he just cooks delicious food. But do you know what he did before he became a chef? This kid actually used to be a gang leader, and it's not just any gang. This is really interesting."
In the agony of shopping, time always passes slowly. By the evening, although only a dozen hours had passed, Jiang Feng felt as if the days had passed in vain.
Every second was torture.
He was not reborn until the driver came to pick him up.
Riverside Villa Number 1.
Shen Xingyue walked into the house carrying large and small bags of things, humming a song. Behind her was Jiang Feng, who got out of the car listlessly, feeling drained of energy. He was about to follow him in, but he found that Butler Su was staring at him, wondering.
"Sister Su, why are you staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face?" "Nothing, just a little emotional." Butler Su smiled and shook his head, saying softly,
"After you appeared, the young lady has changed so much. You know, before that she would not speak to me more than 3 sentences a day, and I have never seen her smile. So I'm a little curious, what kind of magic power do you have that can make the young lady become like this?"
"Maybe she is just coveting my beauty."
Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and replied in a half-joking tone. At this time, Shen Xingyue's voice came from the villa.
"Guzzi, what are you doing outside? Come in and cook. I'm starving." "Here I come."
After dinner, the two of them snuggled into bed to rest.
Jiang Feng was so tired that he didn't even have the mood to take advantage of her.
He fell asleep immediately, which made Shen Xingyue depressed and she almost doubted her own charm. The lights in the bedroom went out and there was no conversation that night.
Early the next morning,
Jiang Feng got up early to prepare breakfast as usual. The sound of cutting vegetables sounded like a beautiful melody in the kitchen, accompanied by humming. "Baby's belly makes chirps, baby's belly makes waves, Lele baby makes bayubi.
Butler Su, who was busy in the living room, quietly found his headphones and put them on.
After processing all the ingredients, just as Jiang Feng was about to start stir-frying, an unexpected phone call disrupted his rhythm.
"Dad, your son called. Dad, your son called." "Who is it, so early in the morning?"
Zhang Feng was about to complain, but when he picked up his phone and saw the number, although there was no note, he still remembered clearly whose number it was.
Zhang Feng's eyes gradually became cold and he clicked the answer button.
There was silence for a few seconds after the call was connected. After a while, a man's voice came from the other end.
You didn't even call me after you returned home. If your brother hadn't bumped into you by chance, I wouldn't have known about it. Come home for lunch. I haven't seen you for so many years, and I missed you so much.
Okay, I'll go. Zhang Feng smiled with an inexplicable meaning, and the coldness in his eyes was particularly creepy. He hasn't settled accounts with certain people yet, but he didn't expect that certain people would come to him first. He wants to see what tricks these guys are up to, and settle old accounts at the same time.
It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning before Shen Xingyue got out of bed. When she went downstairs in her pajamas, she looked around but didn't see Zhang Feng. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked Butler Su. Where is Zhang Feng? Why didn't he wake me up this morning? Mr. Jiang went out early. It seems that he had something to do. Oh, then bring me my breakfast.
Hearing this, housekeeper Su hesitated for a moment, then she turned and walked into the kitchen. When she came out of the kitchen, she had a cabbage in her hand. Shen Xingyue looked at the cabbage handed to her and frowned.
What's the meaning?
This is the breakfast Mr. Jiang prepared for you. He said that since you are already so fat, just make a quick meal.
The living room fell into deathly silence.
After a moment, Shen Xingyue gritted her teeth and said,
Does that guy treat me like a pig? Did he say where he was going?
Mr. Jiang said, women should stay out of men's business. These words made Shen Xingyue very angry. The huge thing on her chest began to shake. She returned to the bedroom angrily, picked up the phone on the bed and made a call.
An emotionless female voice came from the phone.
Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off, please try again later. This made Shen Xingyue, who was full of bad words, feel like she had punched cotton with all her strength. Not only did her anger not subside, but it became even more intense. She slammed the phone heavily onto the quilt.
Asshole Zhang Feng, you actually dared to turn off your phone. You'll be dead when you come back. Chapter 18 Returning Home for Revenge.
Zhang Feng, who was driving, suddenly sneezed twice. He rubbed his nose in confusion.
Who's missing this handsome guy in broad daylight?
As he spoke, he had already driven into an old residential area.
Although the buildings are standing, their surfaces are covered with moss. The rusty railings and bumpy concrete roads all show that this area is not valued.
It is located in the old city of Zhangcheng. The facilities and configurations here are far inferior to those in the new city area, and the housing prices are not high. Therefore, it is the first choice for workers to rent a house. The intelligence team at the entrance of the community was still chattering about something. When they saw the big BMW driving into the community, they were all stunned. Although they didn't know how much the car cost, just by looking at the model, they knew it must be expensive. How could such a nice car come to a place like theirs? The car stopped under one of the buildings.
Zhang Feng opened the door and got out.
He looked at the familiar building and walked in with the things in his hand.
Because it is an old neighborhood, there are only stairs.
Zhang Feng stopped only after reaching the 7th floor. Just as he was about to reach out and knock on the door, it opened from the inside.
A woman in an apron stood inside and smiled at him warmly. Xiao Feng, you're back.
I saw you at the window just now.
Come in quickly. Your uncle and your second aunt are here today.
Knowing that you were coming, your father went to buy a bunch of vegetables himself.
What do you think you're bringing back home, kid? Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He handed over the fruit and walked in.
The living room was not very spacious, and after putting the sofa and the large round dining table there, it seemed a bit crowded. 2 people were already sitting at the table, they were my uncle and my second aunt.
Xiao Feng, come and sit next to me. I haven't seen you for a few years.
The skinny boy in our family has grown into a handsome man. I'll ask your second aunt to introduce you to 2 girls. She has a good eye for girls. Facing the invitations from the 2 relatives, Zhang Feng turned a deaf ear and sat down opposite them. This made Uncle Zhang Dehai feel a little embarrassed, so he could only withdraw his hand in dismay and laughed. It seems that Xiaofeng has become a little shy after all these years abroad. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little subtle, stepmother Han Xiaomei winked at her son.
Xia Jia, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and pour your brother a glass of water.
Zhang Renjie walked to Zhang Feng with a kettle and poured him a glass of water with a smile.
Brother, long time no see.
At this time, my father Zhang Jinyan came out of the kitchen, holding a plate of shredded pork with green peppers and placed it on the dining table.
The ribs are still stewing in the pot.
Xiaofeng rarely comes back, so let's eat the food first.
I'll go get some wine.
A group of people sat around the dining table and started eating.
Second Aunt Jiang Lijuan picked up her chopsticks and asked meaningfully. Xiaofeng, you will definitely not leave this time. You used to be the best student in our family. Where are you going to work?
Zhang Feng sneered in his heart.
These people were indeed impatient.
He replied without changing his expression. I have no plans to work for the time being.
The next second, Zhang Renjie took over the conversation. Look at what you are saying, Aunt.
My brother is now the boyfriend of the daughter of Fenghua Group. Even if he doesn't work in this life, he can still live a good life.
Zhang Dahai and Zhang Lijuan only knew that their nephew had returned, and they didn't know anything else.
After hearing this, they immediately became interested.
Dingfeng Group, isn't it the largest real estate company in our city? My God, how much money does a company that big make in a year?
Second Aunt, money is just a number for a company of that level. There are so many employees under them who earn $1 million a year.
So awesome?
The expressions of the two people changed immediately. It's like the child they looked down upon since childhood, whose net worth suddenly exceeds 10 billion, and those little thoughts can't be suppressed immediately.
Zhang Lijuan was the first to laugh. Xiaofeng, your second aunt loved you a lot when you were little, right? Why don't you ask your girlfriend if her company is still short of people?
Your cousin can't find a job after graduating from college.
Why don't you introduce her to someone?
After these words were spoken, Han Xiaomei and Zhang Renjie, mother and son, smiled at each other. They were very clear about how they treated Zhang Feng in the past. If they were to bring it up directly, the matter would most likely be blown.
But it would be a different story if someone else brought it up. My uncle was also a smart man and he immediately realized that this was a trap. He did not choose to expose it, but echoed it. In fact, even if it's not for your second aunt, you have to consider yourself. Maybe it's nothing now, but you can't always rely on others. You have to have your own people in the company so that you can feel at ease. We are all family, we won't hurt you. It just so happens that your cousin is currently working as a manager in a company. He has a lot of experience.
As long as you agree, I will let him quit his job and help you.
This series of remarks almost made Zhang Feng laugh out loud. These two people had a good plan.
They were clearly asking someone to do something for them, but after all the calculations, it turned out that they were being kind enough to help them.
But now is not the time to expose it. If it is revealed too early, it will be meaningless. So he laughed and said, Okay, uncle and aunt, let's do this.
Let my cousins report to the company tomorrow, and I'll go back and say hello to my girlfriend later. As for the salary, it can't be too high since you just arrived. I'll give you 20,000 a month first.
So many? Second aunt exclaimed.
You have to know that her and her husband's combined monthly salary is only 7,000 yuan, and 20,000 yuan is almost 3 months' salary for them. The same was true for my uncle, and he quickly agreed.
Okay, now I'll let your cousin go and resign.
Seeing that the time was almost ripe, Zhang Jin coughed and said, Xiaofeng, your brother just graduated from college not long ago.
See if your company is short of people and assign him to work for you. He's young and smart, so he can help.
Yes. The stepmother agreed repeatedly, a little excited.
After all, you will be able to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix soon, how can you not be happy?
This question seemed to make Zhang Feng a little distressed.
After some serious contemplation, he said with a serious expression. Being an ordinary employee is really a waste of my talent.
How about this? The deputy general manager of the group is my brother. I will ask him to resign tomorrow, and then arrange for Zhang Renjie to take over. How do you think? Since he is so smart, I'm sure he can do a good job as a deputy general manager. My stepmother doesn't know what the position of deputy general manager is. But she heard that it must be a management, and she subconsciously wanted to agree. At this time, Zhang Renjie realized that something was wrong and quickly reached out to stop his mother, with a somewhat forced smile.
Brother, you are not kidding, right?
He still knows how much ink he has in his stomach. As the deputy general manager of a Fortune 500 group's head office, he wouldn't even dare to dream of such a beautiful dream. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to understand the documents if he went there.
Weren't you the ones who were joking first?
The smile on Jiang Feng's face gradually faded, making everyone suddenly feel a little strange.
He sneered and said, I really don't know who gave you such a shameless face. Don't you have any idea of what you have done in the past? And you still want me to help you find a job?
With your son's brain, even if I let him sweep the road, I'm worried that he will compete with the dogs on the roadside for shit. Although you and your son are ugly, I didn't expect that you like to dream.
I should have found a stray dog when I came here so I could pee on you guys. Chapter 19. Zhang Feng was taken to the police station.
In the quiet living room, Han Xiaomei and Zhang Renjie felt extremely embarrassed as they were being pointed at and scolded.
My uncle and second aunt chose to remain silent.
After all, they all knew that Zhang Feng was treated unfairly when he was a child. Now that he has become rich, it is understandable that he wants to take revenge.
It has nothing to do with them anyway.
Zhang Jinyan immediately stood up and taught him a lesson.
Xiaofeng, how could you talk to your mother and your brother like that? Apologize now.
Zhang Feng responded with a decisive and sharp slap.
Zhang Dahai had no time to react. A bright red slap mark immediately appeared on his left cheek.
He stood there with his face covered, seeming to be stunned.
Now even Zhang Dahai and Zhang Lijuan were stunned. I didn't expect Zhang Feng would even dare to hit his own father.
After wiping his hands with a piece of paper, Zhang Feng laughed at the so-called father without any scruples.
A man like you is worthy of being my father?
Since I found out that you used the money my mother exchanged for her life to enjoy yourself, there has been no relationship between us.
You don't really think I will pretend that nothing happened, do you?
Then Zhang Feng looked at Han Xiaomei and her son.
As for you, it's even more ridiculous. After marrying this guy, you seem to have been out and about with other men, right?
I'm really curious about how you can pretend to be such a loving mother.
It's a shame you don't go into acting. You, don't talk nonsense.
Han Xiaomei took 2 steps back in panic, avoiding eyes. Just as the uncle and the other man were looking at each other in surprise, Zhang Renjie suddenly picked up the stool at his feet and smashed it towards Zhang Feng's head with all his strength.
You dare to bully my mother, you are looking for death. Fuck you.
Zhang Feng kicked the table hard.
In an instant, all the food on the table flew up.
Zhang Renjie, who was hit in the stomach by the table, staggered and fell to the ground, with blood flowing from his nose.
Son. Asshole, you dare to hit my son, I will fight you, little bastard.
Han Xiaomei wanted to pick up a wooden stool to help, but she was no match for Zhang Feng and was slapped to the ground at the first sight. Zhang Jinyan also wanted to take action, but Zhang Feng just glanced at him and scared him so much that he stepped back. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang Dahai swallowed his saliva. Xiaofeng, although your stepmother was wrong in the past, we are still a family after all. There is no need to make such an ugly scene.
Now that the fight has been fought, why not let the past go?
Zhang Feng looked at the two of them at this time, which scared Zhang Dahai and Zhang Lijuan so much that they were afraid that they would also be slapped twice, which they could not bear. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng did not intend to beat them, but took out 2 bank cards and said with a strange smile.
Uncle and aunt, you must be very short of money, right?
How about this, the 2 of you beat up the 3 of them, beat them to death, and the total of 1 million Chinese yuan in these 2 cards will be all yours.
Are you crazy? He's my biological brother, your biological father.
Zhang Dahai said in disbelief. Zhang Feng shook the card in his hand. You only have 10 seconds to think about it, and you won't be able to wait after that.
10. You're dreaming. Your father and I have always had a good relationship since we were young. 9. That's your biological father, how can you be so vicious? 8. 3. I'll beat him. Actually, I've been disliking this bastard for a long time.
Today, I'll help you vent your anger.
I remember there's a stick in the kitchen, I'll get it right away. Brother, leave one for me.
Soon, screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard from the room. Han Xiaomei and Zhang Renjie, who were beaten up by Zhang Feng, had no power to fight back and could only passively take the beating. Zhang Dahai and Zhang Lijuan knew their brother's character, so they tacitly chose to deal with the mother and daughter first, and then deal with their good brother together to prevent him from fighting back. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of the neighbors. After seeing the bloody scene in the living room, he was so scared that he immediately decided to call the police. Soon the police who received the alarm call rushed over. Hearing that it was a fight between multiple people and even weapons were used, the police station directly dispatched 4 police cars, and the situation was huge.
Name: Jiang Feng. Gender: female. Nian, what did you say?
In the dark interrogation room, facing the unfriendly looks from the 2 policemen, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly.
Don't mind it, it's just a joke.
Actually, I've wanted to try saying this for a long time, but I never had the chance.
You can ask whatever you want.
If I tell even a single lie, I will curse my brother's second brother to be bitten by a dog. The police officer in charge of the interrogation twitched his lips slightly and said with suppressed anger,
This is the police station, be serious. Now I ask you questions.
First question, according to your family's testimony, you were the first to verbally insult them and then used violence against them.
Is this true? Of course it's fake. They said I beat them up. There has to be evidence for everything, right? Who saw it?
It was clearly my uncle and my second aunt who beat them up.
According to your brother's confession, you bribed your uncle and aunt with money.
Words are not enough, officer.
He said I bribed him, but where is the evidence? It must be a lie they made up to get away with it.
If you don't believe me, go ask my uncle and aunt.
The police officer who was recording the confession felt a bit of a headache after reading it.
It is currently impossible to tell whether the confessions from both parties are true or false, let alone the evidence.
The only thing that can be confirmed is that Zhang Dahai and Zhang Lijuan fought. The rest are yet to be verified.
Just when the interrogation was making no progress, the director suddenly opened the door of the interrogation room and walked in, waving his hand. The recorder quickly and cleverly turned off the camera. The director then spoke to Jiang Feng with a strange expression.
You must be Jiang Feng, you can leave now. Your wife is waiting for you outside with a kitchen knife.
Hearing this, Jiang Feng, who was sitting on the chair, shuddered with fear and quickly hugged the chair, shaking his head like a rattle.
I won't leave, even if you kill me. How can you police officers do this? You haven't even gotten any information from me yet, so how can you let me go without my permission?
You should keep me in custody for at least 24 hours.
The director's face turned dark.
He has been a policeman for decades, but this is the first time he has seen someone refusing to leave the police station.
Where did he find this weirdo?
But he couldn't just stay here and not leave.
He didn't want to get himself into trouble.
2 policemen arrived soon and carried Jiang Feng out of the interrogation room along with the chair.
He was still struggling during the process. How could you do this?
As a partner of justice, you are so incompetent.
I will report you. I will call the police.
As the footsteps faded away, the interrogation room finally became quiet. The interrogating police officer asked in confusion,
Chief, why did you let him go so quickly?
The nature of this incident is quite bad, and so many people saw it. If we don't handle it properly, it will easily cause trouble.
Don't mention it. My office has been ringing non-stop since this guy was locked up.
The director waved his hand unhappily. Not only domestic ones, but also foreign ones.
I've read the information of those 3 people. The couple is not good people.
The woman has been arrested 7 times for suspected prostitution, and the man has been imprisoned for gambling more than 10 times.
For now, let's just follow what this kid said as the testimony. If someone makes a fuss later, we can expose these things and naturally no one will dare to make a fuss.
Chapter 20, Technician Jiang serves you and compensates you 480,000.
In the waiting room of the police station,
Shen Xingyue sat on the chair with an expressionless face. The kitchen knife in her hand was particularly dazzling, making the passing police officers look strange.
There was a loud noise. Let me go. The police station is my home, I want to live here. How can you police be so irresponsible? Jiang Feng was forcibly carried over by 2 police officers.
When he saw Shen Xingyue standing up and walking towards him, he was so scared that he jumped off the chair and ran outside. 2 bodyguards appeared at the right moment, their towering bodies blocking the way out of the door. Although Jiang Feng was not physically weak, he was only an ordinary person. In front of this professional bodyguard, he was pinned to the ground in less than 2 encounters.
Let me go. This is a police station. Hey. Police aunt, are you guys just not going to do anything about it?
The 2 female police officers who were sitting behind the counter drinking tea turned their heads away with gloomy faces and pretended not to hear. He even hoped that Shin Xingyue would focus more on the area, especially the mouth. Shin Xingyue walked up to him, squatted down expressionlessly, patted Jiang Feng's face with the cold blade of a kitchen knife, and said with a sneer,
"Dog, you have become more capable. No one has ever called me fat in my life. You are the first one. It's also a man's business that women should stay out of. How do you think I should punish you? Since I'm so handsome, just punish me by making me eat a lollipop." Jiang Feng blinked his innocent eyes.
These words almost made Shin Xingyue laugh out loud. It seemed that he was unwilling to endure even the slightest bit of hardship. A moment later, at her command, Jiang Feng was lifted up again and thrown into the car at the door. Then Shin Xingyue got in and closed the car door. After a while, the car body began to shake violently up and down. If it weren't for the screams that came from time to time, the police officers would have thought that the two were having fun in the car. A full half-hour passed before the car slowly started and left the police station.
Inside a car speeding on the road.
Jiang Feng rubbed the strawberry mark on his neck with a grin, complaining silently.
"You are such a dog.
I was just joking with you, but you said such harsh words to me."
"Oomph, you'd better pray that there won't be a next time, otherwise."
Shin Xingyue hummed twice with pride. She took off her shoes and placed her feet on Jiang Feng's legs. She signaled with her eyes, and Jiang Feng reluctantly started to press her.
Yes, John the technician is at your service." Shin Xingyue then asked, "What are you going to do with those people?" "Let them all go. It's too easy for them to be locked up like this. Also, help me arrange for 2 more people to work in your company." "What about the reward?" "How about, I pledge my love to you?"
The snow-white feet immediately stepped on Jiang Feng's face and pressed him against the car window. Shin Xingyue said with a look of disgust,
"Who asked you to pledge your love to me? You want both, right? That's a nice thought. My alma mater has invited me to give a speech in a few days. You should come with me then." "Alma mater? Jiangcheng University?"
Jiang Feng pulled her feet and thought about it carefully before he understood. It has been more than 2 months since the college entrance examination, and it will soon be time for freshmen to enroll. Every year, Jiangcheng University invites outstanding graduates to return to the school to give speeches on their learning experiences.
To put it simply, it is to encourage new students and graduating students. Okay, deal. The next morning, the weather was sunny and windy.
Under Jiang Feng's arrangement, Finghua Group recruited 2 new employees, who were even personally received by the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, which caused an uproar in the company. Feeling the envious gazes around them, Jiang Bo and Xia Xia felt proud. Yesterday they were still hard-working laborers, but today they have become the people with connections that countless people envy, working for Fortune 500 companies. But soon they both looked confused. Because the deputy minister took them to the toilet door and handed them 2 brooms, which left the two confused.
"Minister Xiang, aren't you taking us to the workplace? Did you take the wrong route?" "I'm not mistaken. This is where you will work from now on."
Then, he calmly explained to the minister. With your education background, it's easy for something to go wrong no matter which department you're assigned to, not to mention making achievements and being promoted to a management position. Therefore, cleaning is the most suitable job for you. All the cleaning ladies have already taken paid leave. For the next month, the sanitation of this entire building will be entirely yours. As long as everyone sees your hard work, I believe no one will have any objections to your promotion." This rigorous logic made it impossible for the two to find any loopholes. But soon Jiang Bo angrily threw the broom on the ground.
"What a joke! Jiang Feng said we could be managers, so we came here, but he assigned us cleaning jobs? Are you going to make me the head of the cleaning department? This is clearly a joke on us. It's impossible for me to be beaten to death. Your base salary plus commission will be at least 40,000 yuan a month. If you are capable, you can sign the contract right away. Sweep.
I'm going to sweep this place, no one can snatch it from me." After looking at the 2 people sweeping the floor with pity, he turned to the minister and walked towards the elevator, thinking to himself, "I don't know how these 2 people have offended Mr. Shin. They will suffer a lot next." The other side.
In a ward of a hospital in Zhangcheng, Zhang Jinyan and his family of 3 were living in the same ward.
At the moment, they were all lying on the hospital beds with gauze wrapped all over their bodies, which showed how badly they were beaten yesterday. At this time, the phone behind the bed notified me. Patients in beds 62, 63, and 64, your accounts are already in arrears.
In order to receive normal treatment, please go to the window downstairs to pay as soon as possible. Pay, pay, pay. You keep asking me to pay you every day. Isn't that annoying?
Han Xiaomei yelled in emotional breakdown, her eyes were red, and gauze was stuck on both sides of her face. Because the police determined that they were the ones who provoked first, both parties had to bear the medical expenses themselves. None of the three of them bought medical insurance, and the total cost was nearly 40,000 yuan. Although Jiang Jinyan and Han Xiaomei receive pension money every month, they basically spend it all.
Let alone 40,000 yuan, they can't even take out 10,000 yuan. She couldn't help but complain to the side. Look at the good son you taught.
Not only did he beat us up right after he came back, but now we are lying in the hospital and we can't even afford the medicine. Jiang Jinyan, who was already unhappy, exploded at this moment.
He, who had always been weak in character, scolded his wife. How dare you bring that up? If you hadn't been biased in the past and only cared about you, his youngest son, would Xiao Feng have treated us like this? He has been a good student since he was young. Look at the son you taught.
He used to fight and drink when he was in school. We had to pay a lot of money to get him to go to college.
Now that he has graduated, he is just living off his parents. Jiang, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm going to fight you.
Just as the couple was about to fight, the door of the ward was pushed open. A man in a suit and tie, wearing shiny leather shoes, walked in with a briefcase in his hand.
Just from his attire, one could tell that he had an unusual background.
Han Xiaomei said vigilantly.
You are not the hospital's call to ask us to pay up, are you?
I tell you, money is not as important as life. The man in the suit smiled and waved his hand, then took out a document from his bag.
Don't get me wrong, ma'am. I have nothing to do with this hospital. Let me introduce myself first. I'm from Jincheng Law Firm. You can call me Lawyer Jean.
I am the lawyer hired by Mr. Jiang Feng. I am here to announce something to you. According to my investigation, you used to ask for a sum of money from Mr. Jiang Feng's mother, Ms. Wen, every month on the pretext of asking for Mr. Jiang Feng's tuition. But according to my investigation, only a small amount of this money was used on Mr. Jiang Feng. His university tuition and living expenses also basically came from his high school scholarship and odd jobs.
Now I have evidence that you embezzled it.
Ms. Wen has transferred a total of 481,200 yuan to you over the past 8 years, of which about 40,000 yuan was spent on Mr. Jiang. You are now required to pay back the remaining 440,000 yuan within 1 month, otherwise I will report you to the court and sentence you. At this point, Lawyer Jean smiled and said, warm reminder, if you can't pay it back on time, you will have to spend at least 5 years in prison for all the crimes you committed.
I've got your message. I'll be leaving now. You two can continue arguing. Chapter 21 Leading you into the urn. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the office of the Deputy General Manager of Fenghua Group, Yang Wei was looking at the documents listlessly. It had been 12 hours since his last break, and he had basically been working the rest of the time. In fact, he works quite well. After all, he is a top student from a top university and has no problems with his abilities. However, he cannot handle the heavy workload. Although I got a promotion, my life is even worse than before. At this time Jiang Feng pushed open the office door and walked in. Yang Wei thought it was the secretary coming again and was so scared that he trembled. But when he found out it was Jiang Feng, his eyes were immediately filled with anger. He stood up, picked up the document and was about to throw it at him. Asshole, you still have the nerve to come here. I'm going to fight you today. A gold card appeared in Jiang Feng's hand, and he said slowly. As a gold card member of Huaxia Bath City, there is a 100,000 yuan credit limit. I'll give it to you. Godfather. Yang Wei, who was murderous just now, immediately changed his expression. The next second, he took the gold card with a smile on his face, then pushed Jiang Feng to sit on the chair and started to massage him. His technique was extremely professional. He said with a smile, I knew that you, Brother Feng, would not just watch me suffer. You must understand me. How is it? Is this strength appropriate? Yeah, not bad. Jiang Feng enjoyed it comfortably and asked casually. How are my good cousins now? They? Yang Wei thought for a moment and replied, they were quite motivated in the first 2 days, but I heard that they started arguing with someone as soon as they arrived today. They must be getting fed up.
After all, they came here aiming to be managers, but now they can only be cleaners who are ordered around. Although the salary is more than twice what they had before, they still feel bad.
Yang Wei asked puzzledly. If you want to deal with them, there are many ways to do it. Why do you let them clean the house and pay them such a high salary? We have to let them work hard first before we can move forward.
Zhang Feng said with a faint smile. Although he had no grudge against his uncle and second aunt, when his mother was married to Zhang Jinyan, these two people made things difficult for her. She not only had to kneel down to her parents, but also to her brothers and sisters. It is beautifully called a custom, but in fact it is just a warning to others.
How could he not take revenge?
Then you deliberately find some excuse to deduct their wages, fining them 2,000 each time, and then.
After listening to Zhang Feng's plan, Yang Wei suddenly understood and said with a wicked smile. You are such a filthy person. This is more painful than killing them.
Okay, I'll arrange it later. After chatting for a while, Zhang Feng left without staying any longer. He made an appointment with Shen Zhuzhu to go shopping in the mall this afternoon. If he was late, the woman would skin him alive. After Zhang Feng left, the secretary opened the door and walked in with a stack of documents. When he saw Yang Wei playing with the gold card in his hand, he smiled and said,
It's also because Mr. Yang loves his work and saves money for the company. Yang Wei was stunned by these words. He asked in confusion. What saves money?
The secretary replied with a strange look on his face. The company saw that you were very tired these days, so it planned to give you 4 days of paid vacation at the end of the month, and all expenses would be reimbursed by the company, but Mr. Jiang said that you love your job and don't want to leave. So I exchanged my 4-day paid vacation for a gold foot bath card. Yang Wei suddenly felt that the gold card in his hand was no longer attractive. He swore that next time he saw that bitch, he would make her feel the power of Mount Tai pressing down on her. In the afternoon, the sun became scorching. After Jiang Bo and Xia Xiao were assigned their respective areas, they picked up their brooms and started working. Although they were unwilling, they could only comfort themselves with the monthly salary of 40,000 yuan.
Just when Jiang Bo finished cleaning one floor and was about to leave,
the deputy director of the sales department stopped him, pointed to the dirty tissue in the corner, and frowned.
How did you clean it? Can't you see the huge ball of paper towels?
Go clean it up quickly or I'll fine you another $2,000 for not being able to do such a small thing. When Jiang Bo heard that he would be fined 2,000 yuan, he quit immediately.
You fine me 2,000 for a piece of dirty paper? You don't have such rights. This is against the law. Hearing this, the deputy minister sneered. Who said your salary was deducted? The money deducted comes from your performance. If you keep nagging me, I'll deduct another 2,000 from you. You. Why, you want to take action? That's not something that can be solved with 2,000. No matter where you come from or what connections you have to pack up and leave.
In the end, Zhang Bo swallowed his anger, picked up the tissue angrily and threw it into the trash can, then went to the next floor. But now came the time for him to break down. Almost at every level, he would have his pay deducted for various reasons, with the lowest amount being 2,000 at a time. In just half an hour, his performance bonus of 35,000 was reduced to only a fraction.
Damn it! These people are clearly targeting me on purpose.
In the toilet on one of the floors, Zhang Bo slammed the door with a heavy punch and suddenly felt a little regretful. He thought he should not have changed jobs earlier. Although he was just a small manager in his previous company, he was happy with his free time. But since I came to Finghua Group, not only have I been exhausted like a dog every day, but now even my salary has been deducted and only a few thousand are left.
The most important thing is that I am looked down upon by others.
At this time, 2 footsteps and conversation were heard outside the toilet.
Hey, have you heard? The crystal necklace that our company was going to display the day after tomorrow was lost. It seems to have been lost in the company. It is said to be worth tens of millions. Boss Su has announced that whoever finds the necklace can immediately go to her to claim the 200,000 yuan bonus. How about we look for it after get off work? What if we find it?
Sure.
The two left quickly after using the toilet.
Listening to the footsteps going away, Zhang Bo, who was squatting in the toilet, looked thoughtful and thought to himself.
There will be a reward of 200,000 for finding the necklace.
It is working hours now and these employees cannot move around randomly, but he is a cleaner and can go to every floor, so now is the best opportunity for him. If he could find the necklace and embezzle it, then it would be a necklace worth tens of millions, enough for him to live a carefree life.
I definitely can't do it alone. I can only contact that woman Xia Xia.
Thinking of this, he immediately took out his cell phone to send a message. Xia Xia, who had long been fed up with this kind of life, agreed without hesitation when she heard about it. The two of them formed an alliance and started cleaning with great enthusiasm, not leaving out any corner of the company. After all, that's 10 million. Even if each person gets half, it would still be a huge sum of 5 million. About 2 hours later, the two of them had almost cleaned up the entire group, but still no trace of the necklace was found.
Just as the two of them were dejectedly preparing to take the elevator back to the first floor,
Xia Xia suddenly felt something shaking her. She subconsciously looked down, and her pupils shrank sharply the next second, and the surprise in her heart was immediately overwhelmed by the surprise.
Because the rooftop needs to be renovated, the renovation workers broke the elevator yesterday when they were moving heavy objects.
Therefore, wooden boards were specially installed in the new elevator to prevent the elevator from being damaged again. The necklace is in the gap between the wooden boards, and it is difficult to find if you don't look down carefully. Thinking of the camera above her head, Xia Xia pushed Zhang Bo, who was in a daze, and motioned him to look towards the corner. Zhang Bo was ecstatic, but soon realized the problem with the camera. The two looked at each other and started to act.
Zhang Bo pretended to stretch casually and blocked the camera with a broom.
Xia Xia took this opportunity to quickly bend down, pick up the necklace and put it in her pocket. The two thought they had completed the task perfectly, but they didn't know that all their actions were recorded by the pinhole camera in the corner of the elevator.
Chapter 22. Jiang Feng was completely subdued. In a cinema in a shopping mall in Zhongcheng. In the dark cinema, the big screen was playing the latest romance film, The Man Who Vanished, and the audience was watching with great interest. In the center of the last row,
Shen Xingyue just felt very uncomfortable sitting there. Not only was the chair a bit hard, but the air conditioning in the theater was also turned on very low, making it impossible for her to concentrate on watching the movie. She suddenly rolled her eyes and her gaze fell on Jiang Feng, who was watching her intently beside her.
Jiang Feng was watching when the popcorn on his legs was suddenly taken away.
Then he saw Shen Xingyue crawling over and snuggling into his arms like a kitten.
He said speechlessly, "Miss Shen, your behavior can easily tempt others to commit crimes. If you dare to mess around, I'll cut that off."
"What will you use after you cut it off?"
"Of course, I'll connect it when I need it." 666.
It is not known whether Jiang Feng enjoyed watching this movie, but Shen Xingyue, who was curled up in his arms, must have been very satisfied.
Boyfriend equals portable heater plus automatic feeder. Who wouldn't he love this? As soon as he walked out of the mall, Jiang Feng received a message from Yang Wei. "Yang Wei, Prince of Kidney Deficiency, you were right."
The two guys tried to run away after picking up the necklace, but were caught by the security guards. Now they have been caught red-handed and have been taken away by the police. Yang Wei, Prince of Kidney Deficiency, their parents came out of the police station and ran to the company building to make a scene.
"They insisted on seeing you. What should we do?"
"Jiang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, just deal with it as it should be done."
"You're welcome. Yang Wei, Prince of Kidney Deficiency, okay."
After exiting the chat interface, Jiang Feng felt nothing in his heart.
After all, the families of his uncle and second aunt were just minor characters to him.
They were just something he dealt with when he was dealing with Jiang Jinyan and the others. They were not worth his attention at all. I went there specifically to mock him for this.
Showing off your abilities in front of such people is something only a loser would do.
Seeing that he had been looking down at his phone, Shen Xingyue walked over in 2 steps, snatched it and put it in her bag, snorting coldly.
"Is this how you go out on a date with your girlfriend? I'm angry."
"I'll give you 10 seconds to figure out how to comfort me, or the consequences will be very serious."
"To coax you?" Jiang Feng's expression became serious.
He stretched out his hand to pinch her chin and said,
"In that case, I will reluctantly accept you calling me dad. I tell you, you're getting a great deal." "Shen Xingyue?"
While she was in a daze, Jiang Feng ran towards the river opposite the mall with a smile on his face.
Soon, someone's angry voice rang out behind him. "Jiang Feng, you'd better not get caught by me. Otherwise I will break your legs."
Passers-by looked at the energetic couple playing in the square, and their lips curled up involuntarily as if they were recalling their younger selves.
It's great to be young.
In the end, Jiang Feng had no way to escape when he ran to the shore.
He was caught by Shin Xingyue and kicked on the butt. He could only keep his head down and admit his mistakes, and only then did the latter let him go. Because they had to give a speech at Jiangcheng University tomorrow, the two of them continued walking along the shore for a while and then went straight home. There are two important turning points in life that are likely to determine a person's future destiny, namely the junior high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination. In the eyes of Jiangcheng people, the moment you step into Jiangcheng University, it means that your future will be bright. Today is the day for new students to enroll at Jiangcheng University. Before 9 o'clock in the morning, you can see a large number of students carrying large and small bags, entering the school gate with expectation and longing in their eyes, and looking bright and energetic. Among them was a young man and woman wearing sunglasses. While walking towards the school, Zhang Feng glanced at everything around him. Every flower, grass and tree felt so familiar, as if they had traces he had left behind. I haven't been back for many years, but I feel like nothing has changed since I left. Come to think of it. The school is always here, but the students inside change one after another. Shin Xingyue, who was holding his arm, opened her red lips slightly. Don't act so serious here. The principal is probably waiting for us in the office right now. I'm just waiting for you, okay? I'm not going on stage. What if I say that the current principal is your former mentor? Ha, you are kidding again. Seeing that this guy didn't care, Shin Xingyue smiled and stopped talking, silently quickening her pace. About 15 minutes later, in the office of the president of Jiangcheng University, Zhang Feng, who had just come in, exchanged a glance with the person behind the desk. He turned around expressionlessly and was about to run away, but the latter stopped him with a glare. You bastard, try running. Get over here. Hearing this, Zhang Feng dared not disobey, so he could only turn around obediently and said with a sullen smile. Hello, long time no see, Lao Lu. This person is none other than Zhang Feng's college mentor Lu Peng, but their relationship is not that simple. If Zhang Feng has two great benefactors in his life. One is the master who taught him how to survive and cook in the United States, and the other is definitely the old Lu in front of him. Zhang Feng still remembers that he was only a sophomore in high school and worked as a waiter in a restaurant. By chance, he met Lao Lu, who found that he was smart and began to teach him. Although Zhang Feng had good grades before, after being taught by Lao Lu, he was promoted from the top 20 in the school to the top 10 in the city in just 2 years. According to Zhang Feng's grades at the time, he could have gone to a better school, but he still chose Jiangcheng University and became a student of old Lu. Unexpectedly, 6 years later, Lao Lu has become the principal. Zhang Feng glanced at Shin Xingyue depressedly, as if to say, why didn't you tell me in advance? I was not mentally prepared at all. After approaching, Lu Peng naturally pinched Zhang Feng's face and taught him a lesson in a child's tone. Why, I eat people. You probably don't have this hobby. Then run away if you see me. You bastard, you must have grown up after being abroad for a few years, right? I forgot to buy you a gift, so I'm going out to buy some before I come back. Seeing the arrogant Zhang Feng being taught a lesson like a grandson, Shin Xingyue picked up her phone with a smile and took a picture of the scene. If only the dog could do this to her. But if this guy is too submissive, it seems a little lacking in meaning. It is better for dogs to be a little rebellious. You haven't called me in all these years. Go and reflect on your mistakes for half an hour. Oh. Facing this strict teacher, Zhang Feng honestly sat facing the wall and thought about it. Old Lu and Shin Xingyue discussed the details of the speech later. Chapter 23, Cafeteria Incident, Zhang Feng takes action. For Shin Xingyue, speaking is easy. The only thing that needed to be discussed was the speech. In just 10 minutes, the two had already decided on the first draft and the order of going on stage, and they were very familiar with all the procedures. Lu Peng said with emotion, Xiaoshen, I ask you to make this trip every year. It's really hard for you. Since Shin Xingyue graduated, she has naturally become the most outstanding graduate. Over the years, she has accepted the school's invitation to participate in speeches to freshmen every time. Even the fact that Lu Peng could become the principal was related to Shin Xingyue. In response to the thanks, Shin Xingyue raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, Teacher Lu, these things are nothing to me. I am very proud to be able to contribute my part to my alma mater. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled out a pen from the pen holder on the table, and threw it behind her without looking back and smiling. The ballpoint pen drew a graceful arc in the air. And accurately hit someone who wants to be lazy. Oops.
Jiang Feng, who wanted to secretly find a chair to sit down, rubbed his head in pain and looked at the culprit angrily.
You're going too far. If you just throw things around randomly, what if it hits a child? Can you bear the responsibility? Principal Lu glanced at him expressionlessly.
Jiang Feng silently closed his mouth, completely restrained.
Time passes slowly. A teacher knocked on the door and walked into the office. He looked at Jiang Feng standing in the corner with a strange look and then said, "Principal, the new students have gathered in the playground. Well, let's go over there now." Good. Rows of young faces stood on the playground of Zhengzheng University.
There were rows of chairs on the stage. Those were the seats for the school administrators, and Principal Lu's seat was in the center. At this moment, Shen Xingyue has already come on stage, holding the microphone and talking on the stage. Confident and dazzling, she has undoubtedly become the faith in the hearts of her younger classmates and is regarded as a goal they want to achieve. When asked to share her success story, she said, "In fact, there are not that many smart people in this world. Most of the time, the environment determines a person's upper limit, and the core of this kind of learning environment is competition. Only an equally matched opponent can inspire our desire to win and allow you to surpass your own limits.
A suitable opponent can make you and me stronger." The speech lasted for more than half an hour. Shen Xingyue walked off the stage with Principal Lu amid thunderous applause. As for the rest, it will be handed over to other school leaders.
It was almost time for lunch, so the three of them came to the second floor of the school cafeteria, each took a plate and walked to the food window. Maybe because today is the day for new students to enter school, the variety of dishes is much greater than usual.
Jiang Feng ordered 2 dishes at random and found a seat near the air conditioner.
He picked up the chopsticks and tasted some of the fried pork with bamboo shoots, and his expression immediately became colorful. After swallowing it down forcefully, he looked at the teacher beside him with resentment. "Mr. Lu, why is the food in this school cafeteria getting worse and worse? Tell me the truth, how much money did you embezzle?" The food in the school cafeteria 6 years ago was so authentic.
But now, if the teacher hadn't been around, Jiang Feng would have vomited out all the food.
It's not that the taste was bad, but the vegetables and meat were not fresh at all and were very tough. Let us put it this way, it's only slightly better than the dishes cooked by Shinjuju.
Jiang Feng was hit on the head with a knife.
Shen Xingyue said expressionlessly.
"Did you just say something bad about me in your mind?" "Absolutely not." Principal Lu was also aware of the food problem. He sighed and said,
"It was the former principal who caused all this trouble. He let a catering company contract the canteen for a small profit and signed a 5-year contract.
In the end, he was caught and taken away. I still have to deal with this mess. The quality of the food is the result of my best efforts.
It was worse before." Jiang Feng suddenly fell silent. He knew the food in the cafeteria was not good, but he still brought them here. With Lao Lu's salary, he could afford to eat in a restaurant, so why did he bring them here?
There is only one answer. Sure enough, when Jiang Feng looked up again,
Principal Lu and Shen Xingyue were both looking at him with meaningful smiles on their faces, like the expression of a fisherman when he sees a fish take in the bait. And the fish that took the bait was naturally Jiang Feng. At this time, Principal Lu smiled and said, "I heard from Xiaoshen that you have become a good cook in the past 2 years abroad.
Xiao Feng, you don't want your dear juniors to study hard while eating such food, do you?"
Jiang Feng rolled his eyes.
"Your canteen has been contracted out to someone else, what's the point of looking for me?" Principal Lu, although the cafeteria has been contracted out, the contract does not state that students who come to the cafeteria can only eat the dishes they cook. The contract is the law, and even Principal Lu cannot change it.
But this does not mean that there are no loopholes. Jiang Feng shrugged, "Even if I can help, I don't have the ingredients or tools."
To be honest, he didn't really want to help.
After all, Zhengzheng University had thousands of people, and cooking a big pot of food was a test of strength and arm power.
He would rather donate money to the school. "Don't worry about it. I'm already prepared," Shen Xingyue said calmly. Jiang Feng. Okay, you're my woman, but you always betray me. Wait for you at night."
The canteen manager happened to be passing by. Since there were only a few people in the canteen and it was very quiet, he naturally heard these words.
He immediately walked over and said casually, "Cooking is not that easy. It's not something you can just stir-fry at home. Our Longcheng catering is well known in the industry. Young man, don't overestimate your abilities. You can't do it.
Shin Xingyue suddenly felt that all her previous tactics were in vain.
With these two sentences, even if they didn't say it, someone wouldn't be able to hold back given their personality. Bang!
As expected, Jiang Feng slammed the table and stood up, startling the manager who just passed by. Jiang Feng said to him with a half smile, "If I can't get you out of the cafeteria on your own, I will write my name, Jiang Feng, upside down. You should be proud to be my opponent." The manager did not understand the significance of this statement. He just thought that the young man was talking nonsense. After all, in the chef's profession, basic skills are particularly important. This guy is so young and doesn't look like he has any cooking skills, let alone the big pot dishes which are the most difficult to master.
Humph, you're not afraid of biting your tongue when you brag. Today's young people can say anything just to satisfy their vanity.
A chef's ability cannot be judged by his words.
Chapter 24, Discovering a Flaw in Contracting the Canteen. Inside Jiangchang University, a piece of news spread quickly. Especially it caused a huge uproar on the forum. The shit cook behind the scenes, have you heard? The principal invited a genius today to compete with the canteen contractor to see who can cook better food. On behalf of the son to kill you, oh my god, who is so awesome. You are worthy of being my principal. Just go for it. Harry waved loudly, the food is so bad, someone should finally deal with those bastards. Last time I accidentally ate a spoiled chicken wing and had diarrhea all night. On behalf of the son to kill you, who isn't? Go find them. They still won't admit it. If you are a bald person, you will glow, the slow ones are still here, while the fast ones have already rushed to the cafeteria. Attached is a photo. The cafeteria, which was usually quiet, was already crowded before 12 o'clock today, and the noisy scene could be seen from a distance. There were even more people crowded at the windows on the second floor. In the kitchen, Jiang Feng had already set up a big pot and started to light the fire. Next to it were trays of freshly cut meat and vegetables, piled high like a small mountain. Since time was running out, he definitely couldn't hope to make stew, so he could only choose to stir fry, which was quick. 2 security guards were there to help. After heating the oil, Jiang Feng first added garlic and lard, then instructed the two to pour a whole pot of chili shreds into the pot, and after frying until they were cooked, they took them out and added the marinated shredded meat and stir-fried them evenly. If you are at home, you can add the shredded pork directly after frying the peppers. But this doesn't work with a big pot, because the amount of vegetables is large. If you put all of them in, some of the vegetables will be fried unevenly and become half-cooked. Not far away, the canteen chef walked up to the manager. The two looked at the skilled young man, and he whispered, "Manager, this guy is very experienced. I'm afraid he's not a good person. He must be a skilled worker specially hired by Principal Liu. The dishes we used are all, what if we don't win the competition?" The manager snorted coldly. How could he not know this? He sneered and said, "If we didn't win the competition, then we didn't win. As long as we haven't violated the contract, the school should still pay us the purchase fee. As for him paying someone else to contract the canteen, does that have anything to do with us?" Half an hour later, a strong aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. 2 security guards walked to the window carrying a large food tray filled with appetizing stir-fried dishes. Both the color and the smell were impeccable. Due to the urgency of time, Jiang Feng only had time to cook 2 dishes. But it's enough. Seeing the students' eager expressions, Principal Liu smiled and waved his hand. "What are you still doing here? Today, as an exception, you are allowed to eat on the second floor. When you get your food, please line up in an orderly manner to avoid waste." The decision caused a frenzy among students. The principal is wise. Lao Lu, I love you so much. You are my god. Don't push the people in front. No, which student from Sichuan and Chongqing is pulling my pants? If you do that again, I'll be angry. Have you tried the one in front? How does it taste? One word. Fragrant. Window number 2 was already occupied by students, and as for window number 1, there was not even a single person in line, which made the 2 waitresses standing there very embarrassed. Compared to the chaos outside, the kitchen was still calm. Jiang Feng took off his chef's uniform and walked to the manager, smiling meaningfully and saying, "If I were you, I would have torn up the contract by now." "Oh, you're dreaming." Facing the manager's sneer, Jiang Feng did not get angry, but stepped forward and put his arm around the guy's shoulders, lowering his voice.
Although it is written in the contract that you have the right to contract, the school cannot evict you as long as the time limit has not expired, but that is under the premise that you have not breached the contract.
I just tasted your dishes. They're not fresh, are they?
Let me think. They're probably old vegetables left over from barbecue shops and restaurants.
Am I right? The manager trembled, obviously he was right. But how did this guy know that? Did he know it just by taking a bite? Is he still human? Jiang Feng explained patiently.
It's obvious that the vegetables you use are old ones, but I see that the cabbage slices in your pot are very large. Judging from your style, you don't seem like the kind of people who feed students good food.
So these dishes must be leftovers from restaurants or something like that. The meat is even more obvious. The smell is too strong.
Although you have cleaned it, the meat itself is already seasoned with strong cumin and pepper flavors.
It comes from the barbecue restaurant, am I right? Jiang Feng has no actual basis for either of these two statements, they are just guesses.
However, looking at the manager's expression, he knew that even if what he said was different, the actual situation was almost correct. Seeing that he was wavering, Jiang Feng continued speaking, pointing his finger at Shinjuju, who was standing outside the window queuing for food.
Hey, did you see that vicious gossip?
Since you have been contracting the cafeteria for so long, you must have seen her. She is the daughter of the richest man in our city. Although she looks pretty, she is actually a cannibal.
Jiang Feng threatened. She was the one who paid me to teach you a lesson. The current principal is her teacher. Do you think you can defeat her?
It's me who's here now, but tomorrow the one who comes might be the police. The manager swallowed and believed what Jiang Feng said. From the perspective of interests, the other party has every reason to do so, and it doesn't take much effort to deal with them. Even the company behind them could not be a match for Finghua Group. A moment later, at the dining table in the corner, as Principal Liu hung up the phone, he looked at Jiang Feng, who was sitting opposite him, in surprise.
How did you do that, kid?
I pushed them so many times before, but they refused to terminate the contract. Now they are taking the initiative to ask me to terminate the contract and are willing to compensate the school 200,000 yuan. Jiang Feng laughed, covered half of his eyes with his hands, and said in a very immature tone. Of course they wholeheartedly surrendered to my cooking skills, ha ha ha. Before he could finish laughing, a piece of meat was stuffed into his mouth, almost choking him. Shen Xingyue snorted and said, "Stop being silly and talk normally."
Are you teaching me how to do things?
Looking at the bickering scene, Principal Liu smiled even more, and suddenly said,
Xiao Feng, are you interested in taking the college entrance examination again? Since your class, the school has rarely produced talents who can go abroad to compete, and you still lack a good academic degree, don't you?
No. Before Jiang Feng could answer, Shen Xingyue beside him refused with a vigilant look on her face. This guy is going to go back to college, so the time he spends with her will be greatly reduced. Seeing the protective look of this person, Principal Liu smiled helplessly and did not force it.
By the way, since you don't want to go to school, are you interested in starting a business and contracting our school cafeteria? Don't bother with me, old man. I'll find you a good cook in the next couple of days. As for the vegetable cutters and others, you can hire them yourself. This way, you don't need to outsource the canteen. That's fine. I still trust you. It's worth it that I kept the fact that you were hanging out with girls from other departments a secret for so many years. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature around them seemed to freeze instantly and dropped several degrees. Jiang Feng only felt a murderous intent coming from behind him. He looked at Lao Lu with tears in his eyes. His angry eyes seemed to say, "You old man, I helped you so much, but you turned your kindness into enmity." Soon, two figures appeared on the school playground chasing each other frantically. Wife, please listen to my explanation. Yang Wei hid it from me that time. I only found out after I arrived. I am innocent. Stop talking nonsense and talk inside the coffin if you have anything to say. Chapter 25, Shinjuju was tricked. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng was awakened by the sound of birds singing outside the window. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Shen Xingyue, who was wearing a purple nightgown and hugging him tightly. The latter was still asleep at this moment, and the shoulder strap had slipped from one side, revealing her snow-white shoulders. A celebrity once said that purple is the most charming color. Jiang Feng used to think it was complete nonsense, but only now did he realize that it was just his short-sightedness. This sentence was absolutely right.
As long as he raised his eyes slightly, he could see the deep cleavage. Zhang Feng coughed twice and pulled up her slipped shoulder strap. After touching her casually, he got out of bed and rushed into the bathroom. Soon the sound of flowing water was heard from inside. Shin Xingyue, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes almost at the same time. She glanced at the straps that were pulled up, sat up and sighed. You really have the desire but not the courage. Of course Jiang Feng didn't want to do it, but it was mainly because he respected Shin Xingyue. He could only hold back before the latter agreed. Force is not his style. A little after 10 a.m., Jiangcheng Airport. A BMW M7 was parked at the exit of the airport. Jiang Feng looked around for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he waved to a man and a woman who had just entered the entrance. Mom, Pa, this way. The woman in a plain long dress walked over quickly, gave Jiang Feng a big hug as soon as they met, and looked him up and down. How come you've become a little darker these 2 days since you returned home? It's normal to have sunburn in China, but Mom, why did you come back from the United States without telling me in advance? Of course I was thinking of giving my good son a surprise. When Yero smiled, her eyes full of pampering and tenderness towards Jiang Feng, her personality sometimes mature and sometimes cunning. Brother Feng. A Bao, a sturdy man, came over, pulling a pile of luggage. He was Jiang Feng's kitchen helper when he was in the United States. He was not very tall, but the muscles in his arms bulged high, as if he could punch through a stone slab. Jiang Feng specifically called him to help out in Jiangcheng canteen. Jiang Feng nodded. Get in the car, I'll take you to dinner first, and we'll talk about other things later. After putting the luggage in the trunk, when Yiru opened the door, but did not see her daughter-in-law. After getting in, she asked in confusion. Why don't you see Xiaoshun? She had wanted to meet her daughter-in-law for a long time, so she felt a little disappointed when she didn't see her. Jiang Feng suddenly had an interesting idea in his mind and said with a smile. She doesn't know you're coming. Anyway, there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. How about I call her over? Will it interfere with her work? No. Jiang Feng sent a message to Shin Xingyue with a wicked smile. Jiang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, what are you doing? Shin Xingyue, the most beautiful in the world, eat breakfast, where are you? Jiang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, my mother suddenly returned home. I'm taking her to the restaurant now. It will be there in about 20 minutes. Can you come? Jiang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, I advise you not to come. Our custom is that if a girl is late for the first meeting with her parents, she will be regarded as looking down on the boy's parents. I will explain it to you later. In the living room of a villa in Linjianjuan. Shin Xingyue was originally eating toast leisurely, but after seeing the news from that head, she immediately felt unwell. He stood up in a hurry and almost choked on the bread in his mouth. She quickly drank a sip of milk and said quickly, Butler Sue, hurry up. Get the car ready. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. Although he didn't know what had happened, Butler Sue still drove out the sports car parked in the basement. At this time, Shin Xingyue, who had quickly changed her clothes and shoes, happened to run down from upstairs in a panic. She didn't bother to say anything more, she got into the car and stepped on the accelerator. In a private room of a big hotel. Just as Jiang Feng led Ms. Wan and the other person to sit down, the door of the private room was pushed open, revealing a breathless Shin Xingyue, with sweat oozing from her forehead and sticking to her hair. She didn't care to rest, and said apologetically, Auntie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be late, I don't mean to look down on you. This series of actions left Wen's mother confused. After a while, she asked doubtfully, Why do you look down on me? Shin Xingyue was stunned and said subconsciously, Isn't it your custom that if you are late for the first meeting with the parents, it means you look down on them? This made Wen's mother even more confused. Is there such a rule? How come she doesn't know it? Soon the two guessed what the problem was. They looked at Jiang Feng, who was snickering beside them, and it became clear in an instant. Ha 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 ha. No, I really can't hold it back anymore. Jiang Feng finally burst into laughter. His laughter echoed in the room. Yesterday he was chased by this woman in front of so many people on the playground. He didn't expect that the opportunity for revenge would come so soon. Shin Xingyue's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and she clenched her fists and was about to walk over to teach this guy a lesson. Suddenly, Mother Wen stood up and grabbed her shoulder with one hand. I thought she was going to stop her, but unexpectedly she picked up the electric mosquito swatter on the table next to her and handed it to Shen Xingyue.
The meaning is self-evident.
After a while, Jiang Feng's laughter turned into screams. "No, Mom, why are you helping outsiders to mess with me?
Who told you to tease Xiaoshen like that? Look how scared she was just now.
You deserve to be punished." Considering that her future mother-in-law was right next to her, Shen Xingyue just knocked Jiang Feng on the head twice before giving up. Then she sat next to Wen's mother, and the two of them soon began chatting familiarly.
That gentle smile and laughter were completely different from before.
The waiter quickly brought out plates of hot dishes, including those from all major cuisines.
While eating, Mother Wen remembered something.
After picking up a piece of beef for her daughter, she looked up and said to her son,
"By the way, there is another reason why I came back this time. Tomorrow is your grandpa's birthday.
I haven't contacted my family in all these years abroad, so I wanted to go see him tomorrow.
Will you come with me?" "Go, why not go?"
Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. After a woman gets married, her status in her parents' home is linked to her son's ability, and her son is her confidence.
He still knew this.
I have to say that Shen Xingyue's method of coaxing people is quite clever. They had only met for less than half an hour, but he was already calling her mom so frequently. Jiang Feng felt that if he continued like this, he would soon fall out of favor. After eating and drinking, Jiang Feng sent a bao to Jiangcheng University and handed him over to Lao Lu, then took his mother in Shinjuju straight to the nearest clothing street.
Chapter 26 Your Favorite Maple.
Even though the weather was scorching hot, the streets were still crowded with people, and stray dogs were hanging out their tongues in the shady corners, enjoying the cool breeze blowing from the alleys. Mother Wen and Shen Xingyue held each other's hands, like a mother and daughter.
"Xiaoshen, come to think of it, how did you get to know our Xiao Feng?"
Shen Xingyue explained the reason with a smile. She and Jiang Feng were both Principal Lu's most valued students, and they often had private lessons together. Therefore, the two had many interactions and became familiar with each other after a while. What Shen Xingyue valued most about Jiang Feng at that time was, when ordinary people see her, they will admire her figure and appearance, but this guy is different.
At that time, she was only thinking about making money. In terms of learning ability, she felt inferior to Jiang Feng.
If she were in Jiang Feng's shoes, it would be impossible for her to balance her studies and part-time job at the same time. Both of them are Lao Lu's students, and they are also each other's biggest competitors. Later, one time the principal asked this guy to go on stage to give a speech about his learning experience, but he suddenly confessed his love to me in front of all the students in the school, which made the principal very angry. Mother Wen looked at her son who was carrying the bag behind her in surprise.
If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. This is indeed his style.
He does some incredible things when people least expect it.
Mother Wen smiled and said, "So you agreed at that time? Someone has already done that, what else can I do?"
Shen Xingyue shrugged helplessly, but it can be seen that she is very proud. Jiang Feng curled his lips. "It seems like you are very unhappy with it."
I don't know who was laughing like a fool at that time.
Just as he finished speaking, Shen Xingyue stretched out her arm and twisted his waist hard, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Mother Wen looked at the two of them with a smile, and suddenly remembered that she had also experienced such times when she was young, but the ending was very tragic. Just as the three of them were walking forward, someone was suddenly kicked out of the clothing store next to them by the boss.
"Go away. You don't know anything and you want to apply for the position of store manager? Do you really think my salary of 15,000 yuan is so easy to get? Go wherever you want."
The man who was pushed out said angrily.
"What's your attitude? He's just a store manager. What's so special about that? Even if you beg me now, I won't do it."
He got up from the ground, dusted himself off, turned around and was about to leave, but he bumped into Jiang Feng and the other two, and both of them were stunned.
Jiang Jinyan was stunned, Aru.
Mother Wen was also surprised, but soon her face turned cold. "Don't call me that, we have nothing to do with each other anymore." Jiang Jinyan suddenly knelt down in front of her, his eyes gradually turned red, tears flashed in his eyes, and he choked up and said, "Aru, everything that happened before was my fault. It was all because I was blind and deceived by that bitch.
I kowtow to you, will you forgive me?"
As he said this, he was about to kowtow towards the ground that was hot from the sun. At this time Jiang Feng stepped forward and kicked him. The defenseless latter was kicked and fell backwards twice, looking extremely embarrassed.
Jiang Fen said calmly, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to.
Instead, you should think about how to raise enough money before the end of the month.
Otherwise, jail will await you.
He remembered something and suddenly laughed.
By the way, why don't I see your good son and wife? Did they know you were going to jail and ran away without you?
Although there was an element of coincidence, Jiang Feng really got it right this time. The day after they found out that Jiang Jinyan was in huge debt, Han Xiaomei and Jiang Renjie packed up their belongings and ran away, not caring about his life or death.
Jiang Jinyan stammered and was unable to speak.
Seeing that more and more people were gathering around to watch the fun, Jiang Feng snorted coldly, took his mother's hand with one hand and Shen Xingyue's hand with the other, and left with them without looking back.
After leaving the clothing street, there are fewer and fewer talented people around.
The three of them stopped under the shade of a big tree.
Mother Wen sighed and narrated. Actually, he wasn't like this before. I met him in high school.
He had very good grades and sat at the same table with me. We were together in our second year of high school. Later, his family didn't allow him to go to college and even stopped paying for his living expenses.
He was forced to drop out of school and work. He became a completely different person and became more and more irritable.
Wen's mother thought that he would come to his senses after getting married, but you can't wake up a person who pretends to be asleep.
In the end, the two divorced.
Jiang Jinyan found a new love, and Wen's mother chose to work illegally abroad in despair.
Speaking of this, Mother Wen's eyes became red.
Shen Xingyue looked distressed, took Mother Wen's hand and held it in her palm, raised a smile and said, Mother Wen, no one can guarantee that they won't make mistakes.
At least you now have an excellent son and an even more excellent daughter. Isn't this worth being happy about?
Mother Wen turned her worry into a smile. Yes, we should be happy. The two hugged each other, and Shen Xingyue glanced sideways and found that Jiang Feng next to her did not move, but stood there with a distressed look on his face.
What's wrong with you? Nothing, I just felt like you said something wrong just now. What did I say wrong?
Jiang Feng said solemnly.
Compared to the two of us, I'm obviously the better one, right?
Although there's no need to be so clear about our relationship, my mom once said that people become ugly when they lie.
Shen Xingyue and Wen's mother. A moment later the three of them walked into a cafe. Welcome, please come in.
Before the waitress could finish her words, she saw Jiang Feng walk in with 2 slap marks on his face. She opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Feng ignored her expression and said sullenly,
What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a handsome guy being abused? Give us 3 cups of cappuccino. Okay, wait a moment.
It was the hottest time of the day and there were hardly any people in the coffee shop. The few tables of customers came in to take a break after shopping. Shen Xingyue pulled Wen's mother to sit by the window. Jiang Feng took out something he had just taken from the car and put it on the table.
It looked like a document. A gift for you. What is this?
Wen's mother asked puzzledly. It's not just the daughter-in-law who can make her old mother happy.
You'll know if you open it and take a look.
Jiang Feng said. Wen's mother curiously opened the document and took a look, and found that it was actually a house purchase contract, and her name was written as the buyer.
Shen Xingyue explained.
This is the money Jiang Feng gave me.
I asked someone to help you choose a good location. The furniture and appliances are already fully equipped. You can move in at any time.
When she took off the contract, a piece of paper fell to the ground. Mother Wen bent down to pick it up, and after seeing the contents on the paper, she was stunned.
There were crooked handwriting on the paper. No matter what happens, I hope Mom will always keep smiling. Your beloved Maple. Chapter 27 Going to the Wen family, complicated family relationships.
In the evening, the three of them found an authentic Sichuan restaurant. After dinner, Jiang Feng sent his mother to the newly bought villa. Before leaving, he did not forget to say,
I'll pick you up before noon tomorrow. Okay, be safe on your way back.
Knowing that the young couple needed some time alone, Mother Wen did not ask them to stay.
The streets at night are like a river as smooth as a mirror, winding in the dense shadows of trees.
Occasionally, a car speeds past, making the leaves rustle.
Inside the car,
Jiang Feng, who was driving, suddenly felt his shoulder sink. He glanced sideways and found that it was Shen Xingyue who leaned her head on his shoulder. In addition to that charming fragrance, there was also a faint smell of alcohol on her body. Her dazed voice rang out in the quiet car.
Dog. I'm a little angry, why don't you comfort me? My ancestor, who made you angry again? You.
This made Jiang Feng look innocent.
He didn't know what this woman was doing. He lifted his foot on the accelerator a little higher, slowed down the car, and asked speechlessly. Then Miss Shin, please tell me, how did I make you angry?
Because you bought a gift for Mother One, but you've never given me a gift in all the time you've been dating me.
Jiang Feng replied with some amusement, am I not the greatest gift to you? Not really.
Shin Xingyue puffed up her lips and said with a somewhat aggrieved tone.
You originally belonged to me, so of course you can't be considered a gift. Anyway, I'm very unhappy now. Do you not love me anymore?
Faced with these words, Jiang Feng really didn't know how to defend himself. After a while, the BMW slowly stopped under a street light. Under Shin Xingyue's puzzled gaze, Jiang Feng took out an exquisitely wrapped red box from the storage box in the car. After opening it, a 4-leaf clover necklace was quietly placed inside.
Shin Xingyue took it with some delight.
Jiang Feng scratched his head and said, This necklace is definitely not comparable to the ones you usually wear, but it is the best I can give you right now.
This 4-leaf clover necklace represents luck, and it also represents a promise from me. When I make a lot of money one day, I will definitely buy you the most beautiful necklace in the world, okay?
For Shin Xingyue, does she still need to think about the answer? The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. In this case, I will reluctantly forgive you. As she spoke, she moved her head towards Jiang Feng's face. Their lips touched, and their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breathing and the rise and fall of their chests at any time. The kiss lasted a long time before it ended. After a while, the BMW parked on the roadside started up again and drove towards the riverside villa, and soon disappeared in the moonlight.
The next day, Shin Xingyue woke up early, which was rare.
It was not because she had slept enough, but because her head was dizzy and uncomfortable. As she sat up, fragments of memories from last night came to her mind. Her cheeks were visibly flushed.
What did I say yesterday that even made my future mother-in-law jealous? She even acted like a spoiled brat and asked for a gift.
Jiang Feng was sleeping soundly beside him.
Suddenly a pillow hit him on the head.
Shin Xingyue blushed and kept hitting him, gritting her teeth and saying,
Amnesia. Give me amnesia quickly. Jiang Feng. Sometimes he really wanted to take this woman to see a neurosurgeon.
How could such a smart and handsome guy like him fall in love with this crazy woman?
Could it be that he was attracted by her figure and face?
Impossible, he is not such a vulgar person. After Shin Xingyue had finished her torment, the two people, who had not slept well, got out of bed, went into the bathroom to wash up, and then went downstairs in unison. It was already bright outside the window, and rays of sunlight were shining on the flowers in the yard. Shin Xingyue rarely had the interest to go out of the house with a kettle to water the flowers.
As for Jiang Feng, of course he went to prepare breakfast. From the kitchen, he could faintly hear the sound of humming. How empty it is to be invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible.
3 breakfasts were soon placed on the table. After watering the plants, Shin Xingyue walked to the table and sat down.
She drank a sip of milk, licked the corner of her mouth, raised her head and asked, Today is your grandpa's birthday? Should I go with you? Mom said you can't go. It's not the right time yet. I haven't met my grandpa either. I think it's more particular over there. As he was speaking, Jiang Feng suddenly grinned. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone outside that you're actually a nympho.
Shin Xingyue casually stuffed the bread she had taken 2 bites of into his mouth, raised her eyebrows and said,
I can't even stop you from talking when I'm eating. If you dare to call me a nympho again, you'll have to sleep on the floor tonight.
Then she snatched the uneaten piece of bread from Jiang Feng's hand and took a big bite. After breakfast, Jiang Feng drove to the villa where his mother lived. After carrying 2 boxes of supplements into the car, Ms. Wen opened the passenger door and sat in.
While driving, Jiang Feng did not forget to tease.
You are probably the only woman who can sit in the passenger seat with me and Shinjuju dare not get angry.
If it were someone else, she would kill me with a knife. Nonsense, Xiaoxin is obviously very gentle. Ha ha ha. Following his mother's directions, Jiang Feng drove quickly.
As it was close to noon, there were a lot of cars on the road and he had to wait for the traffic lights at almost every intersection. As a result, a journey that was supposed to take half an hour took more than an hour.
It was around 11 o'clock in the morning and the weather was getting hotter.
It was not until he was near the end of the journey that Jiang Feng finally realized something was wrong, because his grandfather's family actually lived in a villa area, which was completely different from the poverty he had imagined.
This is not right. If my mother's family is very rich, then why would she end up working illegally abroad washing dishes? The security guard at the gate stood up straighter when he saw that it was $1 million luxury car. After when Euro said the specific building number and the owner's name, the security guard registered them and opened the door to let them in. Jung Fong followed the instructions and drove the car to stop outside a duplex villa. The mother and son got off the car carrying the gifts they had prepared. Mother Wen didn't say a word. She pushed open the gate of the villa and walked in with the gifts. As soon as she got close, she could hear the festive sounds coming from the house. Boss, go to the kitchen and bring out the food. You must be happy. This is the good tea that your son specially asked someone to bring back for you from abroad. Also, these are gifts from Xiaoping and the other juniors. Everyone come and sit down, it's time to eat. At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly, and the woman near the door opened the door in confusion. Who is it at this hour? But when she saw the person standing at the door, the woman stopped talking instantly and the smile on her face disappeared. Mother Wen, who was standing at the door, smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, long time no see." When everyone in the living room saw her, the originally lively scene quickly became quiet, revealing a strange atmosphere. Before coming here, Jiang Feng had always wondered why his mother didn't let him call Shen Xingyue. And soon, his doubts were answered. In front of the round table filled with sumptuous food, the old man in birthday clothes immediately frowned when he saw Mother Wen, and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "Why are you back now, you rebellious girl? Get out. Get as far away as you can." Chapter 28 The Seeds of Entrepreneurship Sprout Quietly. Get out. Get as far away as you can. Dad. I'm not your father, and this is not your home. My second daughter died out there a long time ago. The living room was unusually quiet, with only the old man's cold voice deafening the ears. The relatives looked at each other, and no one dared to speak for fear of angering him. Jiang Feng could tell that something must have happened in the past. It is very likely that his mother broke up with her family because of her marriage to Jiang Jinyan, but her tone does not sound like she is disappointed in her mother. Finally, the grandmother stood up and comforted the old man, saying, "Don't get angry, or you'll hurt your body. It's rare for the child to come back to see you with gifts. She was young and ignorant before, but now she understands your good intentions and came back to apologize to you." It was obvious that Grandma was on Wen's side. But Wen Hongtao did not appreciate what he said, and his attitude remained cold. "I think she didn't come back to apologize, but she knew I was going to die, so she came back to divide the family property. I'm going to make this clear today. Even if I divide the Wen family's assets among everyone present, I will never give you a single cent." When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but feel secretly happy in their hearts, and began to join in and show off themselves, trying to gain a sense of presence in front of the old man. "Go quickly, you two are not welcome here. If you make the old man angry, I won't forgive you. Humph, you gave birth to a bastard outside and you want to come back to fight for the family property. You don't even know your own weight. Now you come to apologize? What were you doing when you ran away with that bastard? The old man doesn't have an unfilial daughter like you. If you don't leave, we will call the security guards." Just as Jiang Feng was about to step forward, Wen's mother stopped him. She forced a smile on her face and put the supplement in her hand on the ground. "Since Dad doesn't want to see me, I'll leave first. Please take care of your health. Also, I'm really not interested in the family property. My son is not a bastard." After saying that, she took Jiang Feng's arm and walked out the door. Someone behind me muttered. She said she had no interest in the family property. Who would believe her when she suddenly came back to say this? She's a whore and she still wants to be a saint. Jiang Feng, who had already walked to the door, stopped and instantly locked his eyes on the person who had just spoken. His sharp eyes did not seem like those of a young man in his 20s. The man quickly lowered his head guiltily and said no more. Wen Hongtao snorted coldly, "Why, do you still want to hit someone?" Jiang Feng turned his gaze towards him and spoke word by word. "I don't know what my mother did before, but that was her choice. Even if she was wrong, you have no right to comment on it, let alone show off here. I remember clearly what you just said. Next time we come, I will let you know that I, Jiang Feng, really don't like these ugly things in your family." At this point he remembered something, and sneered at the man who had just spoken. "By the way, auntie with freckles all over her face, before you speak, I advise you to rinse your mouth, so you don't have to worry about the garlic smell in your mouth offending others. It's not your fault that you're ugly,
but it's wrong for you to go out and smear others even though you're ugly.
You.
The woman with freckles on her face was furious, but fortunately she was stopped by the people next to her, otherwise Zhang Feng estimated that she would have called Shen Xingyue and asked her to prepare to rescue the person.
Let's go, Mom. You.
Mother Wen felt a little helpless, but she also knew that her son was venting her anger, so she could only shake her head and leave. Outside the villa, just as the mother and son were about to leave,
A voice called out to them. Xiaorou, wait a moment.
Zhang Feng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man who looked like his mother. When Mother Wen saw the man coming, she smiled and shouted,
Brother.
Wen Sheng nodded as he came over. He said with some helplessness,
Don't take what Dad said just now to heart.
you know he values his reputation more than his own life.
Mom and I will try to persuade him later.
Just as she finished speaking, the 2 supplements that Mother Wen had just picked up were thrown out. Zhang Feng retracted his gaze and held his mother's arm.
Let's go. I will get this place back for you sooner or later. Then brother, we'll leave first.
Hearing this, Wen Shang wanted to say something else, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the necklace on Zhang Feng's neck. It was a necklace made of wooden beads, with small words printed on each bead.
There are English, Chinese, and languages of other countries.
This made Wen Shang stand there in a daze, watching the 2 people get on the BMW and leave.
After a long while, he murmured in a low voice.
That is, the 48 king pearls? The necklace itself is not valuable, not even as valuable as a luxury car, but its symbolic meaning is huge.
There is only one in the world, and if it is genuine. Wen Shang didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Halfway through the journey, Zhang Feng originally wanted to take her to Jiangqing for a walk, but Ms. Wen insisted on going to the cafeteria of Jiangqing University to help, so he didn't force her. After sending his mother to school, Zhang Feng drove towards home. When he parked the car outside the yard, he found Shen Xingyue lying in the yard basking in the sun, with cucumber slices all over her face and her feet restlessly raised. She opened her eyes when she heard the noise and looked at Zhang Feng approaching, wondering.
Why are you back so soon?
She said with a wicked smile. You didn't keep your mouth shut, so you were kicked out early.
You are right.
He was indeed kicked out. Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly, picked up a piece of cucumber from her face, sat down on the lawn, took a bite of the cucumber, and briefly described what had happened before.
The afternoon sun is warm and a little scorching.
Upon hearing that her husband and future mother-in-law were being bullied outside, Shen Xingyue immediately sat up, took out her cell phone and made a call.
Help me check it out, send me the information as soon as possible. Okay. This is when the importance of a network of relationships comes into play. In less than 20 minutes, information about the Wen family appeared on Shen Xingyue's mobile phone.
Zhang Feng came closer curiously, his face almost touching hers. After seeing the information on the phone, he was surprised and said unexpectedly. Wen Hongtao, the chairman of Longcheng Catering, has invested in several low and mid-end restaurants in Jiangcheng, and contracted school canteens at construction sites. His main source of income comes from 10 large-scale buffet chain stores.
This Longcheng Catering seems to be the one that contracted our university cafeteria, right? I have to say, sometimes fate is really wonderful.
Judging from the feeling that the Wen family members gave Zhang Feng today, they did not seem like a group of good people. No wonder they could do something like destroying the university cafeteria.
If the company behaves like this, what about the managers?
Shen Xingyue stretched out her arms and tucked Zhang Feng's head under her armpits, and said with a smile.
Do you want your sister to help you get back your face? Are you going to let them go bankrupt and live on the streets, or get arrested?
I have plenty of ways to deal with companies like this with shady backgrounds. Zhang Feng broke free from her arms and shook his head. No, I'll do this myself, don't interfere. I have to make up for the lost ground by myself.
How can I rely on a big-breasted woman? If others know about it, they will only look down on me even more.
As he spoke, he walked towards the villa, stretching as he walked. I didn't expect that this chef would be back in business after just a short break. Shen Xingyue smiled as she stared at his back, which became more and more charming the more she looked.
But why does this guy deliberately emphasize how big his bear is?
Seeing that his young lady was still sitting there, Butler Su beside him reminded silently. Miss, Mr. Jiang just said that you have no brains.
Is there? Have you forgotten the phrase big breasts, no brains? The smile on Shen Xingyue's face froze instantly.
After a moment, she stood up from the recliner with an expressionless face and walked towards the villa step by step, her speed getting faster and faster, until she finally rushed in. Her angry voice soon rang out in the villa.
Jean de Gue, stop right there. I'm going to smash your mouth. Chapter 29, Acquisition of Hot Pot City, the starting point of a long journey.
Finally, with the help of Butler Su, Zhang Feng escaped to the balcony, but had no way to escape and was thrown to the ground by Shen Xingyue.
She put her hands on her waist proudly. How about it, are you convinced? I don't accept it.
Zhang Feng, whose face was stepped on, said stubbornly.
After several more kicks, Zhang Feng finally stopped moving.
Shen Xingyue hummed softly, raised her feet, put on her shoes, turned around and walked back downstairs. It's definitely not that she is soft-hearted. It's just that she didn't want to let this guy have fun. In the next 2 days, Zhang Feng began to plan for opening a store. In addition to manpower, the location of the hotel is also very important.
For example, if a high-end restaurant is opened in an old city with backward consumption or in an economically developed new city, the customer flow will be very different.
Seeing that Zhang Feng was busy, Shen Xingyue did not disturb him, but returned to the company to continue working. Occasionally, she would skip work to visit Zhang Feng to recharge.
A BMW was parked quietly outside a hot pot restaurant that was open in the city center.
Just when Zhang Feng was getting a little impatient, a slightly plump man in his 20s came running over.
He gasped and shouted. You are Brother Jiang who was going to watch the store, right?
Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I am a little late. The man is the owner of this hot pot restaurant, Pang Yuan.
It's okay, let's check on the store first.
Zhang Feng said casually.
Okay.
He just pushed open the shop door and walked in with Zhang Feng. What was strange was that although it was the lunch rush hour, there were only 2 tables of people eating in the store. The cashier was sitting behind the counter in a daze, and the whole store seemed dead. Seeing the boss walk in with a strange young man, the 4 waiters forced themselves to be more alert.
Pang Yuan took Zhang Feng around and introduced.
This store has 3 floors, each floor is about 300 square meters, adding up to a total of 900 square meters.
I believe you have also researched the location, it is definitely in the city center.
Zhang Feng looked around and the situation was similar to what this guy said. The tables and chairs on the 3 floors were all fully furnished, but judging by the dust on the tables, business was probably extremely bad.
He couldn't help asking. I see the decoration here is quite exquisite. It must have cost a lot of money. Why didn't the previous owner continue?
Pang Yuan, who was walking in front, sighed.
In fact, I am the former boss. My family still has a little money.
After graduation, I opened this hot pot restaurant with a few brothers. We invited many celebrities at the beginning, and it was very popular for a while. At this point, he sighed again. Later, we were so busy enjoying ourselves that we neglected a lot of things in the store. I didn't expect that the chef we hired would secretly change my recipe in order to make money from it. He replaced the imported spices with domestic synthetic ones, which caused the customers to suffer from abdominal pain after eating. The reporters even publicized it. Seeing that he didn't want to talk anymore, Zhang Feng continued with his words. Then you partners blamed each other, and eventually you became enemies, and this store ended up in your hands. Although he didn't want to admit it, Pang Yuan nodded helplessly. In the final analysis, it was all his own fault. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a country but difficult to keep it. By the time he understood this, it was already too late. Anyway, my parents are forcing me to go home and inherit the family business, so I plan to get rid of this store.
Pang Yuan continued.
I have invested more than 10 million in this store. As long as you agree to 2 conditions, I can sell it to you for 9 million.
Oh, what conditions? Zhang Feng became interested. Pang Yuan said seriously. First, those employees downstairs have been with me for several years. They were willing to follow me even when I was despised by others, so I want you to accept them all. Hearing this, Zhang Feng didn't even think about it and replied calmly. I can give them a chance to work, but I will fire them if I find any problems. Pang Yuan had expected this. As long as their acquaintance could help him to this extent, he had done his best. Then he stated the second condition. The renovation here cannot be changed within 3 years. Although I have no contact with them anymore, I still want to come back and take a look occasionally. The first condition is because of the employees. The second condition is because of the youth we once had.
No matter which one it was, Jiang Feng had no reason to refuse. He nodded in agreement.
I don't have enough money on me right now. Give me 3 days, and I'll contact you to handle the formalities then. No problem.
Just as the two of them had agreed, Jiang Feng's cell phone rang and he looked down.
Note, Your Majesty.
There is no doubt that the woman must have changed the note by stealing her phone while he was sleeping.
As soon as the call was connected, Shen Xingyue's questioning voice came from the phone. It's lunchtime, where are you? It's lunchtime, go eat, why are you looking for me? As a man with excellent cooking skills, shouldn't you deliver meals to your beautiful, dignified, and virtuous girlfriend every day at mealtime?
Ha, I don't remember having a charming, dignified, and virtuous girlfriend. Just as the two were arguing with each other, Pang Yuan, who was standing opposite him, heard the voice and felt it was extremely familiar. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng left.
Jiang Dege, I will teach you a lesson when I get back tonight.
Shen Xingyue hung up the phone angrily and threw the phone on the table. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office, and she said unhappily,
Come in.
The door opened and Butler Su walked in from outside.
Shen Xingyue was puzzled, why are you here? Butler Su raised the things in his hand and said, Mr. Jiang made braised pork this morning and asked me to heat it up at noon and bring it to you, young lady, for lunch.
Have lunch? Seeing the lunchbox handed to her, Shen Xingyue was subconsciously stunned for a moment. She immediately realized that Jiang Feng was deliberately contradicting her on the phone just now. She pursed her lips slightly. You are such a stubborn guy.
Can't you be more straightforward? Butler Su looked at Shen Xingyue, who was eating seriously.
Compared to the previous lady who was so powerful and always successful in business negotiations, she really prefers the current lady who has expectations in her eyes every day.
Maybe this is the charm of love.
When love and being loved happen at the same time, a brand new life will greet these two people, and any difficulties will only be a little bit of trouble in front of them.
Chapter 30 Extra Time.
After parting with Jiang Feng, Pang Yuan thought hard for a long time and finally remembered the owner of the voice. In order to verify his guess, he drove non-stop to the building of Fenghua Group. When the receptionist who was slacking off behind the counter saw him, he smiled and said hello.
Mr. Pang, I haven't seen you for a while. Hi, I've been busy these past 2 days. Is the big sister here?
I have some business matters to discuss with her.
Yes, but it's not in the original office anymore.
I'll take you there. Facing this approachable young man from a wealthy family, the receptionist smiled and walked in front to lead the way. After leaving the elevator, he walked around twice and came to the outside of an office.
This is Mr. Shen's current office. Okay, thanks. I'll treat you to dinner later. This is what I should do. There's no need to be so formal. You can talk to Mr. Shen slowly.
I'll go down first. The receptionist twisted her waist and disappeared around the corner.
Pang Yuan walked up and knocked on the door.
After waiting for a few seconds, there was a response from inside.
Enter.
Pang Yuan then pushed open the office door, walked in with a smile, and greeted Shen Xingyue behind the desk in a familiar manner.
Long time no see, big sister. Why are you here?
Shen Xingyue put down the documents and looked at him puzzledly.
The Pang family runs a decoration company which is not small in scale and is considered an old brand in Jiangcheng.
They have many business dealings with Fenghua Group and are considered to be good partners. Shen Xingyue had contact with Pang Yuan when she first joined the group. Although she has no interest in any man other than Jiang Dege, she still has a good impression of this fat man who only likes her aunt. Pang Yuan knew Shen Xingyue's style of doing things, so he quickly told her about Jiang Feng's previous purchase of a store, and then tentatively said,
Big sister, what is your relationship with him? If he's an acquaintance, I can give him a discount on the price. We're all acquaintances anyway, and I don't need the money.
Having said that, there was no way he could hide his twisted intentions from Shen Xingyue. It was obvious that this guy came to find out the background of her man.
Since you heard my phone call with him, do you still need to guess what our relationship is?
This, Brother Jiang, is really awesome, Klaus. Although Pang Yuan had some guesses in his mind, hearing the big sister say it with his own ears gave him a different feeling. He silently gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up in his heart.
Even a cold goddess like big sister can handle it.
It seems that I should go to him to learn the technique of picking up girls when I have time. Then he will not have to worry about not being able to win over those experienced ants. Shen Xingyue paused, and suddenly said,
Are you still thinking about starting a business? Of course I do. Pang Yuan answered without hesitation. He picked up an apple on the table and took 2 bites. He sighed and said, "If you really go to work at my company, you will definitely be controlled by my parents. I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. But if I start a business, you know what my hot pot restaurant will look like, big sister." Shen Xingyue was indeed clear about this. With this fat man's enjoyment-seeking personality, he was not suitable for the treacherous business world. Even if the chef hadn't secretly changed the ingredients, the company would have collapsed for other reasons in the future. She suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since Zhou Jianggo is unwilling to take her money and does not accept her direct help, she can provide some convenience secretly. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyue looked at Pang Yuan, who was eating an apple. Although you are not good at starting your own business, you can invest in others' businesses and reap the fruits of success. I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? I know that the big sister is kind and nice. What suggestions do you have? You want to invest in me? In a coffee shop beside a lake in Jiangcheng, Zhang Feng looked at Pang Yuan, who was sitting opposite him, with a little surprise. He had already prepared to seduce Shen Zhuzhu into borrowing a loan at high interest rates, but he was called here by Pang Yuan, who immediately said he wanted to invest in him. Pang Yuan nodded with a smile. I thought about it and decided not to go home and accept the arrangement, so I was ready to give it a try, but I didn't have the brains to open a store, so finding someone to cooperate with was the best option. At noon, I felt that you, Brother Feng, were kind-hearted and would definitely not cheat me, so I was prepared to cooperate with you on the entire store. I would not charge you rent for 10 years, and you would just give me half of the profit after the sale. This ridiculous reason is not very credible. Zhang Feng was not a naive young man who had just entered society. Although he thought the fat man was a bit suspicious, he really had little money on him, so he had to nod and agree. We can cooperate, but everything you just said must be written into the contract. Seeing Zhang Feng agreed so quickly, Pang Yuan smiled even more. He took out the document that had been prepared long ago from under the table and handed it over. The contract is here. If you are still not satisfied with anything, I will ask someone to change it now. Zhang Feng checked carefully and found no problems, so he signed his name at the end. This contract is effective from this moment on. Pang Yuan happily put away the backup and asked, "By the way, Brother Feng, what name are you going to give the store? I want someone to prepare a plaque now. Let's call it Food House." What a good name. It sounds very classy. I'll have someone prepare it now and try to open it as soon as possible. A few days passed after that. The scorching hot summer has quietly come to an end, the weather is gradually getting cooler, and at the same time, the renovation of Jushizhuang has finally been completed, thanks to Pang Yuan's hard work. Although this fat guy is not serious sometimes, he is still very efficient at work. The ingredients, tables and chairs have all been brought in, and publicity and promotion are everywhere. The only thing missing at the moment is a chef. Zhang Feng has no plans to stay in the store for long. At 9 o'clock the next morning, an airplane circled over the airport and then slowly landed. Zhang Feng was waiting outside the airport when he heard a familiar voice. "Boss, we are here." I saw 2 men dragging suitcases walking towards this side. The person who spoke just now was a thin man with glasses. He was wearing a neat shirt, at least 1.8 meters tall, and his slightly long hair was tied behind his head with a rubber band. The other person had dark skin, wore black shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, had a standard crew cut, and looked like a country boy who had just left the countryside, but his eyes were bright and lively. "Ah hey, Yanxiu, you two are finally here." Zhang Feng showed a smile on his face. The Dingxing Chinese restaurant chain has hundreds of branches in the United States, and its influence is determined by ranking. Ranked first is the main store where Zhang Feng is the chef, and Ah He is his deputy chef and also the master's disciple. As for Yanxiu, he is good at management and publicity. Both of them were invited by Zhang Feng to come back to help. Ah He came over with a reluctant look on his face. Seeing this, Yanxiu silently explained. "This guy didn't want to come at first, but Xiu Shuwei knew you needed help, so she forced him to return with me. Anyway, I can only help you for 3 months at most, and I'll go back when the time is up." Ah He clasped his hands and snorted coldly. Because of some things, he felt a little disgusted with his country. Of course, he also disliked Zhang Feng because the person he liked was He Shui, and He Shui was completely focused on Zhang Feng. Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. In fact, not all the people in China are what you think. Once you experience it, you will fall in love with it. I guarantee that you will not leave even if you are chased away. Just brag, if that's true I'd write my name Wang Haizi backwards. Ah Hei replied disdainfully. About an hour later. In a private room of Huaxia Foot Bath, a famous massage parlor in Jiangcheng. The three of them lay on the bed, enjoying themselves comfortably. On the massage bed at the edge, a beautiful lady in her early 20s, wearing a thin gauze dress, gently moved her hands on Ah Hei's back and praised sincerely. Brother, you are amazing. This is the first time I see someone with such a good figure. You must be very self-disciplined. Time is almost up, do you want another hour? Ah Hei only felt the blood boiling all over his body, especially the fragrant breeze blowing into his ears from time to time, which made him clench his teeth. Thousands of words in my heart converge into 3 words. Add 2. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled contemptuously. Isn't this easy to do? There is a reason why people say singles are easy to use. Chapter 31, Jushir Village is a big hit. Zhang Feng took Ah Hei and Yan Shou out to play until late at night, and after finding a hotel for them to stay in, he drove back home. When he got home he found the living room brightly lit. When I opened the door, I saw Shen Qingyue in her nightgown, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. She glanced over and asked. You came back so late, tell me where you have been. We were entertaining 2 friends who came back from the United States, so we came back a little late. Really? I heard someone went to get a massage. And he massaged for 3 hours. You can choose between keyboard and durian. Zhang Feng's back was covered in cold sweat after the truth was exposed. This shouldn't be the case. Where did this woman get the information from? No wonder she was so murderous. He knew that he would be punished tonight, so he swallowed his saliva. I choose keyboard. Okay, you're smart enough to choose a durian. I've prepared it for you. Go get it from the kitchen. So you're asking me just for the sake of it, then why are you letting me choose? Zhang Feng walked into the kitchen depressed and soon found half a durian shell on the kitchen counter. He walked back to the living room, put the durian shell on the ground and knelt down neatly. This surprised Shen Qingyue a little. She immediately knew that the situation must be similar to what this guy said, but she did not let Zhang Feng get up immediately. She had to let this guy know that she would be angry too. Half an hour later, she spoke again. Go ahead. I'll reluctantly forgive you this time because it happened. But next time, don't go to that kind of place again. Hee, thank you, Queen. Zhang Feng smiled and climbed up swiftly, kicked the durian shell aside, and followed Shen Qingyue to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Shen Qingyue was still mumbling. Are foot massage parlors so good? Why do you men like to go there? Are massages really that comfortable? Hey, wife, I have to admit this. After all, he also makes a living by his cooking skills. To be honest, I have learned a little bit abroad. How about I help you massage and dredge your muscles and bones later? Allow. The light in the villa's bedroom came on, and Shen Qingyue's panicked voice rang out in the quiet night. Wait, it's just a massage, why are you asking me to take off my nightgown? How can you give me a massage without taking off my clothes? This is common sense. Then I won't press it. Go away. Hey, it's too late. Technician number 9527 is honored to serve you. Perhaps because of the strong wind, the moon is especially round tonight. Rustling sounds can be heard all around, which is the sound of the wind blowing through the woods. The next morning, Zhang Feng was preparing breakfast in the kitchen with a rosy face. After 6 years, his relationship with Shen Zhuzhu finally took a step forward. Although they still haven't passed the final hurdle, they have a relationship where they know each other well. Zhang Feng left his breakfast on the table, took the buns he made himself and drove away. Today is the opening day of Jushizhuang, so he has to go there early to personally direct the scene to ensure that everything goes well. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, the curtains were drawn, making the room dark. A little sunlight shone through the gaps onto the black underwear on the floor. Shen Qingyue opened her eyes dazedly after faintly hearing the sound of a car engine. She sat up from the bed looking a little tired, yawned sleepily, glanced at the torn nightgown on the floor, lifted the quilt and walked to the closet to change clothes. This bastard is too strong. I guess I need to prepare a few more skirts in the future, otherwise they won't be enough for him to tear. The door is closed, and Jushizhuang is about to open. A total of 20 people, including old employees and newly hired waiters, stood in 2 rows in an orderly manner. Ah Hei and Yan Shou stood aside.
Everyone stood there in silence, as if waiting for something. After a while, a tall figure walked out of the kitchen. Jiang Feng, who was wearing a chef's uniform, seemed like a different person at this moment, rigorous, indifferent and calm.
There is also a kind of self-confidence that remains relaxed and at ease in the face of all difficulties.
Today is the first day of our opening.
I have already taught you the rules. In 1 hour, customers will flood in. Before that, I have something to say to you.
Jiang Feng stretched out his finger and passed it across everyone's face one by one, then pointed to the box next to him.
Do you know what's in this box? If a restaurant wants to go higher and further, it cannot do without the help of everyone in it. Even the inconspicuous cleaning lady in the corner has an irreplaceable role.
Jiang Feng kicked open the lid of the box, and inside were contracts, the number of which just matched the number of people present.
Now I have established a new reward system.
Anyone who works at Jushizhuang for more than 1 month can receive a 2,000 yuan bonus every month in addition to their salary. Anyone who has worked at Jushizhuang for more than 1 year will receive a monthly bonus of 2,000 yuan and a chance to go on vacation every year.
I will cover all the expenses. Wow!
The words were like a stone falling into the water, causing waves among the crowd. They were amazed at the welfare system, excitement and thrills surged in their hearts, and their ambitions were unprecedentedly high.
Jiang Feng easily aroused their emotions.
In the next sentence, Jiang Feng threw out a trump card.
Not yet.
Anyone who has worked at Jushizhuang for more than 5 years and has no major faults, in addition to the above benefits, can also receive 0.5% of Jushizhuang's profits, with a guaranteed minimum of 20,000 per month.
The contract is here, waiting for you to sign it any time.
If the previous words had motivated these people, then the last words had driven them completely crazy.
Some of the younger employees couldn't help but raise their hands with trembling. Long live Boss Jiang! Long live Jushizhuang!
This sent a signal, and everyone's blood boiled and they shouted.
Boss Jiang, rest assured, we will never let you down. From now on, Jushizhuang will be our home. Just fight.
Jiang Feng's goal has been achieved. He dismissed everyone and asked them to return to their respective posts to make final preparations for the upcoming lunch rush hour.
He then came to the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor. The restaurant was already surrounded by guests attracted by the publicity. This will be the starting point of his journey of thousands of miles and the beginning of changes in the mountains and rivers. Chapter 32, Longcheng Catering's Response.
At 12 noon, most of the restaurants near Wanxiang Road were empty, which left the owners puzzled as they didn't understand where all the customers had gone.
Finally, a boss got the news and notified the group. Don't wait. The hot pot restaurant over at the intersection is opening today, and all dishes are 50% off. All our customers are going there. Hasn't that hot pot restaurant already been out of business? Would anyone dare to go there if they get diarrhea after eating?
No, it seems that the owner has changed.
It is now called Jushizhuang. Only the 1st floor is hot pot. I don't know about the 2nd and 3rd floors yet. But the smell is so delicious. I can smell the spicy aroma from a long distance away. Of course, if I didn't have to guard the store, I would go in and try the food anyway. The Jushizhuang restaurant was booming and every seat seemed packed. The waiters kept going back and forth between the dining tables and the food service area. As soon as a customer finished eating and paid the bill, the table had to be cleared within 3 minutes so that a new table of customers could be brought in. It was a very busy scene. Occasionally, you can see people in suits and ties taking the elevator to the 2nd floor under the guidance of young waitresses. In the ascending elevator, someone thought of the noisy scene just now and questioned. Mr. Chen, even if you want to save money, you can't bring us to this place for dinner, right?
This is not a place for discussing business. Before Mr. Chen could speak, the fat man Pang Yuan next to him said with a smile.
Boss G, you don't know this. This restaurant is not as simple as you think. Let's not talk about the 1st floor for now. If you want to go to the 2nd floor, you must meet a necessary condition, that is, you must save enough 1 million here and become a silver member. 1 million for this place? It's like robbery.
Mr. G was stunned.
Pang Yuan said meaningfully, aren't 2 Michelin-starred chefs worth the price?
Everyone present was rich and had been to many 5-star hotels, but they had rarely tasted the cooking of Michelin-starred chefs.
After hearing this, everyone became interested.
The waiter led them into the private room. Unlike the 1st floor, the 2nd floor only offers a la carte dishes, which include French, rice, and Chinese cuisines, and the prices are dozens of times higher.
After a while, the waiter left with the menu.
In the kitchen on the second floor, Ah-hae, who was playing with his phone out of boredom, whistled as he saw the waitress approaching. I didn't expect to come back alive so soon.
It looks like today will be a busy day.
After taking the menu and glancing at it, Ah-hae put it aside and began to prepare the food.
His skillful technique amazed the waitress.
About half an hour later, 10 plates of appetizing dishes appeared on the table in the private room.
These CEOs tried a little bit, and as the delicious taste exploded on their taste buds, their eyes lit up.
Although the dishes in front of them looked oily, they did not feel greasy at all when eaten, but had a unique flavor. They all started to use their chopsticks much faster. Before long, there were only empty plates and vegetable juice left on the table.
These CEOs all sat back in their chairs, and Pang Yuan smiled again. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? The taste here is absolutely amazing, and there's another benefit to eating here. Oh, what's the benefit? Pang Yuan whispered in their ears to explain. Their eyes lit up and they also lowered their voices. You mean this restaurant is opened by Miss Shin's husband? Can I lie to you?
She's my eldest sister, and her parents are particularly fond of this son-in-law.
They will definitely bring people here to discuss business often in the future. It will definitely be worthwhile for you to become a silver member. These people looked thoughtful.
They all had some business dealings with Finghua Group, but normally they couldn't even see Mr. Shin.
If this restaurant is really opened by Mr. Shin's son-in-law, then there will be great opportunities in the future.
Even if I can't meet him in person, I can bring business partners here for dinner from time to time.
With the taste of the food here, business talks will definitely go a lot more smoothly. Okay, I'll recharge the silver membership. I charge it. Boss Pang, there seems to be a third floor here? The first floor sells hot pot, and the second floor serves high-end cuisine. I wonder what the threshold is for the third floor, and what's so special about it. The others looked over curiously. Pang Yuan did not hide it and said seriously. Do you know about Michelin 3-star restaurants?
There are only 150 in the world, and the chef on the third floor, who is also the owner of this restaurant, is the chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant.
The threshold to the third floor is not a matter of money. Only those people are qualified to go up. Pang Yuan pointed to the ceiling. Everyone is not a fool and will understand immediately. In Longcheng Buffet, which is less than 2 blocks away from Jushitang.
Although he is approaching retirement age, Wen Hongtao remains cautious and still visits every store every day to identify mistakes and correct them.
This kind of action that has remained the same for decades has also made Longcheng Buffet quite reputable in Jiangfeng and attracted many repeat customers.
But when he came to the store today, even though business was booming, not even half of the seats were occupied.
He frowned and called the manager.
The manager also explained with a painful look on his face.
Boss, there's a new restaurant called Jushizhuang opened on Wanxiang Road. They're offering a 50% discount for dinner today. They've snatched all our customers away.
Longcheng Buffet is mainly aimed at the mid to low-end positioning, and also adopts the form of hot pot, plus seafood, steak and other ingredients.
Jushizhuang is also a hot pot restaurant, so it will inevitably steal some customers. When Hongtao keenly discovered something was wrong. Even if they opened a hot pot restaurant with a 50% discount, how big a store would it be to attract so many of our customers? Boss, come over here and you'll know the answer.
The manager took the old man to the back kitchen. As soon as he came in, he could smell a spicy aroma. He saw several chefs gathered around a hot pot, drooling with greed. We originally wanted to go and check out the background, but the owner of Jushizhuang guessed that we were from Longcheng Buffet and gave us a hot pot as a gift. Even without tasting it, just by smelling the aroma, Wen Hongtao knew that his Longcheng Buffet could not compare in taste.
What's the boss name? It seems to be called Jiang, yes. Jiang Feng. Of course Wen Hongtao remembered this name.
The words Jiang Feng said a few days ago came into his mind.
He thought it was just a joke, but he didn't expect that guy actually meant it.
His eyes were slightly narrowed, and an aura of majesty emanated from him without him getting angry. Although his Longcheng catering is not the best in Jiangcheng, it is still a dominant force in the area. No one has dared to challenge him for many years. There's nothing to worry about with those young guys. Since we can't compare to them in terms of taste, let's beat them in terms of price and ingredients.
We'll also give them a discount starting today. Also, check who is supplying them with food and buy it for me. Let this young boy know what kind of opponent he is facing. The catering industry is not just about cooking skills.
But what the old man didn't know was that in Zhang Feng's view, these methods of his were nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and he didn't even understand the strength of his opponent.
On the rooftop of Jusher Manor, the wind blew Zhang Feng's clothes. He looked down at the noisy crowd below and said softly,
"The Wen family will probably know the situation here soon.
The main event is just about to begin." Chapter 33, Xin Xingyue's Pursuer, Zhang Feng's Strong Appearance.
Around 4 p.m. is the rush hour for people getting off work.
Cars are lined up everywhere on the road.
Occasionally, you can see an old man with a golden body enjoying driving through the crowds, breaking the traffic rules under his wheels. Manhwa Group is a listed company, and it has fully implemented the get-off work hours and 2-day weekends.
Almost as soon as it's time to get off work, you can see employees coming out of the building.
Among a group of people leaving get-off work, the tall and fair-skinned Xin Xingyue stood out. The young man following behind her was laughing and talking about something.
"Xingyue, it's still early. I heard that a new Western restaurant has opened in the south of the city. I'll treat you to a meal." "No time."
Such a straightforward refusal made the young man feel embarrassed, and the employees watching nearby whispered about it. "I remember Ms. Shen has a boyfriend. Why is this Mr. Yang still pursuing her?"
"What do you know?"
"It's precisely because he's still my boyfriend that I have to seize this last chance. Mr. Yang just got a big order from abroad, but the person he likes got taken away by someone else."
"Do you think he can accept this?" "That's true."
Yang Jingqi had the confidence to pester Xin Xingyue like this. Putting aside his abilities, his father is also one of the shareholders of the group and his mother is the director of a hospital, so their identities are definitely prominent. It was precisely for this reason that Xin Xingyue was reluctant to lose her temper in person. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have been carried away by the security guards long ago, and would not have the chance to chatter here.
A BMW with a luxurious and noble appearance drove over from a distance.
When it was only 3 meters away from Xin Xingyue, it stopped steadily and Zhang Feng got out of the car. The two men immediately felt threatened by each other.
Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who is this?" "He's a colleague at the company. His father is a shareholder of the group. He can be considered as my suitor." Xin Xingyue was reminding Zhang Feng by saying this.
She knew that this guy would not sit still and wait for death, so she reminded him to be more restrained and not make too big a deal out of it.
Yang Jingqi was no fool.
He immediately guessed Zhang Feng's identity from their behavior and smiled as he extended his hand.
"You must be Zhang Feng, right?
I heard you have a good relationship with Xingyue.
I wonder where you are now."
This is obviously a competition of status and financial resources.
As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person.
Zhang Feng politely extended his hand. The moment they shook hands, Yang Jingqi secretly began to exert force, trying to embarrass Zhang Feng in public.
"I'm currently the owner of a restaurant. Since you and Xiao Yeye are colleagues, remember to come and eat next time. I'll give you a 32% discount." The sanba here is not a compliment, it is usually used to insult women.
Yang Jingqi had already tried his best, but no matter how hard he tried, Zhang Feng, who was facing him, always had a smile on his face, as if he was not affected at all. As the old saying goes, reciprocity is the key. The next second, Zhang Feng began to exert force on his hands. At first, Yang Jingqi could still hold on, but as his strength grew, he wanted to break free, but his hand was firmly grasped by Zhang Feng.
"You, let go." "Of course, no problem."
Zhang Feng let go of his hand with a smile, sneering in his heart.
"Kid, you are competing with a chef in arm strength. Are you really out of your mind?
You dare to show off your mediocre skills." Seeing that he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, Yang Jingqi rubbed his red hands and smiled gently. "So you're a restaurant owner. You have a good future ahead of you. As long as you keep working hard, you might be able to make it." It seems to be comforting, but it is actually belittling.
Zhang Feng smiled and waved his hands. "Then I definitely can't compare to you. After all, I don't like being a mistress. I can't afford to lose that, you know. Asshole. Who are you calling the mistress?"
Being scolded so openly, Yang Jingqi's eyebrows raised and his tone became unfriendly. He was obviously angry, and it was obvious that he valued his reputation very much.
"Of course I'm talking about you." Zhang Feng blinked innocently.
"You know that Xiao Ye and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, but you are still pursuing her so enthusiastically.
Aren't you just trying to be her mistress? Rich people's habits are really weird." Yang Jingqi was almost furious.
He wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that what this guy said actually made a lot of sense.
Many employees who had not yet walked over to watch the fun were also talking about it. It is estimated that tomorrow the name Mistress Yang Jingqi will be known throughout the Fenghua group. Zhang Feng was too lazy to deal with this guy anymore.
He naturally took Shen Qingyue's hand, opened the passenger door for her, and asked,
"Wife, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Gas lobster." "Okay, let's go buy some lobsters.
It's a good opportunity to invite your parents and my mom along.
We haven't officially let them meet yet, so let's try to set a date for the engagement." Zhang Feng said this deliberately for Yang Jingqi to hear.
It was undoubtedly another stab in his heart, making him want to vomit blood.
I could only watch the BMW leave.
In order to make his presence felt in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Zhang Feng bought a lot of delicious dishes on the spot, ready to go home and show off his cooking skills. When Ms. Wen learned that she was going to meet Shen Qingyue's parents, she put down what she was doing and took a taxi over. When she got off the car, Shen Zhongtian and Su Wan just arrived outside the courtyard gate. Mother Su was very smart. After taking one look at this gentle and intellectual woman and considering Jiang Feng's description of his mother, she immediately guessed her identity and greeted her with a smile.
"I guess you are Xiao Feng's mother. My name is Su Wan, Qingyue's mother. This is my husband Shen Zhongtian." "Yes, yes. Did you just arrive too?"
"Well, since this is a matter concerning two children, I rushed here as soon as I finished my work at the company. You seem to be 2 years older than me, so why not I call you Sister One?
We are all family now, so you can call each other whatever you want."
"Let's go home and sit down, and we'll talk slowly." After all, Wen's mother was born into a wealthy family.
Her temperament and upbringing were impeccable.
Even when facing these two big bosses of the group, she spoke very naturally. This was much easier to get along with than Su's mother had expected. The three of them walked into the villa, and she said with a smile,
"My daughter has been spoiled since she was young.
Xiao Feng will have to take care of her more in the future.
Once they get married, I can rest assured." "That's not right, mother-in-law. I think Qingyue is very well behaved and sensible."
As she spoke, Ms. Wen opened the door of the villa. The cold air and noisy sound of the air conditioner came out from the gap of the open door. When the door was completely opened, the three people standing at the door were stunned. Zhang Feng and Shen Qingyue were seen pinching each other's necks and rolling back and forth on the living room floor.
"You were the one who grabbed the lobster and clamped my butt first. What evidence do you have that I caught you? You stinky Jiang dog, you actually threw a loach into my collar. If I don't beat you into a pig's head today, I will take your last name. I don't have a daughter as disobedient as you. Come on, who's afraid of you?"
Although Jiang Feng had the advantage in strength, Shen Qingyue had a good set of teeth, and the two fought evenly, and for a while neither could do anything to the other.
A gust of hot wind blew in from the crack in the door.
It was not until this time that the two of them raised their heads tacitly, and saw their parents standing at the door, and stopped what they were doing. Mother Wen and Mother Su looked at each other, and thought about what they had just said. They felt a burning pain on their faces. The slap in the face came so suddenly. They don't look like a loving couple at all, they are clearly enemies from a previous life.
It seems that there will be some headaches in the future. Chapter 34: Suppliers' Temporary Turnaround. The day and night in Zhongqing seem to be two seasons.
The daytime still retains the heat and stuffiness of summer, but at night the heat is dispelled, leaving only freshness and comfort. After a sumptuous dinner, the family sat at the table playing poker, a very simple game.
They drew 10-30, and JQK, the big and small jokers, counted as half a point.
If the points exceeded 10-30, they lost. If the points were not as high as the dealers, they also lost.
Since it is a family entertainment activity, gambling is a bit boring, so the loser will have to stick a white strip on his face. Jiang Feng is now the banker.
After dealing cards to Ms. Wen and others, he opened his first card and placed it on the table.
It's 7 o'clock. This is a very dangerous number. If you want more, the price may go up to 0, but if you don't want it, it will be easily outsold. Whatever you do, take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle.
There is no gambler who loses every day, and there is no child who cries every day.
I open.
Zhang Feng pulled out a card and slammed it hard on the table.
The card was a 6. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13 points, it's going to rise to the limit.
Mother Wen smiled and turned over her cards. It was 9 points, while Mother Su and Father Shen had 7 and 10 points respectively.
As for Shin Qingyue, she silently turned over the cards and it was a king. Just half a point. This made Zhang Feng confused, and he couldn't help but stare. No, you don't want any cards at all? Are you kidding me? Do you look down on me? I tell you, if it weren't for my bad luck, you would have lost. Yes, you are just unlucky.
Shin Qingyue shrugged helplessly. She tore off a white strip and put transparent tape on it, then pasted it on the last empty spot on Zhang Feng's face. His face was covered with paper strips, which looked particularly funny.
Suwon smiled and said, "It seems that Xiao Jiang is not suitable for playing cards.
He only won 3 out of 27 times.
It's boring. Let's talk about our 2 children's engagement."
Ms. Wen said, and mentioned that she had won all 27 games, which showed that Zhang Feng did not inherit her card-playing gene.
The conversation lasted until late at night.
Mother Wen and Mother Su hit it off immediately and talked very enthusiastically, leaving Father Shen no chance to interrupt. He could only go to his room upstairs to rest quietly.
After discussion, the 2 families finally decided to set the engagement date on December 1st, more than 2 months later, as the new year also symbolizes rebirth. After the discussion, Shin Qingyue couldn't wait to pull Zhang Feng upstairs to sleep. She was really tired after a busy day. She didn't even take a shower and quickly fell asleep while holding Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also fell asleep in a distracted state in the soft embrace. Not long after, he began to have a sweet dream. He dreamed that he became the best cook in the world, and countless dignitaries had to line up to eat the food he cooked. Even someone as powerful as Shin Qingyue had to kneel down under his jeans and respectfully hand peeled grapes to his mouth. He would take a bite whenever he was in a good mood. Why do these grapes smell like milk? The next morning, crystal dewdrops hung on the branches, sparkling brightly, and the fragmented sunlight shone into the living room, like bits of broken jade, with mottled light and shadow. Zhang Feng went out after preparing breakfast. Now that he is the owner of a restaurant, he naturally cannot be as lazy as before. He is not only responsible for the restaurant, but also for the employees in the restaurant. The car stopped at a traffic light halfway through the journey, and the restaurant's landline phone rang. Zhang Feng casually clicked on it and a timid female voice came from the other end. "Boss, something bad has happened." If Zhang Feng remembered correctly, this voice should be that of Xiao Jiang, a waiter on the first floor of the restaurant. He was from a rural background and had just graduated from college. Although he was shy, he was quick and agile. Zhang Feng said to the other end, "Tell me what happened slowly, there's no rush." "It's like this. Mr. Hua, who supplies vegetables, came over and said that he wants to cancel the cooperation with our restaurant and will no longer supply us with ingredients in the future. This is indeed bad news. Jushizwang has just opened and business is booming. If it closes due to food problems, it will leave a bad impression on customers." Zhang Feng thought for a moment and replied calmly, "I'll be at the store soon. Please ask Boss Hua to wait for me." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng calmly stepped on the accelerator. When he arrived at the store, he saw a man sitting at the table drinking wine. It was Boss Hua who was responsible for supplying food. "Boss Jiang, I'm really sorry. There's a restaurant that offers a higher price than you. I'm worried about my son's tuition, so I'm sorry. This is the remaining money to return to you." Seeing Zhang Feng, Boss Hua stood up from his seat with a smile, took out an envelope of money from his arms and handed it to Zhang Feng, but there was no trace of guilt on his face. Zhang Feng took it with a smile and said lightly, "That's a good plan. That restaurant is owned by Mr. Wan from Longqing Catering, right? He broke the contract after just 1 day of cooperation. I'm afraid it's not as simple as raising the price a little bit. Boss Jiang is smart, but there's nothing we can do about it. We haven't had time to sign the contract yet." Boss Hua smiled even more. But this trick couldn't be hidden from Zhang Feng. Why did they break the contract now, when the business is about to start? It was clearly a conspiracy between the two. Zhang Feng no longer smiled at this kind of person, and instructed the waiters next to him. "Who among you can drive? Drive the van in the backyard to Jiangqing University to pick up the vegetables. I have already made arrangements there. I'll go." The waiter Xiao Jiang stepped forward. Hearing this, the smile on Boss Hua's face stiffened a little. He didn't expect that within less than 10 minutes of learning the news, Zhang Feng had already solved the problem of ingredients.
But soon Zhang Feng's eyes locked onto him again, with a wild smile on his face.
He sneered and said, "I'm afraid Boss Hua is doing more than just earning money for your son's tuition.
The news I got is that your son failed the college entrance examination, and you are raising money for transfer fees to send him to Jiangcheng University." First I went to Jiangcheng University to get food, and then these words happened again.
Boss Hua couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He stopped smiling and asked cautiously, "Do you have any connections at Jiangcheng University?" "I am not talented. The president of Jiangcheng University is my teacher."
I have to remind him to be careful about his subordinates and not to bring all kinds of garbage into the school just for a little money.
Boss Hua didn't know this news.
You know, he only has this one son, and he is very worried about him and hopes that he can become a successful person.
But I didn't expect that Boss Jiang was actually related to the president of Jiangcheng University.
He immediately regretted why he agreed to cooperate with Longcheng Catering.
"Boss Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Someone, show the guests away."
Two burly men came out of the kitchen, easily lifted up Boss Hua and threw him into his car. The younger waitress next to him had stars in her eyes, and she was obviously impressed by Jiang Feng's dominance and intelligence. Although Jiang Feng does not have the superpower to predict the future. But he had seen too many ways to destroy a restaurant, and today's incident was within his expectations, so he had been prepared for it a long time ago. He just didn't expect that the old man from the Wen family would act so quickly.
Chapter 35 Jiang Feng,
okay, my brother likes playing games the most.
In the office of Longcheng Catering Company.
The news from Boss Hua soon spread.
When Hongtao was sitting in the office, looking at the hourglass on the table with a frown on his face.
I didn't expect this guy to have such connections. It's beyond my expectation.
It seems that cutting off his food supply is definitely not an option.
Wen Shang, who was standing next to him, also had a frown on his face. In 2 years, the entire Longcheng Catering would be his. Although there were many businesses, only those 10 buffet restaurant chains could achieve long-term and stable development. Even if he didn't want to be hostile to his nephew, there was no family affection in the business world.
At most he could make up for it afterwards. "Dad, I have an idea,"
Wen Shang said with a deep gaze.
"Do you remember why Shasha Hotpot City, the predecessor of Jushizhuang, had no customers? We can just make something up and ask the testing agency to issue a report. To put it more clearly, it is malicious smearing and a war of public opinion."
The biggest reason why Shasha Hotpot City fell into decline was that they were behind the scenes fanning the flames and hiring internet trolls to discredit it, causing nearby people to have a deep impression of this Hotpot City.
When Hongtao thought this plan was feasible and nodded. "Then I'll leave this matter to you. You must act quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly.
You must not give Jushizhuang a chance to recover and breathe."
"Clear."
Relying on Jiangcheng University as the food supplier, Jushizhuang's business at noon was even more popular than yesterday.
Long queues formed outside early in the morning.
Many of them came here because they saw the promotion online.
This reflects the importance of Yin Xiao as a publicity expert.
In order to further increase repeat customers, Jiang Feng started preparing small cakes to be used as gifts early on, and the packaging boxes were specially customized, making them look high-end.
The reason why we don't issue coupons is not to lower the grade of Jushizhuang.
If you want to treat people to a meal, good quality and low price are definitely the best choice, and Jushizhuang is tailor-made for this purpose. And the effect of doing so is very obvious. Some customers who received the small cakes planned to take them home, while others opened them and tasted them on the spot, and all of them praised them highly. "The taste and texture are absolutely amazing, dear, please try it, it seems to be better than the ones I bought at the dessert shop outside." Such a small piece is not enough.
"Waitress, do you have more cake? Give me some more."
A man with a big gold chain around his neck licked the cream at the corner of his mouth and said, his accent sounds like that of a person from northeast China. "I'm sorry, these little cakes are made by our boss himself.
Currently, there are only 30 free cakes available every day. If you still want to eat them, you can come earlier tomorrow." The waiter passing by bowed politely and answered. "Only 30 places? I can buy them individually. Just order more. Don't be so stingy."
"I'm really sorry, sir, this little cake is not for sale. You can try our other sweets."
"Oh, okay.
Having said that, the brother from northeast China did not make things difficult for the waiter. He waved his hand, sighed, and continued to eat hot pot with a sweat on his forehead. After finishing his work, Jiang Feng returned to the third floor to rest. He habitually took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Shin Xingyue.
Jiang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, what are you doing?
The other party seemed to be slacking off as well, and replied almost immediately. Shin Xingyue, the most beautiful in the world, taking care of the baby.
Jiang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, great. You finally admitted what you did to me while I was sleeping. What's the name of our child?
Shin Xingyue, the most beautiful in the world, crazy, she's the daughter of my mom's friend. She has to go on a business trip for 2 days, so she asked my mom to take care of the child. Before Jiang Feng could reply, a phone call came. As soon as Jiang Feng got through, he heard the little girl's laughter in Shin Xingyue's depressed voice.
She ordered without question. Whatever you are doing now, I'll give you half an hour. Come over and help me take care of the baby. This girl is too wild. Suma asked you to take care of the baby, not me, so I won't do it.
Jiang Feng replied with amusement that he was too lazy to do such a tiring and useless thing. He enjoys the good times and his wife carries the bad times.
It's perfect.
Unexpectedly, Shin Xingyue on the other end said silently. Xiaohui's mother is the vice president of the Jiangxi Province Cooking Association.
Oh, so what?
With my ability, it's only a matter of time for me to join the cooking association.
Why bother trying to please others? I have 2 black silk stockings in my closet.
But then again, I, Jiang Feng, am not the kind of person who would watch my wife suffer.
I feel the pain in your body.
I will go over right now with a super luxurious lunch. Shin Xingyue sent a disdainful emoticon, followed by a few traditional Chinese characters, you're smart. Under the temptation of the relationship with the vice president of the Black Cooking Association, Jiang Feng rushed to the Finghua Group building with a lunch and went straight to the top floor high-level management area. As soon as I opened the office door, I heard a girl's childish laughter. Her innocent voice said the most sarcastic words.
Sister, you are so stupid, haha.
The insects that walk on the main road and drill into the small holes are of course ants.
How could you not even know this?
A cushion had been laid in the corner of the spacious office.
Shin Xingyue and a chubby girl were sitting barefoot on the cushion, playing a riddle game. Not only that, it looked like Miss Shin was being abused to the point of crying.
Just when Shin Xingyue was feeling extremely depressed, she saw Jiang Feng coming in. She couldn't wait to stand up and introduce him, while taking the lunchbox handed to her.
This is your brother Jiang Feng. I'm going to have lunch.
Let him play with you. Just make him thick-skinned. This made Jiang Feng speechless.
Is there anyone who would say this about her handsome, powerful, and handsome boyfriend?
When the fat girl saw Jiang Feng, she stood up politely and introduced herself, with a cunning gleam in her dark eyes.
Hello, brother. My name is Jin Jiaowei. My hobby is playing games. Brother, do you like playing games? As long as you can beat me, I will give you a lot of delicious food. It's hard to buy that kind of food.
How could Jiang Feng be fooled by this little trick? He thought, she thinks I am Shindaju. It seems necessary to teach this little sister a lesson. While thinking this, he said with a smile on his face.
Okay, it just so happens that my brother also likes to play games.
How about this, I'll choose 2 games and as long as you can beat me once out of 100 times, I'll be at your disposal.
This temptation is huge for Jin Jiaowei.
She clenched her fist and urged impatiently.
Okay, what do you want to play? The first game. Wrist wrestle.
The smile on the fat girl's face disappeared, and she gradually realized that something was wrong.
She asked blankly. So, what about the second game?
The second game is the most popular game in Japan, wrestling.
Chapter 36, Little Sister's Secret Technique, Tell the Parents.
Jiang Feng looked down at Jin Jiaowei, pretending to be generous and said with a smile.
Well, as long as you can beat me in these 2 games, don't just say I'm at your disposal. Even if you want to ride a tiger, I can satisfy you.
Although Jin Jiaowei is small, she is not stupid. With her small physique, she can't think of defeating this bad brother even if she tries 100 times, let alone 1,000 times. She simply pursed her lips and stopped talking. Shin Xingyue walked to the sofa, sat down and opened the lunchbox.
A strong aroma of food filled the air. The fat girl, who was feeling depressed, suddenly sniffed and couldn't help but walk to Shin Xingyue.
Her cute eyes revealed desire.
Sister, what are you eating?
Jin Jiaowei's mother is the vice president of the Cooking Association. Due to family reasons, she has eaten countless kinds of delicious food since she was a child, and her little stomach has long been spoiled. Jin's mother was even worried that she would not be able to get used to the food, so she specially asked someone to make a lot of desserts and pastries before she left. Shin Xingyue glanced at her and said calmly,
"Of course it's time to eat. Didn't you just eat when you came here? Why, are you hungry again? Take out the dessert your mom left for you." Oh.
Although she was craving for the delicious food, the fat girl still had enough self-control. She forced herself to turn around, took out a box of cookies from a blue backpack, opened the box, picked up a piece and took a bite. But the biscuits that I usually love to eat tasted a little weird and were hard to swallow. At this time, Shin Xingyue's voice of praise came to my ears. "Xiao Jiang, today's lunch is delicious, especially the barbecue, the sauce on it is really delicious."
Of course not. This is the famous Texas barbecue in the United States. The meat is smoked and slow roasted.
But the most important thing is the sauce. In order to get this sauce, I squatted at the door of the family for more than half a month. Jiang Feng answered cooperatively, while paying attention to the changes in the fat girl's expression.
Sure enough, when he said this, Jin Jiawei stopped eating the biscuits.
Suddenly, she bit her pink lips, a tear hung at the corner of her eye, and she ran out of the office crying. This sudden change made Jiang Feng stunned.
Have we gone too far? Humph, it's her fault for calling me stupid just now. Shin Xingyue just felt happy. After all, she was a professional at holding grudges. The bright afternoon sun poured into the office, but the heat was blocked out by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Feng walked to the window. It was a good choice to stand on a high place and admire the city under the sun in his spare time. Tread. Tread. The tranquility was soon broken by the sound of high heels outside the door. Jiang Feng was surprised to see his mother-in-law Su-Wan push open the office door and walk in quickly holding the crying Jin Jiawei. No wonder she ran so fast just now. It turned out that she was going to tell the parents. "Shin Xingyue, you are such a grown-up, yet you still bully a 6-year-old girl. I asked you to take care of someone, and this is how you do it. You even made Hui Hui cry. Day after day, can you please spare me some time?" Shin Xingyue, who was originally sitting on the sofa, was pushed aside. The fat girl, who had a backer, happily picked up the extra chopsticks and started eating from the lunchbox, which made Shin Xingyue so angry that her teeth itched. That's her lunch. The sun shone on her shoulders, an expression of frustration and discomfort appeared on her fair cheeks, and the 4-leaf clover necklace sparkled on her snow-white neck. Jiang Feng suddenly felt that the bullied wife was also quite attractive. But no matter how exciting it is, you still need to coax her. Jiang Feng walked up to the fat girl and touched her head, then opened the bottom layer of the lunchbox. It was actually a steak and pasta, still steaming. This was something he prepared specially just in case. This action won the favor of Su's mother. She nodded with satisfaction, turned around quietly and left the office, closing the door gently. After eating and drinking, the two of them, one adult and one child, lay on the sofa. In order to prevent this girl from complaining again, Shin Xingyue began to brainwash her and said patiently, "Hui Hui, do you want to eat this kind of food again? Think. In that case, you have to listen to your sister obediently for the next 2 days, understand?" "Yeah. Got it." It must be said that delicious food is very tempting to the little girl. She surrendered decisively after just one meal. Jiang Feng's cell phone rang with a familiar ringtone. "Grandpa, your grandson called you." "Grandpa, your grandson called you." It was Pang Yuan who called, most likely about something in the store. Jiang Feng walked to the French window, clicked the call, and put the phone to his ear. "Hey, what's up? Brother Feng, I noticed that many people complained today that our restaurant doesn't have takeout. I thought that since we have a big kitchen, why not?" "No." "Ah, why?" Pang Yuan on the other end couldn't understand it. Since the business was so booming, they should strike while the iron is hot and continue to expand the business. With the current staff of the hot pot restaurant, it was enough to cope with it. But Jiang Feng thought more deeply than him. He said calmly, "Opening a takeaway channel can bring more revenue to the store. This is indeed a good solution, but it is not suitable for now for 2 reasons. 1. Hot pot takeout is difficult to deliver. Some ingredients can easily go bad on the way, which will affect the reputation of the restaurant. Second, and most importantly, we are only affecting the hot pot restaurants within a 3-kilometer radius of Wanxiang Road. Although they are jealous of us, they can't do anything to us. But once we open up the takeaway channel, the impact will spread to the entire Wanxiang area. Guess what will happen then?
Pang Yuan had also been a boss before, so he was familiar with some of the tricks used by restaurants and quickly figured out the key points. If that were to happen, the company would probably be attacked by everyone on the internet immediately. Although it would not lead to bankruptcy, it would create a lot of trouble, which would not be worth the loss.
So what should we do next? We can't just do nothing, right? Although Zhushizhuang can now earn a considerable income every month.
But Pang Yuan felt that with Jiang Feng's character, he was not the kind of person who was obsessed with the little money in front of him, and he must have bigger ambitions hidden. What he had to do was to follow closely and be his number one henchman. Jiang Feng also intends to train this guy, otherwise he would not have explained the interests involved to him in such detail. We can forget about takeout for now, but we can increase our influence through other means, such as selling base ingredients.
Pang Yuan was a smart man.
After Jiang Feng's guidance, he immediately understood something. He quickly hung up the phone and started to act silently. Putting down his phone, Jiang Feng turned his head to look at the two women lying on the sofa. He shrugged helplessly and said,
I'm going to the university to see Lao Lu to do something. Would you two big beauties and little beauties like to come with me? Go! Since my sister is going, I'll go too.
Chapter 37. Jiang Feng surrounded by little fans. Jiang Feng returned to school this time to thank Lao Lu for his help.
If Lao Lu hadn't been the middleman in Boss Hua's last matter, it would have been a bit troublesome.
After all, every industry has its own rules.
The second is to further increase the traffic of Zhushizhuang. The largest consumer group in China today is undoubtedly college students. As long as we can attract them, Zhushizhuang will soon become popular in several surrounding schools.
Originally, this matter should have been handled by Yin Xiu, but considering Lao Lu's identity, Jiang Feng decided to go there in person. 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a bag of coupons were placed on the desk. Lu Peng has 2 major hobbies in his life, smoking and drinking.
When he saw the 2 Zhonghua cigarettes, he didn't hesitate.
After all, they were gifts from his students. He put them at his feet along with the bag of coupons and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will find a way to distribute these coupons to students.
Come to my house for dinner when you have time. Your mistress is thinking about you. By the way, why didn't Xiaoshen come with us today?
We were supposed to come up together, but she just met her college roommate downstairs.
It seems she's a counselor at school, so I came to see you alone."
Jiang Feng answered truthfully, and then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out 2 and handed one to Lao Lu, then put one in his mouth.
Lao Lu's eyes lit up when he saw the cigarette box. Oh, it's foreign goods.
Seeing Jiang Feng was about to put it in his pocket, he quickly stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers, then put the remaining half box of cigarettes into his pocket, not forgetting to teach him.
Young people should smoke less.
Be careful that Xiao Shun will catch you and punish you.
I will confiscate this cigarette. Be careful next time.
Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly.
He himself has no objection to smoking.
He smokes about half a pack of cigarettes a day on average when he is abroad. But today is the first time he smokes after returning to China. He is afraid that someone will dislike the smell of cigarettes in his mouth and refuse to kiss him. After staying in the principal's office for a while, old Lu went downstairs to attend a meeting due to official business, so Jiang Feng did not bother him much.
After going downstairs, he unknowingly arrived at the playground.
Looking at the figures running on the court and shedding their sweat in youth, he walked to the bench next to him and sat down, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. His youth was different from most people's.
He did not sweat profusely on the playground, nor did he talk about future ideals with friends in the dormitory.
It can be said that his youth had nothing to do with the exciting university life.
However, the only thing to be thankful for is
he found the meaning of his life in this youth. The sun shines on the young man who is reminiscing about the past.
His handsome face is filled with tenderness.
His star-like eyes seem brighter than the sun, and his heart seems hotter than the sun. 2 female college students passed by with books in their arms. One of the girls saw the young man sitting on the bench and seemed to remember something. She timidly stepped forward with a book in her arms and asked,
"Excuse me, are you Senior Jiang Feng?" Downstairs of the teaching building, a beautiful scenery appeared, attracting the attention of many male compatriots.
Even the girls passing by were envious and quickened their pace to leave.
Someone asked with great delight, "That's teacher Lei Yinin from the Foreign Languages Department. She's a famous beauty in our school. I never thought there would be a woman in the world who was more attractive than her."
These 2 people seem very familiar.
Maybe they are friends.
After all, a beautiful woman's friend is likely to be a beautiful woman as well.
Tisk, what's that little thing following behind? It's blocking my view. Can you move to the side?
Jean Jiawei was completely unaware and was licking the lollipop in her hand happily, following the two beauties happily.
Lei Yinyin held the arm of the person next to her and complained. Miss Shin, how long has it been since you last came to play with me?
I helped you, the student union president, so much when I was in college, but after graduation you almost forgot about me, your good sister.
I almost forgot.
Shin Xingyue said the most discouraging words with a serious face. Fortunately, Lei Yinyin had long been accustomed to her cold personality.
By the way, who is this little pudding? The daughter you and your dog had?
Hearing someone giving her a random nickname, Jean Jiawei protested, I'm not called Little Pudding.
I have a name, Jean. Jia. Fui. Okay, I get it, Little Pudding.
The two chatted as they walked back to the garden, from where they could see the playground and most of the school buildings at a glance. Especially in the evening with the sunset glow, it was known as the Holy Land of Confession. Lei Yinyin looked around boredly, as if she had discovered something, and said in surprise.
Miss Shin, it seems your dog is quite popular.
Hearing this, Shin Xingyue followed her gaze in confusion and looked towards the playground not far away. Sure enough, she found that there was a commotion beside the court. A group of girls surrounded a boy and seemed to be asking for a photo.
It's quite common in college.
After all, handsome men and beautiful women are rare.
This is normal. What the hell? Isn't that her man?
Oh no, while hanging out with friends for a while, my man was surrounded by a group of lively female college students.
Who understands this?
Shin Xingyue silently quickened her pace and walked towards the playground not far away with an expressionless face.
Wow, is this the senior Jiang Feng who confessed his love to his girlfriend in front of all the teachers and students in the school? He seems to be more handsome than before, so manly.
Stop being such a fangirl and figure out how to squeeze in for the photo.
Go!
These girls surrounded Jiang Feng in 3 layers inside and outside. College girls like to pursue romance, and confessing one's love in front of all the teachers and students in the school is undoubtedly a perfect answer for them. Therefore, Jiang Feng's deeds were widely circulated in the school forum. Of course, Jiang Feng's appearance is also a factor. After all, who wouldn't he love a gentle and handsome guy wearing all branded clothes? As the center of public opinion, Jiang Feng was reluctant to reject these schoolmates who admired him. He smiled and reminded them while busying himself. You can take pictures, but everyone please be safe.
It would be bad if I fell. Oh, by the way. I am now the owner of a restaurant called Jushizwang. Everyone is welcome to come and taste it.
If Pang Yuan saw the scene, he would probably admire and give a thumbs up. He still remembered to promote it even at this time. He is worthy of being a big shot. Just when Jiang Feng was immersed in it, a white hand stretched out from the crowd, accurately grabbed his ear, and then pulled it hard. Jiang Feng immediately cried out in pain.
Hey, who is it?
He was responded with a beautiful face that was as cold as ice.
Shin Qingyue sneered. You are very popular with girls, handsome Jiang. Is this what you said you were going to do?
This look that seemed to want to eat him alive frightened Jiang Feng so much that cold sweat broke out on his back. He hurriedly explained.
Listen to me, wife, this is all a misunderstanding. No hurry, let's go home. Slow down. Slow down. Talk. Ah.
After saying that, Shin Xingyue pulled Jiang Feng's ear, snorted coldly, and walked out of the school gate. The coldness on her body that kept people at a distance of 100 meters made many girls around them dare not approach her.
They could only watch the two leave.
On the steps beside the garden, Lei Yinyin looked at the scene not far away and shook her head helplessly. It seems that our Miss Shin's possessiveness is still very strong. She noticed the fat girl behind her who was still licking her lollipop intently, and asked in confusion.
Little pudding, your brothers and sisters are leaving, aren't you going to follow them? Ah.
Jean Jiawei raised her head in a silly and cute way, with confusion written all over her fair and tender face. A moment later, a fat girl ran out of the school gate with her legs flying, crying with tears in her eyes.
Sister, wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Chapter 38, Further Advancement in Relationship. Dusk gently enveloped the city. Street lamps lit up one by one.
The lights on the tall buildings flickered quietly, gradually blending with the sunset glow in the sky, until the afterglow was swallowed up by the darkness. Jiang Feng also knew that he was indeed a little unfaithful this time. He couldn't control himself when he saw so many little fans, so he specially prepared a table full of dishes to appease his wife.
The living room is wrapped in warm yellow lights.
Shin Xingyue, who was sitting across the table, was eating her food with an expressionless face. Jiang Feng was nervously observing the changes in her expression, but he couldn't see anything. He was just sure that she was definitely still angry.
The heartless fat girl was eating happily next to them.
I saw her holding a shrimp in her left hand and a fried chicken leg in her right hand, with her mouth stuffed with food, and she never stopped eating. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wished she had 2 more hands so that she could eat more efficiently.
I'm full, you guys take your time eating.
After tasting the dishes, Shin Xingyue put down her chopsticks and walked upstairs. Seeing this, Jiang Feng said to the little girl, "Remember to wash your face and rinse your mouth after eating. Just put the dishes on the table. I will collect them tomorrow morning. Your room is the first one up the stairs.
Remember to sleep well at night."
"Well, I know." Jin Jiawei, who was busy, took the time to reply. Jiang Feng didn't have time to care whether he heard it or not, and quickly went up to the second floor. When he pushed open the door of the master bedroom, he didn't see Shin Xingyue, only the sound of running water coming from the bathroom.
He walked to the bathroom door and said helplessly, "Wife, I was so wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Can you forgive me this time?"
Her cold voice was mixed with the complicated sound of running water, coming from the crack of the door below.
"Turn off the light.
I don't want to see your face after I finish my shower."
"Oh."
Jiang Feng touched his head and walked to the bed and sat down. He was a little confused. Although he did take photos with those girls, that was all. According to Shin Xingyue's personality, she would at most give him a good scolding and then get a little jealous.
How could she be so angry?
Not getting an answer, he simply took off his clothes, leaving only his shorts, crawled into bed, turned off the lights, and planned to think about how to coax her tomorrow. In the dark room, the sound of running water stopped at some point. I saw the bathroom door open, and a ray of light faintly illuminated the bedroom. As the light was turned off, the room fell into darkness again, with only a ray of moonlight remaining in the window. The sound of bare feet stepping on the floor was very faint. Jiang Feng, with his back to the bathroom, only felt the bed sink a little. A corner of the quilt was lifted, and cold air rushed in, but soon he felt a pair of arms hugging him from behind. Immediately afterwards, a warm body came up to me without any obstruction. The feet could feel the touch of silk, and even without looking, Jiang Feng knew that it was the unique touch of stockings. A faint fragrance came from behind.
It seemed that Shin Xingyue was a little too proactive today. Jiang Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
"Wife, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by her voice.
"Turn around and don't talk."
Jiang Feng turned over as he was told. With the help of the faint moonlight coming in through the window, he could barely see the scene behind him. His heart beat faster immediately. A pair of bright eyes just stared at him. Shin Xingyue took the initiative to stretch out her arms and hook them around his neck, and said softly, "I don't care which woman you've been close to before, but after tonight, I hope you will take on the responsibilities that a man should have.
I'm yours, and you can only be mine. Do you understand?"
After that, she took the initiative to kiss Jiang Feng on the lips. Faint moaning sounds were heard from the quiet room, carried away by the evening breeze. There was no doubt that the relationship between Jiang Feng and Shin Xingyue took a crucial step that night.
This night is destined to be restless.
Suddenly, a white dot appeared on the distant horizon. As time went by, the white dot spread wider and wider, and its color gradually changed, eventually forming a dazzling red glow hanging in the sky. Although he studied until very late last night, Jiang Feng still got up on time at 7 o'clock the next day.
After an energetic morning run, he started preparing breakfast.
Unlike the usual simple breakfast, today I added some blood-enriching ingredients to the soup. He carried the boiling hot casserole to the bedroom on the second floor and placed the casserole filled with stew on the bedside. Shin Xingyue was still lying on the bed at this moment, the morning sun shining on the exposed skin on her neck, which was whiter than snow. There was still a hint of sleepiness and fatigue in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Feng squatted down and whispered in her ear,
"Lazy pig, I'm ready to go out. The breakfast I made is right next to you. Sleep for another half an hour or so and then you can drink it.
Be careful not to burn yourself." Just as Jiang Feng was about to get up and leave, he heard a shout from behind.
Etc.
He turned around in confusion, only to see Shin Xingyue's eyes narrowed and she hooked her finger at him.
Zhang Feng understood and moved closer.
Just as he was about to ask her what she wanted to do, a flash of heat and wetness appeared on his face. Shin Xingyue licked the corner of her mouth and smiled charmingly.
Go ahead, and be careful on the road. My husband.
These two words touched Zhang Feng's heart. He finally understood what it meant to spring nights are short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not attend court early.
Who can resist this? Understand King Zhou and become King Zhou.
Hey, wife, since Ah He and Pang Yuan are watching over the store, there won't be any big trouble.
Why don't I stay at home with you today? How could Shin Xingyue not guess what he was thinking?
Thinking about how she had tried hard to stop this guy last night but he was still as stubborn as a bull, she kicked Zhang Feng on the butt in dissatisfaction.
Roll. Tisk, go away if you want. I'm leaving now. At 10 a.m., we were ready to meet the lunch rush.
Pang Yuan looked at Zhang Feng, who was sitting at the door and grinning foolishly, and asked Ah He, who was playing with his phone next to him, in confusion.
Brother Feng, what's wrong? Is there any happy event today? Who knows?
He is usually stupid. Ah He replied nonchalantly. He was probably the only one in the entire store who dared to say that about Zhang Feng. However, no one dared to say anything more. After all, Ah He's ability was there. At the same time, in a house in the old town. As the repayment deadline was getting closer, Zhang Jinyan was under pressure and had to find his parents. After selling the townhouse where they were planning to live in their retirement, and adding their savings, he finally managed to raise 480,000 yuan. Zhang Jinyan and lawyer Jean walked out of the bank one after the other, and the latter said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, now that the matter has been resolved, I wish us a happy future together. After saying that, he got into the Mercedes parked at the door and sped away, leaving Zhang Jinyan standing there with a gloomy face.
An old man came out from behind and waved his crutch at him. I really don't know how I could have given birth to such a useless thing like you. It's bad enough that your wife ran away with your money, but now your own son has made you into this state. Your mother and I are now homeless on the streets. Are you still a human being?
Zhang Danian became more and more angry as he spoke, and he swung his cane to continue hitting him. Zhang Jinyan did not dare to fight back and could only passively dodge, while angrily saying,
What can I do? That guy has money in background now. Can I beat him? Old man, put down your cane.
In the end, it was his mother Zhang Guifan who stood up. Zhang Danian, who was usually strictly controlled by his wife, immediately stopped what he was doing and sat beside her sulking. Zhang Guifan was certainly capable of controlling Zhang Danian. She was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. After all, she was an intellectual who had attended high school, so she immediately came up with an idea.
Now you have paid off what you owed to that one guy. Let's go find that stinky little bastard. Mom, we can't beat them. Humph, if you don't want to be bullied, then he's your son. Now that you're old, shouldn't you ask him for alimony?
We have laws in our country. As long as the matter gets out of hand, we don't have to worry about him not paying.
You're right, old lady. We're almost homeless, but that little bastard enjoys eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks every day. I heard he even opened a hot pot restaurant, and his business is pretty good. Let's go find him now. Walk. The author has something to say. High-speed luxury cars are on the road, and those gentlemen who gave positive reviews must be cool. 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 Chapter 39. The Zhang family comes to make trouble. This gentleman, please. Okay, thank you.
Looking at Xiao Zhang communicating with foreign guests in fluent English, two idle waiters walked to the corner, drank some water, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Luckily, Xiao Jiang is here, otherwise it would be very difficult to communicate with these foreigners. This child is very hardworking. I heard that her family is not well off. She only has a grandmother living in the valley, and there are frequent power outages and water shortages. She also has a younger sister who is in elementary school. The burden of the family is all on her. No more talking, another guest is coming, go and receive him quickly. The two waiters who had just taken a break were busy again. There was a long queue outside the store again. Some were introduced by friends, some were attracted by the spicy taste, and some came to gather information. An elderly couple suddenly walked through the line and went straight into the store. Seeing this, Xiao Jiang, who had just finished serving a customer, mistakenly thought that someone wanted to cut in line, and quickly spoke out to stop him.
Two guests, please line up. Where's Jiang Feng? Get that heartless bastard out here.
Seeing so many people around, Zhang Guifan simply opened her throat and shouted. Her voice immediately attracted countless curious eyes. She ignored the waiter's dissuasion and shouted again. I'm telling you, the owner of this store is my grandson, and he has no conscience. His father was hit by a car and is still waiting for medical expenses to save his life, but this guy is just eating and drinking here, not caring about his father's life or death.
Tell me, is this bastard still a human being? As Jiang Lijuan spoke, she pushed Jiang Jinyan, who was wrapped in bandages, into the scene.
There were some bloodstains on the surface of the bandage.
Judging from the color, it looked like it was left today.
This was indeed the case. In order to be absolutely sure, the old lady did it herself. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately believed half of it, and their favorable impression of Zhu Zhuang dropped a lot, and even their desire to eat decreased a lot. I never thought that the owner of such a big store would be such a stingy person. His own father was hit like this, but he couldn't even afford the medical expenses.
He is really heartless. Hey, it may not be true. There may be some hidden secret behind it. You are not mistaken, are you? He is already like this. Even if there is a big hidden secret, he is still his father. What reason does he have to not pay for his support? I think so too. Even if there is a grudge, this is his father. If it were me, I would definitely save him. Because of this farce, the originally orderly scene became chaotic. Even the guests who were eating in the lobby stopped eating and looked towards the door in unison. The old lady cried out with tears in her eyes. Why is my life so miserable? We raised our grandson with so much hardship and difficulty. We gritted our teeth to support him through college, but we never expected that he would turn out to be such an ungrateful person. Seeing that something was wrong, the waiters didn't dare to step forward to stop it. If what the old lady said was true, wouldn't they be accomplices? If the news got out, their reputation would be bad. Hey Xiaojiang, what are you doing? A waitress was hiding behind him. When she saw Xiaojiang actually approaching, she tried to stop him but failed. She could only lower her voice to remind him. Don't mind your own business. This has nothing to do with us. Come back quickly. Xiaojiang, who used to be timid even when speaking, was acting out of character at this moment. She walked out of the crowd and stood in front of the two old men, with a stubborn look on her face. She ignored the dissuasion and said, I don't know if what you said is true, but I know the boss is not the kind of ungrateful person. If it weren't for him, my grandmother and I wouldn't even have enough to eat now. Since your boss treated you like this, why don't you call the police? Why do you come here to make trouble? Wouldn't it be more convenient to call the police? The last sentence made some people around him look enlightened. Yeah, why don't you call the police for something like this, instead of coming here to make a scene? Why didn't you go to the police? Of course you felt guilty. Zhang Guifan's face changed slightly. She just wanted to make trouble here to affect the business of the hot pot restaurant and take the opportunity to ask Jiang Feng to give her more money. If she went to the police, with their family's affairs, even if it went to court, they would probably just have to pay some money every month and the matter would be settled. That was not what she wanted. She immediately gave her husband a look. We can't let this damn girl go on talking. Jiang Danian's eyes were fierce. He quickly stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Xiaojiang in the face. If he was hit hard, there would definitely be bruises. A frying pan flew in from the stairs and hit his arm accurately. Screams rang out in the already quiet lobby. Ah! Xiaojiang, who had closed his eyes out of fear, opened his eyes in confusion after hearing the noise, and found the old man sitting on the ground with his hands covered. Everyone looked in the direction where the pot was flying from, and found a dark-skinned young man wearing a chef's uniform. He walked towards them step by step, and his voice echoed in the lobby. Why didn't you call the police? Of course you were afraid of being taken away by the police. After all, if you beat yourself up and extort money, you'll most likely be arrested and put in jail. Just as everyone was puzzled by this sentence, Ah He pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from behind and walked towards Jiang Jinyan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Jiang Lijuan, who saw the scene, was so scared that she dropped the wheelchair and hid aside. What are you doing? Killing is against the law. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and in Jiang Jinyan's eyes, the blade slid past his eyes, as if every inch of his skin could feel the sharpness. Some frightened people covered their eyes directly, fearing that what would happen next would be a bloody scene. After a moment, only the bloody bandage slowly fell to the ground.
Ah He put away the knife, faced the crowd, pointed at the wound on Zhang Jinyan's body, and said with a playful smile.
Do you think this wound looks like it was caused by a car?
It seems that the driver's driving skills are quite good.
Only the upper body was hit, and the lower body didn't even have a scratch. Isn't this too lucky?
The crowd watching the excitement stared at the wound with wide eyes.
Now they all realized that they were fooled.
Thinking about what had just been said, they suddenly felt a burning pain on their faces.
Fuck, this is a lie.
This wound was clearly caused by a blunt object.
And the cut on the back must have been cut with a knife. People nowadays will do anything to make money. You're not all just paying attention to the wound. Didn't anyone notice that this guy's knife skills seem pretty impressive? He only cut open the bandages and clothes. Could he be a martial arts master who has never been seen before?
Believe me, buddy, I think the most important thing you should do now is to delete the novel by Yang Shitzi from your phone.
The fact is that it is not Zhang Jinyan's fault for not putting on a good show.
The main reason is that none of them have a car.
If they deliberately let the car hit them, what if they were knocked away directly?
Therefore, they could only artificially create the wound. But Zhang Guifan didn't expect that young people nowadays would be so brave.
Aren't you supposed to be scared now?
Little did they know that this was just a common occurrence for Ah He. After all, he was often chased and hacked with knives in the past. In the United States, death is death, and no one would bother to investigate the cause of death of an illegal immigrant.
Old lady, what should we do now? You ask me, who should I ask?
Just when the two elders were at a loss, Zhang Feng, who had been watching the show from beginning to end, finally came down from upstairs.
Chapter 40. I now officially announce that you are being kept by me.
Zhang Feng came down from upstairs unhurriedly. He glanced at everyone present one by one, with a smile on his face that made people relax.
He said loudly, I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal due to the lack of security in our restaurant.
Especially since these people just took advantage of your kindness to seek their own selfish interests.
I will call the police next.
The police will be here soon. To make it up to you all, everyone present here will get a 50% discount on their purchases today. These words made the customers present feel good, and those who had supported him earlier felt much more relieved after Zhang Feng said this.
Yes, they were just being used. There's nothing we can do about it.
If you want to blame someone, blame these two old guys.
How could such a good boss be ungrateful?
Those words must be lies made up by these two old guys.
Fuck, if it weren't for me not beating up the old and the young, I would have to go down and slap them twice. Boss, you are such a good person.
In just a few words, he changed everyone's mood and put all the blame on Zhang Guifan and Zhang Danian who caused the trouble.
Then he won people's hearts by offering discounts.
This method is amazing.
TSK, you are a guy who says one thing to one person and another thing to another.
Ah He pouted unhappily and turned to walk upstairs.
In less than 10 minutes, alarm bells rang out on the street. 2 policemen arrested the fraudulent Zhang Danian and others and put them into the car.
After finding out that they were indeed related to Zhang Feng by blood, they prepared to take him back to the police station for investigation. Zhang Feng naturally had no objection, but before leaving he called Pang Yuan who had arrived late. He glanced at Xiao Jiang who was still working in the store and said calmly, In the future, when you do things, bring her along a little bit, especially to temper her character.
Don't let her do the work of serving tea and water.
As for her salary, raise it from 7,000 to 15,000 yuan.
Talent is not important to Zhang Feng. He does not run a big company and does not have any secrets. Therefore, there is only one prerequisite for finding someone worthy of reuse. Be absolutely loyal to him.
Obviously, only Xiao Jiang passed this test of humanity.
As for the others,
Zhang Feng would not blame them. After all, it is human nature to be afraid of things. They came here to work and there is no reason for them to risk their lives for him. But in the end, I can only be an insignificant waiter.
Pang Yuan understood the meaning of the words and nodded, I understand, Brother Feng.
After giving these instructions, Zhang Feng took out his cell phone and sent a message. Then he turned around and followed the police into the police car and was taken to the police station for investigation. It's been less than 2 months since he returned to China, and this is his second time in the police station.
Could it be that God was targeting him because he was too handsome?
On the other side is the riverside villa. Shen Xingyue was sitting on the balcony gazing at the rippling river in the distance. If Zhang Feng were here, he would definitely have a nosebleed, because at this moment Shin Qingyue was wearing a black bikini set, and her exposed skin aroused a lot of reverie.
Even women would be envious when seeing this figure.
In the swimming pool in the backyard, Jin Jiawei, wearing a swimsuit, was happily jumping in the water.
Butler Su was watching silently on the shore, fearing that the little ancestor would accidentally sink. Why hasn't the stinky Django come back to make lunch yet? Could it be that he ate everything and ran away? Just as Shin Qingyue was complaining, the phone on the table next to her rang with a message alert. She took it and glanced at it.
When she saw the content of the message, her forehead darkened and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly.
Zhang Feng, the most handsome man in the world, wife, come and rescue me. Your beloved husband is in jail again. About an hour later, a noble Rolls-Royce was parked quietly outside the Zhongqing police station. Zhang Feng was released after the investigation and got into the car nimbly.
As soon as I sat down, a white arm grabbed my face. Shin Xingyue exerted a little force with her hands and said speechlessly,
I now feel like I should find a chain to tie you up.
If others knew that my man, Shin Xingyue, was in jail every 2 or 3 days, they would laugh at me to death.
What do you think? Hey, it's a special situation.
Zhang Feng smiled cheerfully and quickly explained the situation. After listening, Shin Xingyue asked in confusion.
So you have to pay them alimony every month?
According to the law, this is the case, but the prerequisite is that I have to be rich. Zhang Feng spread his hands and said lightly.
Jushizhuang was opened for my mother, so it's naturally in her name. As for the money I have, it has long been spent on opening the store. The only asset I have is the car you gave me. What can I use to pay for alimony?
The money for buying the car was actually paid by Shin Xingyue, and she could take it back at any time if she wanted. In this way, Zhang Feng would become a pauper, and he could naturally and legally not pay alimony.
Shin Xingyue took out a bank card from somewhere and threw it to Zhang Feng. Spend it. There is 10 million in this anonymous card. I now officially declare that you are being kept by me. If you dare to refuse, I will smash your head.
She knew that Zhang Feng would not charge her too much money, so the balance on the card was only 10 million. This time Zhang Feng hesitated but did not refuse. It was definitely not because he saw Shin Xingyue's hand reaching for the solid iron hammer next to him. He put the card in his pocket and finally could only sigh helplessly. Alas, I just want to make progress and create wealth with my own hands, but rich women chase me and feed me.
What a sad life I have. 2 days have passed, and Jushizhuang's business is still booming.
The only thing worth mentioning is that when Jin's mother came back from outside the province, Jin Jiawei refused to leave no matter what and insisted on staying at Zhang Feng and Shin Xingyue's house, with tears in her eyes, and she was about to cry out loud.
No, I want to stay here. How come you, kid?
Jinya, who was wearing a simple cheongsam and had a plump figure, looked helplessly at her daughter who was rolling around on the sofa. She didn't understand why her daughter, who always liked to cling to her, had changed so much after being away for only 2 or 3 days. Because of the divorce from her husband, she kept this girl by her side since she was young. As a result, when she grew up, she wanted to stick to her all the time, but now she doesn't even want to be her mother. Zhang Feng stepped forward and rubbed the girl's head, smiling.
Go home with mom first. You're always welcome to come and play next time. No matter what you want to eat, I'll make it for you, okay? Really?
Jin Jiawei blinked her moist, red eyes, her voice trembling.
Of course it's true. My brother always keeps his word. Well, that's fine. After Zhang Feng's persuasion, Jin Jiawei was finally willing to leave with her mother. Jinya picked her up and walked out of the villa. Just as she was about to leave in the car, she suddenly turned her head and said to Zhang Feng, I heard a little about you from Sister Wan. Thank you for helping me take care of Hui Hui for the past 3 days. I can see that she is really happy these days. As she spoke, she took out a letter from her bag and handed it to Zhang Feng. This is the recommendation letter I wrote. If you want to join the cooking association, you can show it to the person in charge. Although the cooking association does not have any real power, if you want your restaurant to continue to grow and develop, having the identity of a cooking association member can reduce some unnecessary troubles. Thank you, Aunt Jean. I will think about it carefully. This is something I made for Hui Hui. Eat it on the way. It's best to put it in the refrigerator when you get back so it can be preserved for a longer time. As the saying goes, gift giving and reciprocity is the norm. As for money, someone at Jinya's level certainly wouldn't be short of it, so Zhang Feng took out a bag,
which contained boxes of pastries that he had made himself.
Ah! It's food! The fat girl reached out to take it, but Genia slapped her chubby little hand away, nodded to thank Zhang Feng, turned around, opened the car door and got in, not forgetting to pat her daughter's round belly, and said helplessly, "Look how fat you are. Start dieting from today. If you can't lose weight, you won't be allowed to eat snacks in the future. No matter how hard you cry, don't even think about eating them." Chapter 41. Shen Xingyue calls her master in maid outfit?
Zhang Feng returned to the living room and played with the letter of recommendation in his hand. Although joining the cooking association had no practical use for him now, as the restaurant grew and expanded in China, this thing would be of great use.
Shen Xingyue came down from upstairs while talking on the phone. She said, "Okay, I understand."
After hanging up the phone, she leaned on the railing and said to Zhang Feng sleepily,
"Dog, get ready. Mom and Dad want me to take you to meet your grandparents tomorrow. It may take a week, so be prepared." "Hey, isn't it just meeting the parents? I have the upper hand."
Looking at Zhang Feng's confident look, Shen Xingyue reminded him with an intriguing smile.
"I advise you to put away your naive ideas.
Your grandparents are rather old-fashioned and believe in religion, especially the idea of marrying someone of the same social status. In short, if they don't approve of you, you'll be in trouble.
Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly break up with you. I hope you can find a more suitable partner."
Zhang Feng showed a look of giving up as he spoke. He stood up and walked towards the door, but before he could take 2 steps, an empty mineral water bottle hit him on the back of the head.
Shen Xingyue said with a dark face, "Let's go.
As long as you dare to take 1 step out of the threshold, we will have nothing to do with each other.
You might get crushed into a pulp by a truck at an intersection one day. I won't be there to collect your body then."
Zhang Feng, who was acting like a drama queen, heard this and turned around and said with a smile,
"Oh, I'm just kidding. Honey, you're such a beautiful woman, how can I bear to leave you?"
Shen Xingyue was too lazy to pay attention to him, turned her back and went upstairs to catch up on her sleep. The store must be arranged properly during his 1-week absence. Zhang Feng called Pang Yuan and told him to pay attention to the situation in the store. At the same time, he transferred the 10 million yuan given by Shen Xingyue. "Listen to me, while I'm away for the next 2 days, you must get these things done as soon as possible. If the money is not enough, use the money you earned from the store to make up for it."
"It should be enough. I understand, Brother Feng. Just leave it to me." After a while, the call was hung up.
Zhang Feng sat on the sofa calmly, thinking. We have already wasted a lot of time with the Wen family. When we return from this long trip, Longcheng Catering will be on the verge of destruction.
The next day,
the sun was scorching at noon, and the blue sky was empty. Only a few white clouds were floating slowly in the sky, as if they would disappear into the sky at any time.
Because Shen Xingyue's grandparents lived in a remote mountainous area, they had no choice but to drive.
After the driver drove at full speed for a whole morning, they finally approached the destination.
This is Guan County, located in Yungang City, Jiangxi Province.
Located in the northeast of Jiangxi Province, it has unique mountain and water resources and a relatively developed tourism industry, but its economic development model is too single, making it one of the most backward counties in Jiangxi Province. In the back seat of the moving car, Zhang Feng was bored as he looked out the window at the mountains and rivers passing by quickly. Shen Xingyue was sleeping soundly on his shoulder, sleeping from the starting point to the end point.
Zhang Feng was a little impressed by her.
According to Shen Xingyue, her grandparents were local priests, a profession similar to that of a rainmaker. Although they had some charlatan connotations, the locals still believed in them and were revered by everyone. After driving on the rugged mountain road for half an hour, we finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. Looking at Shen Xingyue, who was still lying on his shoulder, Zhang Feng was just about to wake her up with a slap of love when he saw her suddenly open her eyes and sit up straight. She glanced at Zhang Feng, who had his head tilted to the side, and opened the car door expressionlessly.
"Let's go. We can only walk the rest of the mountain road."
After getting off the car, Zhang Feng looked out and saw a large field of golden ears of wheat.
The hot summer breeze blew, making a rustling sound.
Behind him were towering mountains. As far as the eye could see, there were only steps full of historical traces winding up to the top of the mountain. Shen Xingyue glanced at Zhang Feng, who was looking around, and suddenly revealed a sly smile.
"Dog man, do you want to compete? There are 2,000 steps from here to the top of the mountain. If I get there before you, how about you bark like a dog?"
Always calling this guy a dog, Shin Xingyue really wants to hear him bark like a dog. Just thinking about it makes her look forward to it. In response to this, Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't think that his physical strength would be worse than this woman. What if I get there before you? You can make any request you want. What if I want you to wear a maid outfit and call me master, hee hee? No problem. Shin Xingyue agreed with a playful smile on her face. This straightforward attitude made Jiang Feng a little suspicious. He thought there must be something wrong when things were abnormal. But when he thought of this woman wearing a maid outfit and calling her master, his desire finally overwhelmed his reason. But he was not stupid, and said cautiously, I see there are a lot of forks in the road. To be fair, I will go up the mountain 10 minutes earlier than you. 10 minutes is too long. I'll give you 3 minutes at most. What if I win in the end and you cheat? When have I ever lied to you? That's true. As Shin Xingyue took out her cell phone to start the timer, Jiang Feng rushed out like an arrow as soon as she finished speaking. He jumped so fast that each step could cover 2 steps. Soon his figure turned into a small black dot and disappeared. The driver, who had been standing next to the car, said with shame, Miss, isn't it a bit inappropriate to tease Mr. Jiang like this? There are 2,000 steps here. Even Mount Tai has only 6,000 steps. This rain god mountain is equivalent to 1/3 of Mount Tai. Even for sports enthusiasts, it will take at least 1 hour to climb it. Hearing the driver's words, Shin Xingyue blinked innocently. When did I tease him? We're competing to see who can get up the mountain first, but am I limited to climbing up using only my own legs? Hurry up and get a helicopter down to pick me up. Yes. The driver reluctantly took out his cell phone and made a call. Shin Xingyue looked at the direction where Jiang Feng was going up the mountain, sneering. You bastard, you dare to break up with me? I'll teach you a lesson this time. Facts have proved that you should never underestimate a woman who likes to hold grudges, because you never know which joke of yours will make her remember it for a lifetime and then pay a heavy price for it. Soon a helicopter slowly landed on the flat ground from the air. After picking up Shin Xingyue, the pilot started the propeller again, and the helicopter slowly left the ground, first circling the back of the mountain before flying towards the top of the mountain. Jiang Feng, who knew nothing about this, mistook it for the sound of a passenger plane and ignored it. He ran towards the top of the mountain with full of fighting spirit, maintaining his speed. He occasionally looked back, but found nothing. He agreed to the bet only after he was sure that there was no cable car on this mountain. Therefore, Jiang Feng was extremely sure that Shin Xingyue had been left far behind. Ha, you little girl dare to compete with me in physical strength? I'm afraid you forgot how you begged for mercy in bed. Little maid, get ready to call me master. Chapter 42 Bonfire Banquet, Shen Hongming's Stubbornness. At the scorching noon, a sweaty figure could be vaguely seen on the steps of Yushan Mountain running towards the top of the mountain. Jiang Feng's face was already a little red, and his speed was much slower than at the beginning, but he never stopped. The most taboo thing when climbing a mountain is to take a break. Once you stop to rest, your body will become slack. The best way is to maintain your pace. It can be slow, but you can't stop, otherwise you will rest longer and longer. There is a temple on the top of the mountain. At the end of the steps is a 3-meter-high stone statue of the rain god. Its shape is a bit like Guanyin Bodhisattva in Journey to the West, but it does not have a vase in its hand, but a rice ear. When Jiang Feng finally climbed to the top of the mountain with all his effort, he was greeted by Shin Xingyue, who was sitting on the steps eating a watermelon with a smile on her face. Not bad, dog. Much faster than I expected. Why are you here? Jiang Feng looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had not seen the woman the entire time. How could she have run ahead of him without anyone noticing? Could she be able to teleport? It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of a helicopter parked not far away that he suddenly realized what was going on. Even he couldn't help but curse. Fuck you, you cheated. You even took a plane up here. You are a bastard, you have no moral principles. Thinking back to how hard he had tried to climb the mountain just now, Jiang Feng suddenly felt like a clown. On the other hand, Shin Xingyue looked indifferent, as if her uncle was already buried in the ground anyway. The wind blew her soft black hair. While Jiang Feng was climbing the mountain desperately, Shin Xingyue took the time to take a bath. At this moment, she was wearing a thin white skirt and a pair of black flip-flops. Her snow-white toes were plump, like a carefully carved work of art. I didn't stipulate that you can't take the plane. I agreed that if you lose, you should bark like a dog.
Hurry up and bark twice so that your sister can hear it. Humph, you're just dreaming.
Jiang Feng angrily snatched the half-remaining watermelon from her hand and started to eat it like a wolf. He was really exhausted.
Shen Xingyue shrugged and didn't force it.
Her goal had already been achieved anyway.
At this time, an elderly couple walked out of the rain temple. Jiang Feng realized something and quickly threw the watermelon rind into the trash can.
He stood up and greeted them with a smile.
Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Jiang Feng.
Shen Hongming stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the sweaty young man who was going to marry his granddaughter in the future. At the same time, Jiang Feng was also looking at him. He looked like an old man living in the valley, but his eyes revealed a sharp look. On the contrary, the grandmother next to her was much more amiable. From the moment she appeared till now, she had a faint smile on her face and said to her granddaughter,
Yeah, go get some water for Xiaofeng.
Look how tired you've made the child. Even if you want to show respect, there's no need to work so hard.
Ah?
Jiang Feng was stunned, not understanding the meaning of these words.
Grandma asked in confusion. Yaya said that you insisted on climbing up the mountain on your first try to show respect to the rain god. Isn't that right?
Jiang Feng reacted immediately and nodded repeatedly.
Oh, yes, that's what I think. Actually, I don't really mind religion. I believed in it for a while before.
After saying this, Jiang Feng silently gave himself and Shen Xingyue a thumbs up. It had to be his wife. He thought she was torturing him on purpose, but it turned out to be for his own good. He should be gentler at night, otherwise it would be bad if he hurt her. If Shen Xingyue knew what he was thinking now, she would probably be so angry that she would find a pair of scissors and send this guy to become a eunuch. But Jiang Feng could fool his grandmother, but he couldn't fool Shen Hongming. He didn't choose to expose her, but walked into the temple with his hands behind his back, saying without looking back,
It's not easy to be Yaya's husband. Marriage is not a joke. I have to test you.
Wait for me here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Come on, I'll take you to where you live.
Grandma was still so kind, and took Jiang Feng to the backyard of the temple.
On the way, she kept talking about him and Shen Xingyue, such as, how did they meet? What did she like about the other person?
The backyard of the temple is lined with tiled houses, similar in layout to the courtyard houses in the countryside. Although old, they are arranged in an orderly manner and have a warm, homely feel. Grandma took Jiang Feng to a room, told him to have a good rest, and then left. Jiang Feng looked at the layout of the room. There was almost nothing in it except a bed. Soon, Shen Xingyue came in from the window, threw a green apple over, then walked over to sit next to him and reminded him.
You'd better get up on time at 5 o'clock tomorrow, not a second late. Grandpa is very mean to others, you will get used to it soon.
Fearing that Jiang Feng could not hold on, she thought for a moment and said in a somewhat arrogant tone, If you can get Grandpa to accept you as his grandson-in-law within this week, I will reluctantly meet the conditions you proposed at the foot of the mountain. After saying that, she left with her earlobe slightly red, leaving Jiang Feng in a daze.
Conditions down the mountain? Maid outfit. Good man, what are you hesitating about? Just do it. In order to cope with his grandfather's test, Jiang Feng returned to his room to rest after dinner. The next morning, a golden glow rose in the sky.
When Shen Hongming got dressed and came to the temple gate, he found Jiang Feng squatting on the steps in a daze. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and said with a smile,
Good morning, Grandpa. Shen Hongming didn't say anything.
After handing Jiang Feng 2 hot steamed buns, he walked down the mountain with a machete in his hand. Jiang Feng took 2 bites and hurriedly followed him. Not long after the two of them went down the mountain, Shen Xingyue and her grandmother appeared at the temple entrance.
Grandma, where is Grandpa taking him? Chopping wood.
The old man probably wants to prepare for the bonfire banquet in 6 days.
He is so stubborn even at his age. I can't persuade him.
Shen Xingyue remained silent and wrapped her coat tightly around her.
It is said that whenever a severe drought is approaching, the rain god will pray to heaven for rain, firstly for good weather and secondly for the health of the people. In order to reward the hard-working priests, the rain god will fulfill one of their wishes at a bonfire banquet. There are many things that need to be prepared for a bonfire banquet.
Normally, preparations need to be made at least 1 month in advance, and my grandfather found out about the engagement just in the past 2 days, so he wants to finish half a month's work within a week.
Why is he working so hard?
Shen Hongming brought Jiang Feng to the halfway point of the mountain and began to swing his machete. Every time the machete was swung, a branch would fall to the ground, and Jiang Feng's job was to pick up the branches. When a certain amount accumulated, he would carry them back to the top of the mountain, then go down the mountain to continue picking up branches, and repeat this process over and over again. Jiang Feng was exhausted after just a few trips, but thinking of what his wife said, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Damn it, this old man is almost buried in the ground, but he can still hold on. How can I be better than him? If others knew about this, they would laugh at me to death. Ali Gu, just do it. Chapter 43, Grandfather has passed, a business leader ruined by pride. It was rush hour at 8 in the morning. The asphalt road was blocked by cars. Almost every traffic light was filled with electric bikes. Pedestrians were constantly shuttling back and forth. Everyone was so busy. Suwan and Shin Zhongtian came to the company to eat breakfast as usual. Thinking of her daughter and son-in-law who had already arrived at Yushan Mountain, she put down the seafood buns in her hand and said, "Do you think Xiao Feng can pass our father's test? He is not someone who can be easily fooled. If he really makes a fuss, the marriage of these two children will be more troublesome." In front of the old man, any cleverness is futile. He has made countless people suffer. His glorious record can make all the businessmen in Jiangcheng unable to raise their heads. Although Jiang Feng has perseverance, he is still young after all, and as long as he is young, he will be arrogant. And arrogance is what the old man resists the most. Shen Zhongtian was just the opposite. He ate fried dough sticks and soy milk, and occasionally picked up the newspaper on the table to take a look. He didn't look worried at all. Your son-in-law is unreliable, so don't you trust your daughter? Originally, the old man wanted Xiao Feng to go alone this time, but our daughter refused to go. With her here, nothing will go wrong. I hope so. When you concentrate on doing one thing, time always seems to be in a hurry. The sky witnessed Jiang Feng's hard work today. From the refreshing morning to the quiet and peaceful evening, there was very little time for rest. He was either carrying branches or on the way to carry branches. After dinner, he returned to his room and fell directly on the bed without taking off his shoes. He closed his eyes, enduring the exhaustion all over his body. Soon, he began to snore. Although he usually paid attention to exercise, this was the first time he had worked so intensively like today. After a while, the wooden door was quietly pushed open, and Shen Xingyue poked her head in. After finding Jiang Feng sleeping, she walked slowly to the bedside and lifted up his short sleeves with 2 fingers. In the faint moonlight, you can see the marks on his shoulders left by the rope. She knew very well that Jiang Feng was such a proud man, and the reason why he was willing to do these things must be because of her. Shen Xingyue took off his shoes and socks and covered them with a quilt, then took out the prepared medicine and gently applied it on his shoulders. She murmured in a low voice with a tone of complaint and helplessness. "Oh, what a fool you are, you can't even be lazy. Let my sister help you." After applying the medicine, Shen Xingyue picked up Jiang Feng's phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, turned off the alarm, and put the phone back in its place. Then she took out a bottle of sleeping pills from her pocket and quietly left the room. The next day the sky was clear and Jiang Feng was awakened by the pain. "Still sleeping. When I was your age, I got up at 5 in the morning to work every day, rain or shine, and now you're sleeping in the next day. How can I hand Yaya over to you?" After a moment, the two walked out of the yard one after the other. Jiang Feng took out his phone and checked the time in confusion. It was already 9 a.m. Did he remember setting the alarm? And, "Grandpa, why did you come to call me at this time? Could it be? Asshole. Do I look like a lazy sleeper? Don't compare me to yourself. Move faster. I'm going to the mountains to pick fruits today." After scolding, Shen Hongming was also muttering in his heart. It's strange. In the past, no matter how tired he was, he would get up before 5 o'clock the next day. But today, he woke up and slept until 8:30. It's really strange. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a thin layer of mist filled the mountains and forests, as if they were wearing a snow-white gauze dress. Occasionally, a bird flew through it, and its cry echoed in the mountain stream, but soon the world returned to silence again. The old man was familiar with the entire mountain and quickly took Jiang Feng to find a loquat tree. The task distribution was similar to yesterday. The old man was responsible for picking the fruits, while Jiang Feng picked up the ones that fell and put them into a bamboo basket. Sometimes I have to sigh at this old man's physical strength. He is like Superman. It seems like he doesn't even know the word tired. The whole day was spent picking fruits. During dinner, Jiang Feng sat on the steps at the top of the mountain, looking at the fading red glow in the distance. After a while, Shen Xingyue came over with a bowl of fried rice and sat next to him.
She came up and got straight to the point. Do you want to know why Grandpa is so strict with you? In no mood. I'll give you one last chance. Do you really want to know? Not at all. I don't want to.
Jiang Feng said as he ate a mouthful of rice expressionlessly. Shen Xingyue punched him on the head in anger.
It looked fierce, but in fact she didn't use any force at all.
Then she continued to talk to herself.
My grandfather was once a famous businessman.
He founded the Shen family.
The first 30 years of his life can only be described as perfect.
Later, he fell in love with someone because he was too proud. Hearing this ridiculous scene, Jiang Feng said with a smile.
In the end, was it because the woman was taken away or he was cuckolded, and he fell because of love?
This was met with a roll of the eyes from Shen Xingyue, who continued. On the contrary, my grandfather handled this relationship very well. He and that person were always in love. Unfortunately, because of an overseas contract, he didn't return home for 2 months, so he had a falling out with that person.
With Grandpa's personality, it was impossible for him to bow his head and apologize.
Later, the person he liked left him. Grandpa thought she would come back soon, but 2 months later, he waited for nothing. So, he, who had always been proud and conceited, chose to bow his head for the first time. What's the result?
Jiang Feng's curiosity was aroused and he couldn't help but ask.
Shen Xingyue sighed. When Grandpa found her, she had already contracted a terminal illness and died not long after. Grandpa also became confused from that time, and finally came to the rain god mountain and wanted to jump off the cliff. He was saved by my grandmother, who was a priest at the time.
After some twists and turns, Grandpa finally chose to stay in the rain god temple. Jiang Feng could probably guess what happened later.
Something embarrassing was bound to happen to these two single men and women staying in the mountains, otherwise there would not be old Shen.
Anyway, Grandpa asked you to do these things every day just to smooth your arrogance. He doesn't want you to follow his old path.
But, you don't have the chance to follow his old path.
Fight? Run away from home?
Then what would greet Jiang Feng was only a cold iron chain. Even if she had to tie him to her side for the rest of his life, Shen Xingyue would not let him run away. Jiang Feng suddenly smiled and leaned close to her ear. Wife, we haven't had much intimacy for 2 days.
How about we find a place to study in depth after dinner?
When saying this, Jiang Feng didn't notice that there was a person quietly appearing behind him. A moment later, screams like those of a pig being slaughtered were heard from the open space outside the temple.
Oh my God, you misunderstood Grandpa. The study I just mentioned refers to.
Yes. I suddenly became interested in some trees in the mountains, so I wanted to ask your granddaughter for advice.
Hey! Come on, can you put down the machete? Chapter 44 Great Harvest. The third day at Yushan Mountain.
Shen Hongming arrived at the temple gate before 5 o'clock again, but he did not see Jiang Feng. He mistakenly thought that he was sleeping in again, so he went to the backyard, opened the door and was about to shout at the top of his voice, but he did not see Jiang Feng.
Strange, where did this kid go? Could it be that he couldn't stand the hardship and went down the mountain overnight? Grandma was cleaning and passed by the door.
Seeing this, she smiled and said, "If you were looking for Xiao Jiang, he would have gone down the mountain to work with his basket on his back.
It seems that you underestimated him this time. Our granddaughter has good taste." Hearing this, Grandpa raised his eyebrows in surprise.
Without saying a word, he left the backyard and walked down the mountain. He came to the place where he had picked fruits yesterday with ease. Sure enough, he saw a figure busy on the lush tree. Who else could it be but Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng saw Shen Hongming coming over and teased.
"Hey old man, you came so late today, did you sleep in? You stinky boy, come down and let me pick the fruits."
You smashed all the good fruits. Jiang Feng swiftly climbed down from the tree, picked up the good fruits on the ground and put them into his backpack, then trotted towards the top of the mountain. Shen Hongming looked at his back, shook his head, hugged the tree trunk with both hands, and climbed up in 2 or 3 steps.
Given his physical condition, this might be his last time preparing a bonfire feast.
He used to be a businessman and never believed in gods or Buddhas, but if there really is a God in the world, he only hopes that he can bless these 2 children and live in peace because of his hard work over the years. At 11:30 a.m., the sky was gloomy and it seemed like it would rain heavily at any time. After finishing his run, Jiang Feng prepared to ask his grandfather to go back to the top of the mountain for dinner, but when he arrived at the orchard, he did not find his grandfather on the tree. It was not until he got closer that he found Shen Hongming fainted on the ground behind a tree. He had a bad feeling and quickly ran to the tree. He found that his grandfather's face was a little pale, but he was still breathing. He quickly picked him up and ran up the mountain. About half an hour later, outside a room in the temple. Seeing Grandma coming out with the medicine box, Shen Xingyue hurriedly asked with some concern.
Grandma, how is Grandpa?
I was bitten by a snake, but luckily the poison wasn't very strong and I got the serum injection in time. As long as I stay in bed and rest for 2 days, I should be able to walk again. Grandma also secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she said this. Summer is the season when snakes are active in the mountains, but poisonous snakes usually live in the deep mountains. I didn't expect them to run to the outskirts.
It seems we have to hire people to go into the mountains to catch snakes.
However, in this case, the bonfire party may not be held as scheduled.
Grandma, what's missing from the bonfire party? Well, we have enough branches and fruits. The only thing we need now is some game for the sacrifice. These are hard to find. If you are not familiar with the mountains, it is easy to get lost.
The things needed for the bonfire party can only be found in the mountains. This is the rule, but as the grandson-in-law, Jiang Feng is also qualified to participate.
How could Shen Xingyue not see what this guy was thinking?
Plus her grandfather was still lying in bed, she immediately gave him a stern look and warned him.
Don't have any evil thoughts. If you dare to go, I will tie you up.
Well, I'm really tired these past 2 days, and I can't wait to have a good rest for a few days. Only a fool would be willing to walk around in the mountains under such a hot sun. Shen Xingyue did not comment, she also thought so. But unfortunately, there is a famous saying, a man's mouth is deceiving. At 4:30 the next morning, Jiang Feng appeared at the temple gate on time, carrying a bamboo basket. He wanted to sneak down the mountain, but he found that his grandmother was already sitting at the door, seemingly waiting for something, so Jiang Feng walked over.
Grandma, what are you doing? Take these with you. They will be useful in the mountains.
Grandma handed Jiang Feng some first aid medicines, ropes, and hunting tools, and told him some areas where wild animals were active, as well as some restricted areas that were not allowed to be entered. Although it was only 3 short days, Grandma knew Jiang Feng's character. This kind of person would not give up easily once he decided to do something, so it would be better to provide some help. After saying thank you, Jiang Feng went down the mountain.
Another half an hour passed, outside a room in the temple. The awakened number 2 stubborn guy quietly opened the door.
Waiting for him was Shen Xingyue, who looked very depressed. She was upset because she had let number 1 stubborn guy go. Seeing that number 2 stubborn guy also wanted to escape, she immediately looked at him unkindly and said,
Grandpa, where are you going so early in the morning? Go back and lie down obediently.
Shen Hongming returned to the room in disappointment. Knowing that it was impossible for him to go down the mountain, he lay back on the bed obediently. Being closely watched by Shen Xingyue, he felt extremely regretful. If I had known earlier, I should have been stricter with my granddaughter when she was young, so that I wouldn't be controlled by my granddaughter at such an old age. Although Jiang Feng is not proficient in chopping wood or picking fruits, when it comes to catching wild game, he has participated in many professional competitions abroad. Although it is also a competition of cooking skills, the chefs have to find the ingredients themselves in the wild. But even so, Jiang Feng, who was unfamiliar with the terrain, spent the entire morning and got himself into a mess, but still gained nothing. He was not in a hurry, because he knew that this was only temporary. He returned to the top of the mountain to rest that night, and then quietly went down the mountain before dawn the next day.
There are less than 2 days left until the bonfire party.
Shen Hongming was able to get out of bed and walk, but he was still being followed by Shen Xingyue and had no chance to go down the mountain. He could only pin his hopes on Jiang Feng. He didn't even realize that he had inadvertently recognized this young man. And Jiang Feng did not disappoint his expectations. When he returned to the top of the mountain in the evening, there was a tied-up wild rabbit in the bamboo basket. However, it was still far inferior to the standard of wild game for the bonfire banquet. On the last day before the bonfire party, Jiang Feng sneaked into the mountains before dawn. Although there is game outside, it is only rabbits and pheasants. They run fast and are too difficult to catch.
Venturing deep into the mountains is the only option. Time passed very quickly that day. It was approaching 7 o'clock in the evening, and the golden glow in the sky was almost swallowed up by the darkness. It would be completely dark in 10 minutes at most.
Under normal circumstances, Jiang Feng should have returned long ago, but now there was no trace of him. Shin Xingyue was waiting anxiously on the top of the mountain. She had already instructed the pilot to fly a helicopter to look for him, but the large number of trees in the mountains and the weather made it extremely difficult to find him.
Grandma was also worried.
She comforted him, "Xiao Jiang is smart, nothing will happen to him." Although Grandpa sat next to them and didn't say anything, the worry in his eyes was no less than that of the two of them.
He no longer expected Jiang Feng to bring back prey. As long as he could return safely, that was more important than anything else.
It soon became completely dark, which meant that the mountain road would become more dangerous and difficult to travel, not to mention that Jiang Feng had no experience in going into the mountains. Just when Shin Xingyue was about to contact someone to go into the mountains to look for someone, a figure slowly appeared at the end of her sight.
It was Jiang Feng.
He had no idea where the bamboo basket he was carrying was lost, and his clothes were torn in several pieces. He looked extremely disheveled, but he had a smug smile on his face. Because he was dragging 2 dead wild boars in his hands.
I was lucky enough to come across a wild boar den today. I wanted to catch the big wild boar, but I was careless and it ran away. I could only bring back these 2 small ones.
Jiang Feng said this in a very Versailles way. Actually, he took advantage of the time when the big wild boar went out hunting to sneak attack the 2 small ones. As a result, he was discovered by the returning big wild boar and was chased all over the mountain. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he dared to sneak back and bring back the 2 little wild boars.
Chapter 45, The knots in life can never be untied.
It was the 7th day since Jiang Feng arrived at Yushin Mountain, and this day was also the day for the bonfire banquet. Early in the morning, nearby villagers went up the mountain to help set up the venue. They did not come for the god of rain, but for Mr. Shin Hongming and his wife. The 2 elders had helped them a lot over the years, and these were all favors.
Old Wang, remember to tie the red rope higher on the tree. Hey, just don't worry about what I'm doing. If you have time to stare at me, why not go and deal with the wild boar? It's a rare commodity, don't ruin it. Uncle Shin's grandson-in-law is really amazing.
I have hunted at least 100 prey since I was a child, but I only dared to wander around the periphery.
This young man dared to go into the mountains alone and even got 2 piglets. He is really capable.
Hearing the villagers' praise, Shin Hongming, who was supervising nearby, was happy in his heart, but his face showed no expression at all, and he waved his hand casually.
This brat still has a lot to learn in the future.
At this moment, the old man caught a glimpse of something and immediately glared.
Yeah, I've told you so many times that this is dedicated to the rain god.
If you have nothing to do, go and help move the things. Shin Xingyue, who was sitting in front of the altar, curled her lips, took a bite of the apple provocatively, then snorted and walked towards the backyard.
The chef in the kitchen is naturally Jiang Feng.
Under his cooking, not a single piece of meat from the 2 wild boars was wasted, and there were enough to serve more than 10 tables. Even without adding any seasoning, the meat was tender and had no fishy smell, which amazed all the ants. At 12 noon, a bonfire several meters high rose in front of the statue of the rain god. The golden flames boiled, the burning branches crackled and produced countless sparks, the curling smoke floated into the sky and then dissipated in the wind. Tables were arranged in a square around the campfire, and on the tables were fine wine, meat, and various wild fruits. Everyone sat quietly at the table, and no one picked up their chopsticks first. As Shin Hongming, who was wearing a priest's uniform, opened his eyes and threw a stack of yellow paper into the boiling flames until it burned out, the ceremony came to an end. As for what wish he made, you'll have to ask the young men and women flirting in the corner.
The ceremony was much simpler than Jiang Feng had expected, and it ended very quickly.
After helping to clean up the mess, the villagers who still had farm work to do left one by one. A few stayed on the mountain to chat, and the focus of their conversation always revolved around Jiang Feng and Shin Xingyue.
On the 10th day after arriving at Yushin Mountain, Jiang Feng and his companions prepared to leave.
Although it was only a short 10 days, Jiang Feng felt that the experiences of these days were enough to occupy an important place in his vast memory. Before leaving, Shin Hongming stopped Jiang Feng and Shin Xingyue. He stood tall with his hands behind his back. After looking at the 2 of them one by one, he said in a low voice, "I like a sentence in an article, everyone has many unhappy things in life, one after another knots can never be untied, and the problems in life can never be solved. I hope you can tolerate each other, put yourself in each other's shoes, and don't make the same mistake I did, especially you." The old man glared at his granddaughter and said, "Control your temper when you are outside. Our Shin family has always been a refined family.
How could we have a spoiled and willful child like you? Tisk, it's just what you guys do.
Shen Xingyue didn't want to be lectured by her grandfather anymore, so she took Jiang Feng's hand and pulled him into the helicopter. As the helicopter slowly took off and disappeared into the clouds, her grandparents withdrew their gaze and turned back to the temple. Compared to Jiang Feng's days, some people could be said to have sleepless nights. In the chairman's office of Longcheng Catering,
Bang!
there was a sound of slamming the table.
Didn't you swear before that you could deal with Jiang Feng? Why is it that after 10 days, there is no movement at all? Wen Shang, who was scolded so badly, didn't dare to respond.
He also felt aggrieved. He had clearly used his connections to send gifts, and the other party had agreed, but then there was no response from them. Until now, there has been no news, and when he called them, they said they were busy.
Wen Hongtao cursed, but it was not enough. He was so angry that he smashed everything on the table. Then he sat down again with a slightly less angry look on his face and said gloomily,
I bribed the people inside Jushizhuang, and they have already started planning to open branches near our other branches.
This will leave us no way out. The worst thing is that the other shareholders also know about this.
They asked me to ease the relationship with the other party, otherwise they would remove me as chairman.
No company is completely monolithic internally, there are always problems to some degree.
Although he holds the largest number of shares in the company, he does not have absolute control. If those shareholders gather together to remove him, the kingdom he has worked hard to build for many years will change hands. He almost felt angry as he felt regretful. After all, he was the grandfather of that little bastard, but he really didn't even give him a chance to live. He really didn't have any mercy at all. When Shang saw what the old man was thinking and asked tentatively, Dad, how about I go and ask for peace on behalf of the Wen family? Jiang Feng is your grandson after all. It's not honorable for us to bully the weak. Why should we continue to fight among ourselves? Besides, the recipe of Jushizhuang's hot pot ingredients is truly unique. As long as we cooperate with them, our Longcheng Catering will surely be able to make further progress. These words touched the old man's heart, and he nodded expressionlessly. What you said does make some sense. I'll leave this matter to you. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Feng had a rare good sleep after returning home. Nearing 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Feng opened his eyes drowsily. What he saw was the familiar ceiling and layout. There was a faint fragrance lingering in his nose, and his head felt soft. After a moment, Jiang Feng looked up expressionlessly at Shen Xingyue, who was holding him in her arms.
Hey, what are you doing? Can't you tell? Of course I'm holding you while sleeping.
Shen Xingyue blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled. Don't you like me treating you like a baby and holding you in my arms while you sleep?
Well, Jiang Feng couldn't refute this statement.
Shen Xingyue looked down at him and said,
Dog, why don't we go get the certificate today? Don't want. I just knew you would, huh? What did you just say?
Jiang Feng sat up from the bed expressionlessly and said calmly,
Why should I marry you?
If I marry you, I won't be able to interact intimately with other girls.
Woman, I admit that you are pretty and do a good job, but you want me to abandon the entire forest just for a tree? You are just dreaming.
It was not until Jiang Feng put on his clothes and got out of bed that the dazed Shen Xingyue reacted.
Is she being disliked? This guy wants to have intimate interactions with other girls? Still want a forest?
At this moment, Jiang Feng was secretly happy. He had imagined such a scene a long time ago.
He felt like a scumbag.
He was affectionate in the last second, but put on his pants and ignored him in the next second. But pleasure comes at a price. Housekeeper Sue was downstairs sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard with a broom.
Suddenly, screams from the second floor broke the silence. She sighed helplessly. I got into a fight the next day after I came back. They are indeed these two enemies.
Chapter 46, Shen Xingyue seeks mother-in-law to learn how to control her rebellious boyfriend. At 1 p.m., Jiang Feng came to the store with his butt sticking out. This behavior attracted a lot of strange looks. Compared to the cautious waiter, Ahei, who had just finished his work and was basking in the sun at the door, asked in confusion.
What's wrong with your butt? Did you go to Sichuan and Chongqing for fun these 2 days? Fuck. I fell down.
Jiang Feng argued stubbornly.
He can't just say that he was kicked by that bitch at home.
If that gets out, he would be so embarrassed and people who don't know would think he is a henpecked husband.
Get me a table, I haven't had lunch yet. Coming right up, boss.
There were still many customers in the restaurant at this time, with only 2 tables left in the corner. After pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Feng, the waiter quickly brought up the pot base and various fresh meats. Jiang Feng couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and start eating hot pot. There are also some rules for eating hot pot. For example, tripe cannot be put into the pot directly to cook, otherwise it will greatly affect the taste. It only needs to be dipped in the pot 7 times, and then the taste will be excellent.
Boss, this is the account book since the opening. Yan Xiu appeared out of nowhere and put the prepared account book on the table.
Behind him stood the uneasy cashier Sister Wang.
Jiang Feng knew something was wrong at a glance. Tell me, what happened to her?
Sister Wang took 2 steps forward, stammering but unable to utter a complete sentence, with anxiety and panic in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Yan Xiu silently helped and said. The store was giving out coupons of different sizes every day to build its reputation, but this woman profited from it by selling them to customers who didn't have them. In just half a month, she made a profit of 9,000 yuan. This way of greed for money was very covert. If he hadn't noticed something fishy when checking the accounts, he might have been able to fool her. Sister Wang knew that the truth had been revealed, and she cried with red eyes.
Boss, I know I was wrong, but I did this for a reason.
My son was in a car accident last month and urgently needs money for surgery.
I really have no other choice. The other busy waiters looked over here intentionally or unintentionally.
It was obvious that they already knew about this and were curious about how Jiang Feng would deal with it. 9,000 yuan is not a lot, but compared to the money the store makes, it is nothing.
Jiang Feng noticed this and pretended to be busy boiling the tripe. He waved his hand impatiently and said,
Since you did it for a good reason, I will only fine you half a month's salary this time.
If it happens again, you can resign on your own.
Sister Wang was stunned when she heard this way of handling the matter. She had already prepared herself to be fired, but she didn't expect Jiang Feng to let her go. She cried immediately, with a look of gratitude on her face.
Thank you, Boss Jiang. I will definitely not make the same mistake again next time. All right, go and pay the guests.
After bowing deeply, Sister Wang returned to her post.
When the other employees learned of the result, they admired Jiang Feng a little more. After all, who wouldn't he want to follow a boss who was easy to talk to? But Yan Xiu stood there without moving, waiting for what was to come.
He knew his boss's character very well. Although he was not a man who hated evil, he was definitely not kind-hearted, unless tomorrow was the end of the world.
As expected, after Sister Wang left, Jiang Feng ordered.
This cashier used to work for Pang Yuan.
Tell him about this matter.
As for how to deal with it, let him figure it out himself. Yan Xiu nodded, not surprised by this outcome. In the end, Pang Yuan became the villain, and not only did the boss successfully gain the favor of his employees, but he was also able to indirectly give a warning to other employees, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not Jiang Feng's fault that he is unkind. He is a businessman now.
If everyone is as greedy as this cashier, will his store still be able to operate? You can't let me bear the cost just because you are in trouble, right? The weather outside is getting hotter and hotter, and there are fewer and fewer people eating in the restaurant.
Even the toilet is filled with the strong aroma of hot pot, constantly stimulating the taste buds.
Jiang Feng was halfway through his meal when he received a call from Yang Wei.
There was a hint of pride in his excited tone. Brother Feng, let's have a seafood dinner at noon tomorrow.
It's my treat. Oh, you won the lottery? What kind of lottery did I win? I found a girlfriend.
She's a dancer who just graduated from school. Although she's not as good as my sister-in-law, she already meets my requirements for a spouse.
Yang Wei talked a lot on the phone, but Jiang Feng didn't listen at all.
At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind.
When will the female Vajra be able to learn to dance? Are people in the dance industry so greedy nowadays that they even don't let go of men with premature ejaculation? It's really frightening.
Today Shen Xingyue did not go to the company, but came to the cafeteria of Jiangcheng University. The black skirt swayed as her snow-white legs moved. She wore a pair of white sandals, her smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, her delicate cheeks were very eye-catching, and more importantly, she exuded a sense of alienation naturally. On the way from the school gate to the cafeteria, the rate of people turning back to look at her was almost 100%. There were also some bold people who tried to strike up a conversation with her, but they were all ignored by Shen Xingyue. It was not until she entered the cafeteria that things got better. She was looking around when a shout stopped her.
Xiaoshun? What are you doing?
At this time, Wen's mother had just finished her work and was about to help clear the table, but she saw her daughter-in-law standing at the door, like a beautiful scenery. She seemed a little surprised.
Mom, I was passing by and came in to see you.
Shen Xingyue called out very naturally, which made Wen's mother feel so sweet in her heart.
After all, which mother-in-law would not like such a well-behaved daughter-in-law?
Wen Yura was cleaning up the dirty dishes on the table while Shen Xingyue was helping. They chatted as they worked, and the topic inevitably turned to Wen's mother's work.
Mom, if you want to work, I can find you an easier job. You don't have to be as tired as you are now.
Shen Xingyue said this from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Feng's mother is her mother. Seeing Mother Wen busy and sweating, she naturally felt pity for her.
Mother Wen didn't care about this and said with a smile, "Forget about changing jobs. I just like this kind of working environment. When people have free time, they like to daydream. And, when I see these students, I can't help but imagine what Xiaofeng looked like when she was studying here. The right job may not be easy, but it will definitely be immersive." Although Shen Xingyue didn't understand, she didn't try to persuade her further. She respected Mother Wen's choice. She pretended to be sad inside. "Hey, actually I came to see you just to change my mood.
You don't know that Jiang Feng has been deliberately going against me recently.
He even insisted on hugging me to sleep in the morning.
When I refused to let him, he kicked me in the butt."
If Jiang Feng heard these words here, he would probably cry out in tears, "I am innocent."
In addition to caring about Wen's mother this time, Shen Xingyue also wanted to learn the river control technique and learn from Wen's mother how to make Jiang Feng so obedient. Mother Wen was also a smart person. She saw through this and taught without hesitation. In fact, men are not as complicated as you think. No matter how old or young they are, just treat them as children.
For example, when you want him to do something, you can try to praise him more. Chapter 47, Two People Who Control Each Other. Lin Hui.
In the afternoon, Jiang Feng was busy in the store making small gift cakes. Although the technical difficulty is not high, this thing is very popular and the demand is huge. Unfortunately, Ah He is not good at making pastries, so he has to do it himself.
It was already evening when Jiang Feng returned home. As soon as I entered the room, I found Shen Xingyue lying barefoot on the sofa watching TV.
After seeing Jiang Feng coming back, she said lazily in her voice,
"I'm back. Go get me some water to wash my feet. I'm a little tired today and don't want to move." "Eh?"
popped up above Jiang Feng's head.
"No, what's wrong with the tone of command? Can't you say please before speaking? Or do you think you can order me around? Is brother someone you can control?"
"No, I'm tired after a day. Why don't you go get some water for me to wash my feet? You little bitch is really scheming." Shen Xingyue was not surprised by this attitude. She blinked and her voice suddenly softened. "Hubby, I went to see our mom today and helped her clear the table and wash the vegetables.
Mom said you were too lazy to visit her. I'm here to speak for you. Our Guzzi is so hardworking. He works hard outside all day. He does everything for the family. Since you are so tired, I will go get some water to wash your feet." This weak attitude made Jiang Feng stunned, and he even wondered if this woman had been possessed. This attitude was not right. Did she take the wrong medicine?
Then came the feeling of guilt.
Shen Xingyue went to see his mother for him, and he was so aggressive just now. Forget it, forget it. How can a wife pour water for her husband to wash his feet? If it gets out that I, Jiang Feng, don't know how to care for women, will I still have face? Just sit there and I'll get some water.
After saying that, Jiang Feng walked straight to the bathroom. Shen Xingyue lay back on the sofa with a cunning look in her eyes. She first praised and then played the victim. The maple control technique taught by her mother-in-law was indeed useful. After a while, Jiang Feng sat down next to the sofa with a basin of hot water. After Shen Xingyue put her feet into the water, he rubbed them skillfully, washing and massaging at the same time with extremely professional techniques.
Shen Xingyue was a little surprised. "Hey, why are you so skilled?" "I learned massage by watching others do it." Jiang Feng lowered his head and worked hard. "When I first went abroad, my mother was sick and couldn't move in bed. I gave her massages every day. I was not very good at it at the beginning, but I became proficient after a while." "Oh, I see." After these words were spoken, the living room fell into a brief silence. The afterglow of the sunset shone through the window onto the floor,
and was divided into pieces of golden jade by the gaps between the leaves. Sometimes a breeze blew past, and the broken jade swayed like the surface of water.
Only after washing did Jiang Feng stand up and say, "By the way, Fatty will treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon. You can come with me then. I want to sleep in, I don't want to go. It's okay if you don't go.
If I, your husband, get drunk and get picked up by a passing beauty, don't be angry then.
Go."
It seems that Jiang Feng is not the only one being controlled.
The sun was scorching at noon, and the sound of summer cicadas that often disturbed my ears disappeared unknowingly.
The sky was as blue as a piece of white paper, and clouds of various shapes were floating slowly.
A BMW drove into the parking lot of Jiangchun Hotel.
Seeing this, Yang Wei, who had been waiting at the door early, hurried over and said to Jiang Feng and Shen Qingyue, who pushed open the door and got out of the car with a smile,
"Brother Feng, sister-in-law, you are here."
Jiang Feng closed the car door and looked this guy up and down. He obviously had his hair done up, and his clothes and leather shoes were very formal. If you didn't look at his smiling face, he would have the demeanor of an elite. Behind Yang Wei, a girl in a yellow floral dress came over, holding a handbag of an unknown brand. The tenderness and grace of a Jiangnan woman were revealed in the blink of her eyes.
"Brother Jiang Feng, sister Qingyue, hello. I've heard Wei Wei mention you guys often.
When I saw you today, you're really handsome and beautiful." Yang Wei introduced with a proud look on his face, "This is Lin Hui, my girlfriend." He started by praising her as soon as they met, which made Shen Qingyue frown slightly subconsciously. As someone who often dealt in the business world, she was quite sensitive, and this way of greeting seemed a bit too deliberate.
Jiang Feng didn't seem to notice this. After carefully examining him, he suddenly said, "How did you fall in love with him?" "Brother Feng, how can you say that?
Although Hui Hui is not as pretty as my sister-in-law, she is very good in both character and appearance." Yang Wei mistakenly thought that Jiang Feng disliked his girlfriend, and quickly spoke in a somewhat unhappy tone, but saw Jiang Feng with a strange look on his face and said, "I told her, why are you in such a hurry?"
"Yang Wei."
Jiang Feng came over and whispered to Lin Hui,
"Hey, how much does it cost to rent a girlfriend in your business per month? If the price is affordable, maybe I can help you with your business in the future."
"This
Brother Jiang Feng is such a joke. What is this about renting a girlfriend?"
Before Jiang Feng could speak further, a hand grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. He turned his head in pain and saw Shen Qingyue's eyes full of murderous intent, as if saying,
"If you come any closer, I'll skin you alive, do you believe it?" Of course, this was just a small episode.
Yang Wei treated it as a joke and took the lead in leading her into the hotel. Then, with the reception of the waiter, he went straight to the private room on the second floor, chatting and laughing with Lin Hui all the way. The consumption here is not low, with the minimum consumption in the lobby starting from 5,000 yuan, and the consumption in a private room starting from 30,000 yuan. It is usually a place for some bosses and executives of large companies to entertain, but for Yang Wei today, although it is a bit reluctant, it is also within his affordable range. Two couples sat facing each other in the private room. Not long after, the waiter came in with plates of food and placed them neatly on the table, as well as a bottle of red wine worth 60,000 yuan. When Lin Hui heard the price, she was surprised.
"Wei Wei, this wine is so expensive. This is the first time I've seen it." Yang Wei was secretly pleased and waved his hands proudly. "You make money to spend, right? Drink as much as you want later. If it's not enough, just get another bottle. I can still afford a few bottles of wine."
It can be seen that the fat guy spent a lot of money on this meal. Listening to the calls of Wei Wei, Jiang Feng felt like he was about to get goosebumps.
It was so corny. He picked up a duck leg for Shen Qingyue and asked calmly, "Great, fatty. You actually secretly got out of being single. You two weren't together when I first came back to China, right? Tell me the truth. How did you meet?" "Hey, this is a long story. It all started 5 years ago." "Stop. Keep your story short."
"Oh, we met while playing King of Glory.
We've known each other for almost 5 years." Chapter 48. The Lin family proposed a sky-high bride price.
Jiang Feng and the other person listened carefully to Yang Wei's story. It turned out that he and Lin Hui met while playing King of Glory 5 years ago. Although they only confirmed their relationship not long ago, their relationship has progressed rapidly.
Both parties have already met their parents, and Lin Hui's parents are also very satisfied with Yang Wei.
As for Lin Hui's family, they are relatively poor. She has a younger brother who is currently attending college, and Lin Hui is now unemployed after graduating from college. Brother Feng, I have already discussed it with Hui's family.
Forget about the engagement. We will get married at the end of the year. You have to be my best man then. TSK. Aren't you afraid that I'll steal your limelight if I serve as your best man? After all, my charm is obvious to all. It's okay. I'll give you an ugly groomsman suit and some simple makeup. I guarantee no girl will want to look at you.
The dinner was gradually progressing with casual chatting. In fact, it was basically Zhang Feng and Yang Wei who were chatting.
Shen Xingyue had a cold personality and she didn't want to talk much to anyone except Zhang Feng.
Lin Hui wanted to join in the conversation but couldn't, so she could only eat in silence. More than half an hour passed like this, and the dinner ended with the excuse that Yang Wei and Lin Hui were going to pick out wedding dresses.
Of course, Zhang Feng and Shen Xingyue were also invited, but they both tacitly declined. Then Brother Feng, we're leaving first. You and sister-in-law, please be safe on your way back. Yeah, you too. Watching Yang Wei and Lin Hui leave in the car arm in arm, Zhang Feng opened the door and sat in the passenger seat.
He was drunk, so naturally Shen Xingyue had to be the driver. Maybe it was because Shen Xingyue often sat in this seat. As soon as Zhang Feng sat down, he could smell a pleasant fragrance. The car engine started, making a roar like a wild beast, and drove away from Jiangcheng Hotel towards the Linjiang Villa. Compared to Zhang Feng's racing against time driving style, Shen Xingyue drives very steadily and rarely takes the initiative to overtake or change lanes.
What do you think of those two people?
Looking at the buildings flashing quickly outside the car window, Zhang Feng asked softly. There was a faint smell of alcohol on his body, but his eyes were clear and he didn't look drunk at all.
Shen Xingyue expressed her opinion.
That Lin Hui doesn't look like someone who just graduated from school. She always keeps a sense of propriety when speaking and is very smart. She can make Yang Wei very happy with just a few words.
It's simply.
She really understands men, like a female sea king who often hangs out with men, right?
Shen Xingyue nodded in affirmation. Zhang Feng actually thought so too.
It's not that they are looking at people with tinted glasses out of malicious intent.
The fact is that Lin Hui didn't do anything unpleasant just now.
But that's exactly why there's a problem. A person who can easily please a man with words will never be as innocent, youthful, and lively as Lin Hui just showed. As we entered the densely populated urban area, there were more and more cars on the road and the traffic lights became more frequent. Shen Xingyue held the steering wheel and looked ahead, saying calmly,
"Why don't you check her out? If you leave her alone like this, your good brother will most likely suffer." To her, it didn't matter who stepped on Yang Wei. Although they had a close relationship as classmates, it was not much. Helping Yang Wei get the job was the best she could do for this favor. The promotion was still for Zhang Feng's sake.
I thought Zhang Feng would help, but he just smiled.
Forget it, everyone has his own path to take. As a brother, I have helped him enough. Even if Lin Hui is his girlfriend just for his money, it doesn't matter.
He earns $1 million a year now, so it's not bad to get some money in exchange for some love.
Shen Xingyue suddenly said, "Then can I use money to exchange for your love?" Zhang Feng, no. Shen Xingyue, why? Zhang Feng, because I have given you all my love without reservation. Shen Xingyue was very pleased with this answer.
Her mood immediately became better, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her bright cheeks became even more charming.
Me too, idiot. When people are happy, time always passes quickly.
The scorching sun above our heads shrank to the corner of the sky, and the snow-white clouds were dyed with a layer of golden glow.
The golden clouds in the sky looked like a peerless painting, magnificent and beautiful.
When Yang Wei and Lin Hui chose their wedding dresses and walked out of the bridal shop, they happened to see this breathtaking view. The two, who were a little hungry, found a Western restaurant nearby and had a simple dinner.
Then Yang Wei drove Lin Hui home. Lin Hui's home is in an old community in the old city.
Naturally, there is no basement here, so the owners choose to park their cars on the roadside outside the community, causing the spacious road to appear somewhat congested.
Yang Wei's Mercedes-Benz stands out among the crowd of cars.
Some passers-by saw this Mercedes-Benz that had appeared frequently recently and started talking about it. Look at how successful the daughter of the old Lin family is. I searched online last time and found that this big Mercedes is worth a lot of money. It's even more expensive than our house. That girl has always loved dressing herself up since she was young, so it's not surprising that she's hooking up with a rich second-generation man. The Huang family is now prosperous. Although we couldn't hear what these people were saying inside the Mercedes-Benz, it was not difficult to guess what they were thinking by looking at their envious expressions, which made Yang Wei feel proud. Now he and these people are from two different worlds.
Hui, I bought 2 movie tickets while I was looking at wedding dresses just now. I'll pick you up when you get off work tomorrow.
Well, okay.
Lin Hui's expression was slightly hesitant. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?
Seeing that she was not in good condition, Yang Wei asked with concern.
Nothing.
Seeing that she was still unwilling to tell the truth, Yang Wei frowned and spoke in a serious tone.
Hui, with our current relationship, is there anything we can't talk about? I hope I can be your support. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we can solve them together.
Seeing that the conversation had come to this point, Lin Hui finally lowered her head and explained in a depressed tone.
Actually, it's about our marriage.
My mom said last night that in addition to the 3 golds, the house, and the car, we have to add another 3 million as a gift.
3 million? That much? Yang Wei was shocked by this figure.
Even if he had his current annual salary plus various bonuses, he would have to save for at least 3 years without eating or drinking.
This is simply not something an ordinary person can afford.
Lin Hui's eyes gradually turned red, and she said in a low voice. My mother said that rich men tend to become bad, so I must leave a way out for myself. They won't take the betrothal money, and they will leave it to me after we get married. I have also discussed with them whether the amount can be reduced, but... At this point she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands and started crying. Tears slid down between her fingers and wet her skirt collar, which made Yang Wei feel distressed. He quickly hugged her and comforted her.
Don't cry, Hui, it's just some betrothal money, I'll find a way. Uncle and aunt are thinking about you too. I will definitely not let them down.
Chapter 49, when Shang came to seek peace, but returned empty-handed. In the dim bedroom, Jiang Feng huddled in the quilt with only his head exposed. He closed his eyes and smiled foolishly from time to time.
If you got a little closer, you could hear him talking in his sleep. He.
Stupid woman, I won't let you go even if you kneel down and call me daddy, just surrender. Unfortunately, this beautiful dream did not last long, because Xin Qingyue was hungry. She looked at Jiang Feng, who was sleeping soundly, and reached out her hand expressionlessly and pinched his nose. Soon Jiang Feng's expression became uncomfortable. He suddenly opened his eyes and breathed a little quickly.
He glanced at Xin Qingyue, who was grinning evilly, and immediately understood what was going on. He said unhappily, Why did you wake me up so early in the morning when you're not sleeping? I'm hungry, Jiang dog. Well, I got a new title early in the morning. Jiang Feng picked up the phone beside his pillow and checked the time.
He found that it was already 9 o'clock. Since returning from Yushan Mountain, he has become much sleepier, which is not a good habit.
So what do you want to eat in the morning, Xin Zhuzhu?
Jiang Feng got up from the bed helplessly. When the quilt was lifted, Xin Qingyue's snow-white shoulders were inevitably exposed, and her straight, elastic, and plump thighs only appeared for a moment before being covered by the quilt again. The black lace was thrown casually on the ground, and there was a pair of torn flesh-colored stockings. It can be seen that the two of them also studied in depth last night.
Let's make some porridge today. You go ahead and cook it while I sleep for a while.
Hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded and walked into the bathroom. After a quick wash, he walked towards the kitchen downstairs. The morning was extremely quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps in the villa. Butler Su got up early as usual and was wiping the dust off the vases in the living room. The tile floor was clean and shiny, and everything was kept intact.
Morning, Aunt Su. Good morning, Mr. Jiang.
After saying hello, Jiang Feng went into the kitchen. Soon the sound of cutting vegetables could be heard. After putting rice and various chopped vegetables and meat into the pot, a fierce flame rose from the gas stove. Jiang Feng then took off his apron and walked out of the kitchen.
He had eaten some midnight snack last night, so he was not hungry yet.
After taking the car keys on the table, he instructed the busy housekeeper Su.
Aunt Su, I'm going to go out first.
In about 10 minutes, please turn off the fire in the kitchen and simmer for another 10 minutes.
It will be almost done. Good.
The air in the morning was exceptionally fresh, probably because it had rained a little in the early morning. I could still smell the fragrance of the soil, and the wildflowers growing in the cracks on the roadside were blooming beautiful flowers. After parking the car at the door, Jiang Feng walked straight into the store. The staff in the lobby and the kitchen were preparing in an orderly manner. Sister Wang, who was originally in charge of the cashier, was gone. Instead, a new face, a girl who looked to be in her 20s, was cleaning the counter. Pang Yuan hurried over and said in a low voice,
"Hey, brother Feng, if you don't come, I was going to call you. Why, are you so anxious? Have you finally figured out that you want to go to Thailand for sex reassignment surgery so that you can benefit all the male compatriots? Hey, what are you talking about?
the general manager of Longchang Catering is here.
He's sitting in the tea room on the second floor.
I think he must be here to negotiate with us.
He probably couldn't handle the news that we were going to open a branch. I understand. Go ahead and get busy."
Zhang Feng said this lightly, then turned and walked up the stairs to the second floor. In addition to the private dining rooms on the second floor, the most central location is the tea room, but the tea room is only open to insiders, and basically only Zhang Feng and Ah He would go there to sit. As for Pang Yuan, he is extremely busy all day long and can be regarded as a new benchmark in the cattle and horse world. As soon as he walked in, Zhang Feng saw his uncle sitting at the table sipping tea. I didn't expect that General Manager Wen would come to block the door so early in the morning.
If I hadn't come today, would you have kept waiting? You don't seem surprised that I'm here.
Wen Chang put down the teacup with a smile.
Don't say anything unnecessary.
Zhang Feng didn't want to have much contact with the Wen family. After sitting down, he said directly, "Just tell me your purpose this time."
You are not coming here just to raise the white flag, are you?
In his opinion, this uncle is no different from the old man Wen Hongtao. Some people appear to be very kind on the surface, but you never know what kind of person is hiding behind this kind mask. Seeing Zhang Feng was a little impatient, Wen Chang said seriously, "I know you don't like your grandpa, but he is your mother's biological father after all. If our family continues to fight, both sides will suffer and no one will benefit. Your grandfather also admitted that he was somewhat inconsiderate back then, and has agreed to take your mother back home. This way, I think your dissatisfaction will be relieved a little."
After the words were spoken, the tea room fell into silence. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. "Are you done? Now that you've finished speaking, it's my turn to speak."
He sat up straighter, sneered coldly and said,
"Should I say you are stupid or cute?
Why do you think that everything I have done so far is to make your Wen family look up to me and my mother?
Who do you think you are? Both sides suffer? You deserve it."
The old man didn't realize his mistake. He knew he was going to lose everything. This beautiful cover was ruthlessly torn apart by Zhang Feng, and Wen Chang's face turned ugly. Asking for peace with a junior had already made him lose face, and now he was being humiliated even more. But he could only swallow his anger.
Is there really no room for maneuver between us?
To tell you the truth, in my opinion, your Wen family is just a big ant.
I can do anything to bring disaster to you. Do you think I would negotiate with an ant?
This sentence completely shattered the last bit of hope in Wen Chang's heart. He knew very well that Zhang Feng would never agree to their request for peace, so he snorted coldly, stopped pretending, and left quickly. At this point, he could only find a breakthrough through his sister.
Not long after, Pang Yuan ran up and asked curiously, "Brother Feng, I just saw that guy run away angrily. What were you talking about just now?" "Nothing.
I just humiliated him to make the fire in his heart burn even more fiercely. Only when they are pushed into a corner will they reveal their flaws."
Zhang Feng smiled. Everything that happened just now was just an act.
Of course, the first half of his words were true. Then he found paper and pen and started writing.
About 15 minutes later, he handed the note to Pang Yuan and instructed, "Longcheng Catering will definitely not be reconciled after this incident.
Let Shali pass a message to that old guy Wen Hongtao, saying that he got the recipe of our hot pot, and then use the opportunity to blackmail the old guy and sell it to them for 15 million.
Pang Yuan took the note and looked at it suspiciously. I don't understand. Are they that stupid? What if they ask for a trial? Then try it."
Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. "This recipe is basically correct, but I modified one of the steps in one ingredient.
The taste is almost the same as ours. The only drawback is,
if you eat it again within 3 days, if you take too much of one of the ingredients, it will cause abdominal pain."
Pang Yuan touched his head and said, "What if they are not in a hurry to use this formula and want to find someone to experiment with it first? Why do you think I provoked that guy just now?"
Zhang Feng said, "People lose their minds when they are anxious. Even if they find out, it won't cause any loss to us.
But if they dare to use it,
When he thought of that result, Pang Yuan's face burst into a bright smile.
Brother Feng, you are so bad. Don't love me, it's fruitless. The tigress at home is very strict. Even if it's a boy, she won't agree. Chapter 50. The formula is worth 15 million, but when family falls into the trap. After hitting a wall with Zhang Feng, Wen Chang went to the cafeteria of Jiangcheng University immediately. However, within 10 minutes, he walked out with a gloomy face and obviously got the same result. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to leave in embarrassment. During the afternoon break, Zhang Feng called all the employees together. Outside the elegant tea room on the second floor, the chefs in charge of the kitchen, as well as the waiters and managers in the lobby, were neatly arranged in 3 rows. The old employees were relatively calm, but some of the new employees were a little nervous. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhang Feng walked out of the tea room. Pang Yuan and Ah He followed on his left and right sides respectively. Everyone knew that these two were the boss's right-hand men. When the boss was not around, Boss Pang was in charge of external affairs and Chef He was in charge of internal affairs. Zhang Feng continued to glance at them one by one.
First, it can increase majesty, and second, it can help get familiar with the new faces who have joined. Just when even the old employees were worried about whether they had done something wrong, Zhang Feng smiled and said,
"You don't have to be so nervous.
Today's meeting is mainly about 2 things.
The first is that Jushizhuang has achieved very good results thanks to everyone's efforts. Although everyone works for the salary, I still want to thank everyone. So the second thing today is to reward you. I have contacted a travel company and will give you 3 days off at the end of the month. Everyone can go to the United States for a trip, led by Ah He, so you can relax." This move drew exclamations from everyone, especially the younger employees, who only knew about foreign affairs from their mobile phones and books. How could they not be happy now that they had the opportunity to travel abroad? Although everyone was happy, they could only secretly rejoice because of the boss's authority.
Zhang Feng could see all their micro-expressions. In addition to making employees feel a sense of belonging to the store, he also really wanted to let them relax.
After all, in 2 days, they wouldn't be able to rest even if they wanted to. The cell phone in my pocket rang. Now that we have finished discussing this, let's all go. You can ask Pang Yuan about the specifics of the tour. He will be in charge of that. After saying this, Zhang Feng turned around and walked back to the tea room, while casually picking up the phone. "Hello. Father Feng. You have to help me."
Hearing Yang Wei's tone, which sounded like that of a wronged wife, Zhang Feng laughed.
"I don't remember when I adopted you, an unfilial son. Tell me, do you want to borrow money? How do you know?" Yang Wei was a little surprised. Zhang Feng sighed slightly. "Let me guess again, is the reason you borrowed the money because of your girlfriend?" "Fuck. Brother Feng, when did you change your career to become a prophet?"
Then Yang Wei told the Lin family about their request for a 3 million yuan dowry. This was a huge amount of money, and no one he knew could afford it except Zhang Feng and Shen Xingyue. Hearing those outrageous gifts and betrothal gifts, Zhang Feng smacked his lips. "Child, listen to my advice and break up with Lin Hui. She is not suitable for you and you can't control her. In the end, you will lose both your money and your life. The Lin family is not even a well-off family. They want both a house and a car, and in the end they have to pay a dowry of 3 million. All these things added up are enough to buy a person who doesn't eat coriander. On the surface, the betrothal gift will be returned after the marriage, but human hearts are unpredictable. Brother Feng, I know what you're thinking, but Hui Hui is different. I believe she won't lie to me. I will marry her in this life, just like you and my sister-in-law. You guys can still be together even though you quarrel every day, let alone Hui Hui and I. How can we be the same? Don't you know what kind of person your sister-in-law is? Even though she has a weird temper, is sometimes quite spoiled, likes to use people as pillows when she sleeps, and is sometimes quite clingy. Anyway, at least she really likes me." Zhang Feng listed Shen Xingyue's shortcomings expressionlessly. If Shen Xingyue heard even just one of them, he would be in big trouble tonight. He continued. "If the Shen family also asks me for a dowry that I can't afford, do you think your sister-in-law will elope with me in the end? Ask yourself, can Lin Hui do this to you?" Yang Wei knew the answer very well, but he still didn't want to give up. "Brother Feng, just lend me the money. I will pay you back later. I promise not to lose a cent." Hearing this, Zhang Feng knew that this guy had been brainwashed by that woman. Thinking of the fat boy who helped him in various ways every day when he was in college, he finally sighed. It seemed that only by making this guy suffer thoroughly once would he repent. I will transfer the money to you later, but I want to remind you not to give them the betrothal gift all at once.
You can give it to them in several installments until the wedding day.
Okay, I understand. Having said that, Zhang Feng knew that this guy definitely didn't listen. He had no choice but to hang up the phone and send a message to Shen Xingyue.
All his current funds have been invested in the development of Jushizhuang.
If he doesn't borrow from Shen Xingyue, he won't be able to come up with so much money. Of course, he felt that with his looks, it would be easy to sell for 3 million a night.
3 days passed quietly.
On this day, when Honto had just finished a shareholders' meeting and walked out of the meeting room with a grim look on his face. The shareholders had just given him an ultimatum: if he could not change the status quo within a week at most, they would gather together to remove him. Due to internal and external troubles, he faced unprecedented pressure. At this time, the cell phone rang, and when Hongtao picked it up impatiently and put it to his ear.
Hello, who is this?
Boss One, this is me, Shaoli.
I have a deal that you might be interested in. Shaoli is a kitchen helper in Jushizhuang and his family is poor.
Therefore, when Hongtao bribed him with 100,000 yuan so that as long as Shaoli got important internal information of Jushizhuang, he would be the first to know it. But he was not a chef and underestimated how strict Zhang Feng's control over the kitchen was. If there is a traitor in the kitchen, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face of the head chef, and if it gets out, he will be laughed at by his peers.
Shaoli followed Zhang Feng's instructions and told the details of the transaction truthfully.
Upon hearing that this inconspicuous chess piece actually got the hot pot recipe, Wen Hongtao was ecstatic at first, but he quickly calmed down and rationality prevailed again. As long as he gets the recipe and makes the same taste as Jushizhuang, he doesn't believe that he won't be able to attract customers.
The reputation of Longcheng Catering over decades is not comparable to that of the newly established Jushizhuang.
You said you got it, so why should I believe you?
That's easy.
I can go to your place and make a finished product, but the formula is not so easy to get.
15 million, not a penny less. I just want the money. 15 million. Why don't you go and grab it?
Even Wen Hongtao almost jumped in anger when he heard this number. It's not that he can't come up with the money, but most of the assets under his name are real estate, and the liquid funds he has are pitifully small. He has at most 20 million on his hands. He rolled his eyes and sneered at the other end of the phone.
Since you've worked so hard, I'll give you a maximum of 5 million. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Forget it if you don't want it. I believe there are many people who are willing to buy it.
Without giving Wen Hongtao a chance to bargain, the cell phone beeped. Apparently the other end hung up the phone. This decisive attitude made Wen Hongtao feel more confident. If the other party didn't really get the formula, it would not be possible for him to be so tough. He quickly called again, but the call was hung up. After calling 5 times in a row, the other end finally answered. Wen Hongtao, who had already returned to the office, hurriedly said with a smile. Little brother, let's talk. I can give you 15 million, but you have to let me know whether the formula is true or not first. So, come to my place tonight. As long as you can make the finished product, money is not a problem. Why didn't you say that earlier? You old man has so many things to do.